His name is Lester.
Now, listen as U.S. Marshals give stunning access in the manhunt to kill.
This is an ABC News election update. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the Iowa caucuses. After a campaign already stretching beyond 2 years, more than 24 candidates, 7 debates, hundreds of town halls, and billions of dollars raised and spent, the first votes in this race for the White House are being cast and counted tonight. That is the scene at City High School in Iowa City, one of more than 1,700 caucus sites where Iowa Democrats will gather with their friends and neighbors to discuss the race and make their choice. Coming into the caucuses, this race is wide open. A tightly packed tier of Democrats at the top, with Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, and Elizabeth Warren all trading off the lead in recent months, Amy Klobuchar right behind. So much will depend on which organization does the best job of convincing their supporters to devote a whole night to the caucus. And our entrance poll of voters walking into these sites shows the top 4 still in a tight race. And voters are most focused on who is the best candidate to defeat Donald Trump. We're going to be back with the final results. There's a twist this time around. The Iowa Democrats will be releasing 3 different numbers: raw totals from both a first and a second round of voting, then the official winner, the candidate projected to get the most convention delegates. The Democratic nomination is ultimately a contest for those delegates. Until then, coverage continues on our streaming channel, ABC News Live. Our team is fanned out across the state for reports all evening. We're back now on ABC News Live, our streaming channel, with these Iowa caucus results. I want to go straight to Tom Yamas there in Des Moines. Let's talk a little bit more about this entrance poll. Tom, what we know right now, the caucuses are just opening now. The voters are starting to gather in those caucus sites. And walking into these caucuses tonight is pretty much what we've seen over the last several months, a tight race.
An incredibly tight race, George, tonight, a 4-way race. And as you mentioned earlier, this is going to be a historical time here in Iowa because for the first time, the rules are changing just a little bit. When people go into caucus tonight, they're going to have maybe 2, maybe 3 opportunities to figure out who exactly they want to align themselves with. This is the graphic right here. When you go and you essentially pick the first candidate you like, that's your first alignment. And the Iowa caucus is here, the Democratic Party, they'll mark down this number. They'll see who won the first alignment. If you can't hit a 15% threshold, for instance, if you're voting for Amy Klobuchar and she doesn't reach a 15% threshold, you can then switch to a second alignment, and then you stand with that candidate there. And whoever has the most votes there essentially will win the delegates. The big number tonight, 41. George, I want to show you this right here. This is the Iowa presidential preference card. Every voter in Iowa tonight will get one of these presidential preference cards. They'll fill this out with their first choice. And then if their first choice doesn't make 15%, they'll fill this part out right here. This is their second choice. They actually also have a third option. They can just give up and not want to caucus with anyone if their first choice doesn't make it. We want to talk about the candidates now. As we mentioned, a 4-week. Wait, what's that? What you say, George?
That's what the true believers want to do. Is let me bring you to the candidates now, because this has been a pretty intense Iowa caucus. I mean, I think it was John Delaney who got in first in July 2017. He dropped out just last week after visiting the whole state. But this state has been blanketed for the last 2 years. Go ahead, Tom.
Here, and that's Senator Amy Klobuchar right now from Minnesota. Look at that, 33 visits, 204 events, 69 days here in Iowa, and really close by there, Mayor Pete Buttigieg, also a Midwest person. He's the Iowa mayor from Indiana, from South Bend. And then you have Bernie Sanders, 20 visits, Joe Biden, 21 visits. But really, it's Senator Amy Klobuchar who's put all her eggs in the basket here in Iowa. And it's interesting, she's visited all 99 counties, George, and there's been some reporting here that Joe Biden, former vice president, has some of the campaign staffers have talked to the Klobuchar campaign about maybe cutting a deal. Maybe they can align with them. So far, the reporting is the Klobuchar campaign has said no deal just yet. A lot of people are talking about Mayor Pete. He could be the sleeper candidate. Here's a quote he's been telling the media, George, and many voters throughout the state. The same state that took a chance on a young guy with a funny name who a lot of folks didn't think could win 12 years ago. This state could help us make history one more time. And if you look at the odds, the betting odds out of Vegas, everyone's looking at Senator Bernie Sanders tonight, George.
Okay, thank you, Tom. We'll come back to you in a little bit, but let's go to our reporters who are with the candidates tonight in the campaign headquarters. I want to start with Eva Pilgrim there at Biden headquarters. You're in Des Moines, Eva?
I am in Des Moines. And Biden's team here is actually really downplaying their expectations of the results tonight. A senior strategist telling us even if he doesn't win here, they still think he is the most electable, pointing to his strength in other states, South Carolina in particular. They think that in the long haul, they can outlast the other candidates. But here's the deal. Between his campaign and his super PAC, they've spent about $9 million in total in ads here trying to win over the voters. So it's, while he could be okay not winning here in Iowa tonight, it is still really important that he comes out on top of those moderate candidates, George.
Yeah, they're basically two lanes. He's got to beat Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar for sure. I want to go to Whit Johnson. He's at Bernie Sanders headquarters there in Des Moines as well. And Whit, the last couple of days, at least among the campaigns I hear on the ground, tell me what you were hearing there. All the buzz was about Bernie. Their big hope was that they could far surpass what happened 4 years ago with Hillary Clinton, where he essentially fought her to a tie.
George, that's right. And they are optimistic, they are confident, but they're also being very cautious because they remember what happened just a short time ago, 4 years ago. Those old wounds from 2016 still raw, so they are aware of that. But their confidence comes in the ground game, right? What Bernie Sanders calls the strongest grassroots movement in American history. The volunteers have knocked on more than 500,000 doors here in just the past month. And they talk about turnout. We hear that a lot. But the model of the Bernie Sanders campaign is about expanding the electorate. So it's actually about bringing people into the fold who perhaps did not participate in the process in the past. Bernie Sanders himself says if they can bring those people to the precincts tonight, they will win Iowa.
They're calling for a revolution. I want to bring in Stephanie Ramos, who's at Elizabeth Warren headquarters. Elizabeth Warren was doing so well in the early fall, fell back after she switched her position on Medicare for All. And, of course, she was stuck in that Senate trial for the last couple of weeks.
That's exactly right, George. And there is still, though, a buzz around town for Senator Elizabeth Warren. And she's actually at a caucus site right now trying to reach out to those voters, trying to get her message out there of unity and women for all. But as you mentioned, they did lose some traction, did lose some days because Senator Elizabeth Warren was in D.C. for the impeachment proceedings. But during her brief recess from the proceedings and her last weekend here in Iowa, she tried to do the same thing, reach out to those voters, even skipping the selfie line for the first time this year in order to squeeze in as much as she could into her schedule. Now, her campaign telling us today that today was no exception. They reached out to at least 1.5 million caucus goers, everyone on her team making that last-ditch effort to reach out to those voters, George.
And as we said, it is a tight race right now. Also in hunt right now, Pete Buttigieg. Marcus Moore is at his headquarters tonight. And Marcus, Buttigieg all in. He knows he has to do well in Iowa. He's a neighbor from Indiana. He's had one of the biggest organizations in the state right now. And, of course, he hasn't been handicapped by that Senate trial of President Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. This is make or break, George, for his campaign. And, you know, just a year ago, few people outside of South Bend, Indiana, knew the name Pete Buttigieg. And tonight, he is a contender for the nomination. And his team here in Iowa has been focusing very aggressively on the counties that went to Obama and Trump in past years. He has been working aggressively to differentiate himself as the moderate candidate in this race that has the best chance of taking the fight to Donald Trump. They are hoping, George, for a strong finish here in Iowa tonight.
Also hoping for that strong finish. Amy Klobuchar, senator from Minnesota, another neighbor of Iowa, talks about Rachel Scott. I want to bring you in from her headquarters. All this whole campaign, Rachel, she's talked about the fact that she's shown that she can win votes in red areas, and she needs a breakthrough in Iowa tonight.
That's exactly right, George. And her goal tonight and her campaign tonight is betting on those 31 swing counties here in Iowa. And they want to beat expectations. She has consistently trailed the front runners, even though she has visited all 99 counties in this state. But she's hoping that her pitch of electability or wins over those moderate voters. But a poor showing here tonight would only give her 8 short days to regain momentum before that next contest in New Hampshire, George.
Yeah, and if she comes in fifth if she's unlikely to get any delegates as well. Let's go to Zareen Shah with Andrew Yang, who's never cracked into that 15% viability threshold, but doing so much better, Zareen, than anyone would have expected when he got into this race more than a year ago.
George, definitely so much better. He has beaten sitting senators and governors. We are here right now at his headquarters in the Iowa Event Center. Still quiet here right now. People are still out caucusing. Yang is still rallying people right now. He has been campaigning in this state hard. He just finished a 17-day bus tour with over 180 events. He has been touting his plan to give Americans $1,000 a month. That has been picking up traction. We'll see if it makes a difference tonight. Now, one thing to look for is if he doesn't meet viability in precincts. A lot of his supporters that we've spoken to say that Bernie Sanders is their second choice. And if they show up in big numbers, that could have a big impact on this race.
Yeah, although I asked Andrew Yang about that yesterday when he was on This Week. He's not really giving any direction to his people.
You know what? I pressed him on it actually last week. I told him, I said, you supported Bernie Sanders in the last election. You told me 2 weeks ago that you like Bernie Sanders. And in his stump, he says that Bernie Sanders supporters are just like his, but cheaper. And he finally caved and he said, you know what? I think naturally my supporters would go over to Bernie Sanders, but he doesn't feel like he has to tell them that they like Bernie Sanders in order for them to actually go to Bernie Sanders, go in their direction.
Right. They're going to do what they're going to do. Okay, Zareen, thanks very much. Let's bring in Mary Bruce from Washington. Mary, you've been covering that trial with those 4 senators who've had to sit through it over the last couple of weeks, and I know you talked to them about that frustration.
Yeah, George, look, Iowa is all about retail politics. It is all about shaking hands, getting out, meeting voters, and making that personal connection. And you simply can't do that if you are sitting in the Senate chamber halfway across the country. The candidates have been very frank when I've spoken with them. This is not ideal. They understand this is the day job that they have. They have to fulfill their constitutional responsibility and be at the impeachment trial, but it's simply not where they want to be. And I can tell you, I was there today watching them. They were looking a little antsy. It was clear that they were ready to get these closing arguments over with and get back out on the trail. And they also look really tired because they have been having to go back and forth and adjust. I mean, consider this. Elizabeth Warren woke up this morning in Iowa, then raced back to Washington for the trial, turned right back around, and is already back in Iowa tonight. That is a lot of crisscrossing the country. They have been, of course, trying to have telephone town halls. They've had their surrogates working overtime. As Stephanie mentioned, Elizabeth Warren has canceled her famous selfie line so she can sneak in extra events. And, of course, the question is, well, does this give their competitors a boost? What does this mean for Joe Biden's campaign? And Pete Buttigieg, during a lot of his final stops on his final tour this week, he's been the only candidate in some of these stops. So there's no question that it allows their competitors to have some extra face time at a critical time with these critical Iowa voters.
And Mary, we should remind our viewers their ability to multitask during the Senate trial was severely limited. No phones inside the chamber, supposedly no outside reading material, and they were in there for 4, 6, 12 hours a day.
George, they have to be focused on just the task in front of them. They're not able to bring in their laptops or have their phones with them, so they can't multitask. It's actually against the rules. So they have had to just be focused for, as you mentioned, 12 hours sometimes a day simply on this impeachment trial. It makes it very difficult to also be running a campaign. It also, puts a lot of pressure on your campaign staff and all of your surrogates who are then working overtime to somehow try and make up the difference. It has been quite a challenge for these candidates, and they know it, George.
It certainly is. Okay, Mary Bruce, thanks very much. Let's bring in our data guru, Nate Silver from 538 right now. A couple things to talk about. Nate, let's start out with your final forecast heading in to the Iowa caucuses.
So we did not have a clear favorite here exactly. Bernie was the most likely to win at about 40%. You see Biden about 1 in 3, Buttigieg 1 in 7, Warren 1 in 10. As we talked about on Sunday, though, this is a 4-way race, and all indications we have early on are that it really will be a 4-way race where second preferences might factor in, where it's not just Bernie and Biden necessarily.
And Nate, we had something, I know you guys have been talking about this at 538 as well, that surprise on Saturday night when the Des Moines Register, which has historically been, kind of the gold standard of Iowa polls, decided at the very last minute not to release their poll, which is a campaign action in and of itself.
Yeah, and we can report now that that poll would have shown Bernie Sanders leading, although with about the same margin it had in their poll a couple of weeks earlier. We are at the point now where people are voting, and probably too late to worry about polls too much. But look, Bernie Sanders had a great month in Iowa, going from kind of third place to first place. At the same time, if you're at 22 or 23, someone else is at 18, someone's at 17, that is not a cinch. Not in a caucus. People are working to actually persuade you, where you have to realign, where there's something called state delegate equivalents that matter, and so the margins of error are quite wide here.
They are. And before I let you go, let's talk about your national forecast for the entire Democratic nomination now as we enter these caucuses tonight in Iowa.
So as a benchmark going in, it's kind of the reverse almost of Iowa, where Biden has about a 40% shot of winning the most delegates, or the majority, I should say. Sanders about a 30% chance. This will swing in some direction or another, maybe quite violently if there's a clear winner. If it's muddy and ambiguous, then maybe this will kind of perpetuate itself, and we'll see New Hampshire and Nevada and Super Tuesday matter a lot more.
I'm surprised by one thing on your chart right there, Nate. I see all the others are less than 1 in 100. Mike Bloomberg less than 1 in 100?
Well, this is about winning a majority, right? Bloomberg's strategy would be to try to win a plurality or at the contested convention, which we do not factor into this part of the equation right here. At the same time, the problem for Bloomberg is that someone is going to get momentum out of these first 4 states, whether it's Bernie or Biden or Warren or Buttigieg, we don't know. And also, like, he might be getting into the race a little bit too late, where let's say he gains a lot of momentum on Super Tuesday, wins some delegates there. Well, now you've already gone through almost 40% of the delegates being awarded. So you can definitely win a game momentum. You can definitely be a player in the game. But we're forecasting the chance of having a majority without winning the convention. That's pretty hard if you're basically getting off to a really late start.
Yeah, almost impossible. Nate, thank you. You know, I may be forgetting. I don't think I've ever seen you wear a tie before.
Every now and then. It was a special night.
Thank you, Nate. Let's talk to our panel right now. I want to start with Cecilia Vega, our senior White House correspondent, because we're talking about the Democrats so far. But, of course, President Trump is on the ballot in the Iowa caucuses tonight as well.
Yeah, not going to be a real surprise on that one. I would venture to say, as I've promised to not give predictions, but I think this is one where we can give a safe bet on. But surprisingly, I think the Trump campaign has been really invested in Iowa, particularly in the last couple of weeks. We saw Trump have a rally out there. Pence was out there recently. He's got his top surrogates. Don Jr. Has been out there. One source tells us this is basically a dry run, what they're doing in Iowa right now for the general election. They are knocking on doors, 125,000 phone calls we heard from the campaign. They've got 2,500 some odd volunteers for caucus efforts and training sessions. I mean, you know this. There's a lot of independent voters, unaffiliated voters in Iowa that are up for grabs that the Trump team has their eyes on right now. This is a state that he won in 2016. They want to see that reaffirmed. It's a state where the senator, Joni Ernst, is up for re-election, and the House lost 2 seats there. So this is an important state for Iowa is an important state for the team. They've got a big ground game. We talk about the Democratic ground game, but the Republicans have a strong one going into tonight as well.
Okay, let's talk about the meeting of the Iowa caucus for the Democrats. Rahm Emanuel, let me start with you. Generally, Iowa doesn't necessarily predict a winner, but it knocks a lot of people out of the race.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to learn more tonight about who's not going to be the nominee than who is going to be the nominee in that process, and its ability to predict the nominee is not that it's not a great predictor. But for a lot of candidates who are living on fumes, this could be the second battery charge that they need, both for fundraising, for delegates, et cetera, et cetera. And my guess is there's starting in Iowa, there's going to be 30 to 40 more turns in the barrel for all these candidates.
And right now, I mean, who knows, because it's just so early in the evening right now, but if indeed it turns out to be a tight race among those top 4, that's great news for Elizabeth Warren and Pete Buttigieg, because one of them might have been on fumes after tonight if they had fallen out of that top.
Without a doubt. And they have a reason. They have a theory of the case, a reason to go to donors and voters in New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, Super Tuesday, keep going. But I do think there's going to be a lot of other, I would say the underbrush is going to get cleared out in this effort. And if it is a cluster at the top, like that we're talking about, that could be potentially that case, I do think that that is not a good night for Mike Bloomberg. He doesn't. That is not going to be the night he wants in this case.
Well, the best night for Mike Bloomberg is a big Bernie Sanders win. Probably.
A big Bernie Sanders. And if it's a cluster, as you had asked, it's not a good night for him. And it depends how that cluster matters. Meaning, are there, as I've said before, this is a battle for the heart and soul of the party between those who call and advocate for a revolution versus those who want to see more kind of a reform type of agenda and policies.
Yvette Simpson, CEO of Democracy for America. You've been on the revolution side.
I am all about revolution. All great things in this country came as a result of a revolution, and we need one right now. You know, it'll be interesting to see how Bernie fares. I think if energy and enthusiasm are an indicator, I think he has a good night. But you know what? People have such a high expectation. I think we'll see how big he wins. If it is a cluster, I don't know what that means going into New Hampshire, where he's expected to do really well. I think Elizabeth Warren might benefit from this second alignment. Where the other votes go. She's a good second for somebody like Amy Klobuchar because, you know, a lot of people want to see a woman win. We'll see if she can get some votes from Biden. She might get, if he doesn't qualify in all of the different caucuses, we'll see if, you know, Andrew Yang, some of his folks might come over. So I think Elizabeth Warren is a good second. We'll see if she benefits from some of those second alignment votes.
Chris Christie, you were running in the Iowa caucuses 4 years ago against Donald Trump. He's spent his time taking on just about every front runner at one time or another in this Democratic race. He's taken, I think, what is it, Sleepy Joe Biden, Crazy Bernie,
right.
Pocahontas. Mini Mike isn't. Yeah, he's taken on Mini Mike even though he's not in the race right now. What's your sense of who he really wants to run against?
I think he wants to run against Sanders. I think he thinks the better and sharper the contrast, the better it is for him. And, you know, he's in Iowa tonight, not for himself, but his campaign, as Cecilia detailed, because they know how important Iowa is going to be in a general election for them. They won it by a good margin in 2016. They want to win it by the same kind of margin in 2020. And he really believes, I think, that if Sanders is the nominee, that he can really make the socialism argument.
Which he's going to make regardless, but it's...
Right, but you know, there's a difference between making an argument because you like it and making an argument because it resonates. Mm-hmm. And it will resonate much more if Bernie Sanders is the guy standing on stage with him in September at the University of Notre Dame in that first debate. Much more than if it's Joe Biden, for instance. I think, you know, people have a much greater feel of Biden not being a socialist. And quite frankly, Bernie Sanders said he is a democratic socialist. So, you know, I think Trump will say, well, don't listen to me, listen to him.
And it's almost certain we're going to hear the word socialism in his address tomorrow night.
The over-under is 3 minutes. Tomorrow night. 3 minutes is the over-under, and, you know, we can take bets on that. And if we were in New Jersey, we could legally take bets on that. So that's the over-under for tomorrow.
Cash?
Yes, we do.
I wanted to be clear before. I have a red pin that I want to be sure.
But the socialism card is going to be one and that's why he wants Sanders more than anything else, because that's the clearest one. And I think Warren would be a close second for the very same reason.
Go ahead. This is we know all this data. Democrats are looking for who is the best against the president. They'll go past ideological or issue differences. If you know that tomorrow night, the president's going to call the party or its candidate socialists, the dumbest thing we could do is lead with our chin. You know what he wants. You don't set up a debate and a dialogue going for the next 9 months exactly on the paradigm and the playing field that he wants. And the real challenge for the voters, and this is, you know, as sometimes you say in an election, the weakest link in the democratic process is election day. I mean, they're going to have to make that decision.
And we'll see what happens. I'm going to bring you, but I should first say ABC News now can project that Donald Trump has won the Republican caucus.
I was right.
I think it's kind of a late projection. It's already 8:22 right here.
I'm glad we cleared that away.
I'm glad we got that right. Go ahead.
3 minutes to do. You'll hear about that, I'm sure.
Really hoping Joe Walsh is going to pull it out there.
To me, if the night ends up the morning, and we still don't have a winner, a projected winner, which is very possible if this thing
happened last time.
Is that to me is actually a benefit for Joe Biden. And here's why. Because the more this race goes in a multi-candidate field, the worst thing that can happen to Joe Biden is this thing goes down to a one-on-one race quickly to somebody on the left, And I think Bernie's idea was he got momentum out of this, sort of forces Elizabeth Warren out of the race. He consolidates her support more so than anybody else, and he's better in a position to start winning race primary after primary. Because if he walked away with this race early, took a lead, he'd win New Hampshire. He's likely to win Nevada, and then the only next stopping point is South Carolina in this. The other thing I think about this is we may end up at this thing with nobody getting any momentum out of this night.
Well, out of this night, but we should also talk about that because, and Ron, we talked about this a little bit on the show before with all of you, and we should bring this up again. Super Tuesday, huge night. A third of the Democratic voters up that night on March 3rd. If you have 3 candidates, much less 4, coming out of Super Tuesday with 20% of the vote, all getting delegates. This convention, it's going to be very hard to have see anybody getting a first ballot win.
Oh, no. I mean, it will be the first time that people will tune in more than one night at the end when the convention. No, this will be a real thing and go on. Now, remember one other thing. There's only one candidate set up for Super Tuesday, and that's Mike Bloomberg. And Super Tuesday, like when we were doing this for Bill Clinton and for Barack Obama, that was a miniature compared to.
Well, we had a Junior Tuesday, then a Super Tuesday.
Yeah. This is really a blown-out national, as you said, a full third.
It's a national primary.
Yeah, it is. It's every part of the region in the country is going to be covered, and you can see this going all the way to the floor. And this gets back to what we talked on Sunday, that you now are having are we picking the right nominee, which is a threat to the party, or is this going to be the beginning of an open rupture in the party?
This is going to be the challenge, and you started to hear this with Hillary Clinton taking on Bernie Sanders in the last couple of weeks. Hillary Clinton getting booed at Bernie Sanders rallies over the weekend. She still carries a grudge, saying he didn't do enough to unify the party in 2016. A lot of establishment Democrats feel that if Bernie Sanders does not get the nomination, his supporters are not going to do enough to help the party in November.
You know, this is a different race. As I said before, we know how much damage Donald Trump can do. And so I think we have already made a pledge. You know, Bernie Sanders' organization has been a part of that pledge to say progressives, if we end up with a more moderate nominee, a more corporate nominee, we will stand behind that person 100%. And so this is a different race. I don't expect that to happen. I think the reverse is the question, right? We're wondering whether or not, if Bernie Sanders is a nominee, whether moderate and corporate folks will actually support him. Because we're hearing John Kerry, we're hearing Hillary Clinton, we're hearing Mike Bloomberg. And so the question is, will we be able to consolidate the support behind the progressive candidate if it turns out that Bernie Sanders is a nominee?
And Chris, I have noticed the president is not shy about talking about the Democrats rigging the process against Bernie, going back to your point.
Yeah, he's been saying that really for 4 years. You know, whenever Hillary kind of raises her head and says anything, often his reply will be, well, yeah, you rigged the race against Bernie 4 years ago. That's the only reason you were even on the stage with me. So, again, it's the president trying to get the result that he wants, which is Bernie Sanders. I would say if we're going to be in, for the first time in my lifetime, in a convention that doesn't have a clear nominee going in, that's not good for Mike Bloomberg. I mean, you know, you're going to get superdelegates involved in the second ballot. They're not going to be trustful of Mike Bloomberg. They're going to look at Mike Bloomberg.
Well, the question, he's far more likely to be a kingmaker than the king in that situation.
Right. But Mike Bloomberg's already a kingmaker in a sense, right? That does nothing for him. There might be some people who are excited about being a kingmaker. He's already worth $65 billion. Right. He's a kingmaker whenever he wants to make whatever king in whatever area he wants to. Mike Bloomberg wants to be the king. And the only way for him to do that, in my view, and I don't think it's going to happen, but he's going to have to take Super Tuesday and sweep it all. Yeah. And I just don't see that happening.
See, we were talking about the congressional elections here, and Joni Ernst, the Republican senator from Iowa, being up this year as well. One of the things the president and the White House have to be concerned about is if you look at that turnout in the 2018 midterms, you had Iowa Republicans lose their seats in the House, and you had a huge wave in the suburbs going against the president.
Yeah, you did. And this is something that they are very much concerned about going forward. And I think that's why you're going to see the president campaigning in these states where they lost seats, particularly. It was a very Donald Trump loss. You remember he tried to sort of revise history a little bit by saying we didn't really lose that badly, even though they actually did lose very badly. I think that we're going to start to see them focus on those states more once they get out of this run. Now that they've come up for air from impeachment, we're going to see their focus shift.
One thing here quickly. Look at the campaign commercial he ran yesterday. Okay, that
criminal
will tell
justice
you.
one,
Okay, criminal justice reform, right? This is a guy who understands. He understands the issues you articulated.
And I want to bring this to Matthew Dowd before we go. I mean, there's so many different. I think we're all getting used to not being able to predict anything. But with this election, you can look at no, we don't. You can look at Donald Trump through the prism of his approval rating and say, boy, it's going to be really hard for him to win. You can look at an incumbent president through the prism of where the economy stands right now and say it's going to be really hard for him to lose.
Well, that's the dynamic with Donald Trump, and it's been this way ever since day one. If any normal president with an economy like Donald Trump would have a 60% approval rating, any normal president. What we see is Donald Trump is constantly gets in his own way. His ability to, and we'll see this tomorrow night at the State of the Union address, will he talk long enough about the accomplishments of the economy for it to drop in? He has not demonstrated any discipline to stick on that issue, and that's why he's got a 58% approval on the economy. He's got a 43% approval overall. And normally, as you and I have talked about before, is that a president normally gets within a point or two of what they're job approval is. But we are in a unique precedent where there's disalignment.
We've never in history had this big a delta between a person's approval on the economy and their reelect. It has never happened, and it only happens for him.
We're going to take a break. Our coverage is going to continue on the live channel with Tom Yamas in just a minute.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
Neighborhoods are underwater.
24/7 streaming news source from ABC News.
Here goes.
Imagine breaking news, live events as they happen, streaming live, non-stop, straight to you. Imagine instant, incredible access to the most compelling live video.
That's a grenade.
Original, on the edge, breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, all the most innovative storytellers, all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want, free. And imagine the most celebrated, epic live events and moments, all playing out right before your eyes.
See those flames behind me?
Go there now
put this fire out right
with
now.
ABC News Live. Think of it as your live streaming adrenaline rush.
Just look at all of the smoke here.
Real, raw,
Welcome
live.
to the Columbus Zoo.
No matter where the next step takes us, we're taking it.
This is frightening.
And go deeper inside the groundbreaking exclusives from the campaign trail only ABC News gets. Behind the scenes, exclusive access.
Take you inside for an extraordinary tour here at ABC News Live. This is it.
It's time to go there, be there, experience it, live on the scene. Maybe that's why, in just 1 year, ABC News Live is already America's #1 live streaming news. And imagine this, it's free.
Wow!
Watch ABC News Live right now and anytime, streaming on Roku, Hulu, Facebook, and abcnews.com.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you. Tonight, the crowded and competitive field of Democrats collide in Iowa. The men and women who want to be president, crisscrossing the state, some hitting all 99 counties, making the case why they can beat President Donald Trump this fall.
So we're going to win the great state of Iowa, and it's going to be a historic landslide.
But there's another battle underway, the internal fight for the future of the party. The progressives taking on the moderates.
The reason we are going to win here in Iowa is we have the strongest grassroots movement.
We are so much better than Donald Trump.
This moment is our moment in history.
They're just afraid of Donald Trump. I'm not.
It's your job to move this country we love, not left, not right, but forward.
Since 1972, Iowans coming together, caucusing, deciding in groups who will represent them moving forward. 41 delegates at stake, and just as important, a ticket to ride to the next race.
It's a big night on the road to the presidential nomination all across Iowa.
And first up, as always, the voters of Iowa.
They expect the turnout here to be more than 200,000 voters here in Iowa.
Make no mistake about it, this is a huge night. And tonight, that tradition continues with all the action from Iowa, streamed to you live.
This is ABC News Live, coverage of the Iowa caucus. Here now in Des Moines, Iowa, Tom Yamas.
And welcome back. We are coming to you live from Des Moines, streaming on ABC News Live. I'm Tom Yamas. Tonight, the race for the White House is officially on as Democrats try to take back the White House and unseat President Donald Trump. The first step in that process, Democratic candidates have to beat out the biggest field of competitors their party has ever seen. And that is why we are here in Iowa tonight. It becomes the first day to cast its votes in the 2020 election. Right now, caucuses are happening all across Iowa. It's a unique and very public way to cast your vote. We'll break that down in just a few minutes. But let's get to the results. The decision desk at our ABC election headquarters will keep an eye on the results, and we'll get you the latest updates as soon as precincts report them. Now, we want to go to some data. We have some breaking news. These are the first entrance polls we have of the night, and two key data points that I want to talk about with our panel tonight. The first being what was most important to caucus voters as they entered today. And you can see this is the most important issue right here, electability. Can this person beat Donald Trump? This, as 61% of those entrance polls polled said that they were liberals. Another data point for us. What was the single most important issue for those that we had polled going into the caucuses tonight? They said the single most important issue for them, you see it right there, 41% said health care. Stephanie Cutter has won the Iowa caucuses before. She's also ran successful re-election campaigns for President Obama. You won in 2004 here in Iowa. When you see those two data points, what stands out for you and what's most important?
Well, what stands out to me most is 62% want to, most important thing is who can beat Donald Trump. Right. I thought that number would be a little higher. And it traditionally has been higher over the past several months coming into the caucuses. That was the number one issue. The fact that 30+% of Iowa caucus goers are looking for somebody who agrees with them on the issues, I think is good news for somebody like Bernie Sanders, where electability has not been core to his message, with the exception of the last couple of days. So that's one thing that struck me. On healthcare was one of the big reasons that Democrats did so well here in Iowa in 2018 and really drove out the suburbs. They don't like what's happening on healthcare. They're looking for somebody to fix it. They don't want to dismantle what's already been done. That's consistent with what we've seen, and I think that's going to remain true throughout the course of the election in 2020.
Alex Castellanos, you consult on the other side, Republicans, but you have a keen political eye. What's your take so far on the caucuses, looking at these data points, but just looking at the polls that we have a four-way race, very tight here in Iowa, and really a battle for the Democratic Party, moderates versus progressives?
First of all, I love this. This is candidates actually have to stand in front of real people and campaign, and then real people have to stand up for their candidate. No secret ballot. You have to get out there, and I'm proud of what I'm doing. So I wish all elections were like this. What stands out to me in there is you saw that number, 62%. It's about beating Donald Trump. Donald Trump is now the leader of the Democratic Party in a perverse way. And so what does it take to beat Donald Trump? Well, it takes strength, because you've got to be able to take a beating from Donald Trump. He fights, 10 arms and 8 legs. Which of these candidates has demonstrated that kind of strength to Democrats? I'd say, looking at them now, it's candidates like Bernie Sanders, a fighter, Elizabeth Warren, a fighter, even Amy Klobuchar, who started small, and boy, she's fought her way into this thing. Who isn't a fighter? I'd say Joe Biden is looking a little weak, and we're going to see if he gets the gold watch tonight. And Pete Buttigieg is smart, but is he strong? We don't know. Those are the things I'm looking for. Is strength a test that voters are looking at tonight?
Before the matchup against President Trump, you do have to get through Iowa and then to New Hampshire. Our Iowa guru is here tonight, Mike Frozalone. Now, Mike, you worked for the Booker campaign originally. Not now, though. You're working for us tonight. Yep. So the ground game is so important here, and you already have anecdotal evidence that the Biden campaign wasn't where they needed to be.
So look, I think there are 5 candidates right now. We've talked about 4 front runners. I'd add Senator Klobuchar to that mix. To get to this point, though, you have to put together a real operation. Vice President Biden has been a co-front runner to some extent for the course of this campaign. Now we'll see tonight, though. It's organize, and get hot at the end in Iowa. Did they do the work? Did they do the first 3 parts of that? Organize. We're going to find out tonight.
There's more than 1,600 precincts, but you actually heard some stories from some precincts just outside of here in Des Moines that weren't great for Joe Biden.
Early indications of big crowds for Bernie, big crowds for Senator Warren, and smaller crowds for the vice president early on.
Okay, 1,600 precincts. Could be a different story. We'll see. Rick Klein's our political director here for ABC News. Rick, explain why tonight is different and why you need the ground game because of the way the voting works in Iowa.
Because caucuses are weird. It's not like you just vote. You actually walk into a room and you stand in a corner to declare who you're with. And guess what? If your candidate doesn't get enough support, and 15% is the rule in Iowa, you get to go somewhere else. You're a free agent. You can join someone, or you can try to get someone to join your side. So there's actual negotiation. Alex talked earlier about fights. There's fights sometimes in these rooms to actually get this support. And then all that information gets distilled down into the final delegate numbers, the fight for 41 national convention delegates. So it's possible that you have someone win essentially the popular vote, like getting the most hits in baseball, but someone else walks away with more delegates, actually the runs, kind of like the popular vote in the Electoral College.
And to talk about the process, we have one of these presidential preference cards. This is what every Iowa voter is going to get tonight. They can put their first preference here, and then they put their second preference on the back, and then they have this third option here that they really don't want to caucus with anyone because either their candidate didn't win or they just weren't happy with what happened. But that's where you need precinct captains. That's where you need the organization to say, come over to our side, and you have to make that quick argument, essentially an elevator speech to get them in there.
Yeah, it takes message, obviously, to catch on. It takes money to get your message out there, and it does take that organization. You have to invest in it. You can't just create it on the spot. We've seen this. I've been in caucus rooms in the past. Stephanie, Alex, they know this. If you're in the room and people don't know what to do, you're in a bad position as a candidate. Bernie Sanders, his people to this day swear that they had more people show up than Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. We'll never know that. Hillary Clinton ended up winning by 0.2 of a percentage point. It's very possible that more Bernie people showed up, but the campaign couldn't harness that. They didn't know what to do with that. I'll tell you that the Sanders campaign did not make that mistake this time.
We're going to go down to the Sanders campaign in just a moment. I want to show up another piece of data we have tonight, the spending here in Iowa, to give you an idea of where some of the campaigns stood when it came to spending money here in the Hawkeye State, because some candidates really spent a lot of money. They were able to fundraise. They were able to raise their funds. And look right here. First, you have the billionaire Tom Styer, who spent a lot of money. If you've been watching any local news in Iowa, you've seen a Tom Styer ad. But look at Bernie Sanders compared to Joe Biden. More than double it spent. And this doesn't include the Joe Biden super. Oh, actually, it does. Look, that has the numbers as well. When you combine those two, it gets a little closer to Sanders. But, Rick, Sanders outspends Biden and the Biden super PAC. It's incredible.
He has a money machine. He can go back.
And he's the Democratic Socialist.
Believe me, his rivals know that too, Tom. He can go back to these donors. They're small dollar donors in almost unlimited number of times. Other than Tom Styer and Michael Bloomberg, who are billionaires, we know that Bernie Sanders is the best funded candidate in this race. And that's not going to change tonight, I think, regardless of the outcome. One thing that Biden has to watch for is if he falls back into a weak second or third or fourth place, the limited money that he has right now will essentially dry up because a lot of people are going to wonder whether he can do this.
Stephanie Cutter, does money matter? It didn't matter last time around on the Republican side. Donald Trump kind of spent money the way he did. He was so popular. He was getting that earned media time that a lot of candidates complained about. Does money matter this year in Iowa for Democrats?
Well, also Donald Trump had huge name recognition, so there he had less of a lift. Does it matter this time? Yes. And, I think money made a difference in the closing days of this race, in the opening days of this race in terms of hiring that ground, the people who could build that ground organization, the strong precinct captain standing in that caucus room tonight. And I think money made a difference in the closing days of this campaign in terms of how you're getting your message out. I think that's where Sanders really had an advantage. He got hot at the end. He's been competitive here all along, but he got hot at the end, and he was able to capitalize that with paid advertising. And I think that made a difference. Less so for Joe Biden. I think Elizabeth Warren made a mistake by not going on air over the summer and in the early parts of the fall when she was losing her lead. That wasn't a money issue, of course, but it was a strategical decision. But having the ability to make those decisions really matters.
Mike Roseland, you worked for Senator Booker. Here, money was a problem. And our entrance poll data shows that 31% of voters, at least tonight, made up their mind either right now or they made it 2 or 3 days ago. So that's where the money really kicks in.
And that's about getting hot at the end when folks really tune in. So to give some context here, this race really started about 2.5 years ago. Candidates started dipping their toes in the water a little bit. Then people started to staff up. We've come 1,000 candidate events, almost $60 million spent on TV, 750 staffers on the ground. It's about being there at the end to not just at the end of this caucus when the spending matters, people are tuning in, but in the room tonight, being somebody's second choice. Folks aren't always going to get their first choice here. So money matters. Retail here is great and part of the game, but money's big.
Alex, jump in.
Well, on the other hand, first, I'm a consultant.
Yeah.
I think money's great in the campaign. Candidates should have more of it. But Styer had more money than anybody spent in this state, and the Beatles were right. Money can't buy you love. It hasn't bought him from him. Sanders has money, but it's because he has support.
Yeah.
Styer has money to try to buy it, and that's a very different dynamic. And it tells you something, I think, as we look at Mike Bloomberg waiting in the wings. He's certainly a more substantial candidate than Styer, has a record of public service, but still, can he just buy his way into this?
And he's banking and hoping Senator Sanders wins tonight. So with that, let's go to Whit Johnson. He's covering the Senator Sanders campaign for us tonight here in Des Moines. Whit, so far, what have you heard from the campaign? We know that Senator Sanders has flown back from D.C. from the impeachment trial. He's on the ground here in Des Moines.
Tom, that's right. His campaign staffers telling me that he has arrived here in Iowa. He's going to take some time to decompress a little bit in a nearby hotel. Of course, he had to race back to Iowa from Washington, D.C. in the impeachment hearings. And a campaign staffer telling me a short time ago, they described the impeachment logistics as a pain in the you-know-what. I changed the words, the last part of that phrase there, but you get a sense of just how frustrated they were in trying to deal with all this going back and forth. So they are touting the work and the presence of the surrogates here in Iowa. Of course, 3 members of the so-called squad in the House, including Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, filmmaker Michael Moore. They say the work they've been doing, plus all of the volunteers, the 500,000 door knocks in just 1 month, all of that they hope will make a difference here. And the Bernie Sanders campaign actually sees a couple different paths to victory here. They do think that they will do well in what is called the first alignment or the first choice when people walk in the door. But they see a couple of other opportunities as well when the second alignment comes around. If other candidates like Elizabeth Warren, maybe Tulsi Gabbard or Andrew Yang supporters, if they're not doing as well and perhaps aren't meeting that threshold, they think that some of them might be able to jump ship, switch to Bernie, and then help him when the realignment comes later. Of course, that's part of the complicated process here in Iowa, and Bernie Sanders, the campaign, they'll be the first to admit anything can happen here in Iowa, but they believe the momentum is on their side. They are peaking at the right time, doing well, running first or second in many of the recent polls right now. But once again, they have confidence in the ground game, but anything can happen, Tom.
All right, we're going to come back to you because it is truly incredible. We're talking about a possible frontrunner who had a heart attack just a few months ago. It just shows that how much things have changed in the world of politics. All right, Whit, thank you for that. Let's go to the Biden campaign now. Eva Pilgrim has been covering Senator Biden. She spent a lot of time here in the Hawkeye State. And Eva, walk me through Biden's last few days, because some people have taken some shots saying he felt tired, he looked tired. It didn't look like his heart was in it in this fight.
Well, he's been really busy in the last few days. He had 23 events in the last 9 days. He has been crisscrossing the state trying to get in front of as many voters as possible. And here's the thing with Joe Biden. When you go to one of his campaign events, he gives his speech. But where he really works his magic with these voters is the one-on-one conversations that he has with them as they're on the rope line. He will stay at these events till he speaks to the last voter in that line. And he has very personal conversations with these people. He talks about his own children, his own experiences. He listens to theirs, and they share their experiences as people, not as a politician. And I think if he does well here tonight, it's because of that connection that he's able to make with those voters. Of course, his campaign is very much managing expectations here. A senior strategist for his campaign saying that even if he doesn't win here, they still think he's the most electable of the candidates, pointing to the fact that he has a lot of strength in other states like South Carolina, Tom.
Yeah, the Biden campaign definitely lowering the bar going into tonight, but it could be advantageous if they end up doing pretty well here. All right, Eva, we're going to check back with you a little later. We're going to take a quick break. On the other end of this break, an Iowa caucus moment you probably will never forget, and we'll also speak to someone from the Klobuchar campaign. You're watching ABC News Live. Stay with us.
Seeing right now, this is part of the eye wall. This procession of migrants goes back 2 miles.
There is going to be catastrophic damage.
This fire has made a run. You can see those flames shooting up into the sky.
We are on the jam-packed red carpet.
To the right, guys.
So this is the 4th weekend of protests.
Watch ABC News on location for Facebook Watch.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
The Americans here on the ground and the Iraqis. 18,000 tons. Patatas. Ismail? David.
Over ground zero from Hurricane Michael.
You can see just home after home.
David, nice to meet you.
This was your view.
My favorite view.
Thank you very much.
Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. We're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
The scream heard around the political world. Howard Dean in 2004 at the Iowa caucuses. I covered that race. I remember that moment, but I also remember, Stephanie Cutter, when Howard Dean was seen as the person that was unstoppable.
Right.
The Dean machine, people could not catch him, and then your campaign, the John Kerry campaign, about 2 to 3 weeks out, caught up to him. And after that moment here in Iowa, it was tough for Howard Dean to ever get back, and he never did.
No, he didn't. You know, just to bring it back to what we were talking about before, the reason why we were able to leverage us becoming hot late in the race is because we had organized and we were ready for the caucuses and we had out-organized anybody else. And part of the reason Howard Dean didn't do well, he had lots of people coming in on buses and, you know, working at caucuses, but it wasn't homegrown. It wasn't organic. They weren't able to leverage what they were doing, which at the time was very revolutionary online, to an on-a-ground game. The other reason is very similar to what we're facing right now. We were trying to unseat an unpopular president. And the number one issue for caucus goers was, how do we win in November? Do we pick the person that could win? And that's where John Kerry really became the answer. We closed that race with lots of very big defining moments. You know, the man that he had saved from a river in Vietnam on swift boats by pulling him out under enemy fire showed up in Des Moines for a closing event. John Kerry hadn't seen him in, you know, 40 years. And lots of things like that. Big rallies. The momentum was behind him coming into the final days of that race, and we were able to leverage it and close it out.
As you mentioned Swift boats, so I am also reminded as I look across, because we are next to a bunch of sets. Well, Alex, no, but beyond Alex, Karl Rove on another set as well.
Yeah,
so,
I'm so glad I mentioned
getting some flashbacks here. Stephanie, you did mention grassroots. You did mention organizing. Rick Klein, nobody has visited Iowa more than Senator Amy Klobuchar, the Minnesota senator. She's from the Midwest. Her argument was she knew these people. These were her people, and she could take on Donald Trump with practical solutions.
Yeah, and it's really a play on her own personality and her own brand, and she plays that very well, and it comes off well. I've been at some events where you recognize how she connects with people. Someone told me that everyone at an Amy Klobuchar event kind of looks like Amy Klobuchar. You know, there's something just familiar to a lot of voters about it, and she's just trying to do that. And I think that Midwestern appeal is something, being close by in Minnesota. But you know, the fact that she's one of the last 5 or so standing, I think, is a little bit improbable. She was not among what I think would be the rising stars that people talked about. People like Senator Booker, people like Senator Kamala Harris, Beto O'Rourke, Julian Castro. All of them are gone because of Iowa. It had a winnowing effect, and Amy Klobuchar is still standing. And I think if Biden has a particularly weak night tonight, I think you're going to see a lot of people giving Klobuchar another look, saying, wait a second, what exactly is wrong with her as a choice of a more moderate? She's kind of in between the ages of the Mayor Petes and the Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders, and she's got a record and an appeal that is proven in a state that's very much a battleground. Donald Trump came close to winning Minnesota, and Amy Klobuchar has never had to sweat her election races.
Mike Frozelone, there was a strategy. You guys had the strategy early on that if you do well in Iowa, it could give your campaign a second shot. It could even catapult your campaign. And when we look at the amount of visits people did here, the amount of time they spent, we have that graphic for you guys. We can put up on the screen now of how much time Amy Klobuchar spent in this state, along with people like Mayor Pete as well. They really spent a lot of time here. And here it is right here. We see Amy Klobuchar with 33 visits. You see Elizabeth Warren spent a lot of time here too, and Mayor Pete as well. The number of events, though, 204 events, 69 days on the ground here in Iowa. It happened with President Obama. He invested in Iowa. It worked out for him. But it's a gamble. If it doesn't, your campaign's over.
Right. So Senator Klobuchar has always been known as our senator to the north. We've had 2 Republican senators here since 2014. She was kind of our surrogate senator in a way here in Iowa. I want to talk about Elizabeth Warren though for a second. We haven't talked about her. As we talk about organization, her organization here is second to none. I think we're going to see how Bernie does tonight. They were kind of flying under the radar, organizing in a different manner, but talking about getting hot at the end and organizing, Senator Warren, somebody we should be keeping an eye on right now.
All right, joining us live now is the Klobuchar campaign manager, Justin Bowen. He joins us live now from the Klobuchar watch party. Justin, first off for you, my question is, how do you guys feel about tonight? Have you seen any positive signs so far?
Well, we feel great so far. Some of the anecdotal stuff that we've been hearing from our precinct captains and folks on the ground is that we've been inviolable in a lot of places that we thought would be close. Earlier in the day, we saw wins in a couple of Florida precincts and satellite caucuses, as well as Arizona, and Paris, France, where we were viable. So we feel good early on. Looking forward to getting some real numbers in later tonight. But I think it's a testament to the organization we've got here on the ground in Iowa and Amy's hard work. As you guys mentioned earlier, she's the only one left in the race that's been to all 99 counties. She's also the only one that's been to 41 Trump-Obama counties here in Iowa, which is something we think is important. Amy believes that if Democrats are going to win back the White House in November, we got to win in places that Barack Obama won, but we lost to Donald Trump. And so that's been core to our message, and I think that it's resonating with folks on the ground here.
Justin, just as Senator Klobuchar seemed to be taking off, the impeachment sort of collided with your campaign. Do you think that had an effect at all here in Iowa? We know the other senators, at least it appears they weren't that affected by it, but was Senator Klobuchar affected by losing time here?
Yeah, look, we were on the rise, and we've continued to be for the last 7 of the last 9 polls have shown us with double digits, and everyone with a trajectory going up. And absolutely, we would have loved to had Amy on the ground here the entire time. I mean, she jokes about trying to do all 99 counties the second time in the final 2 weeks. I don't know if we'd have gotten to all 99. We'd have been close. So it was unfortunate, but she understood she had a constitutional duty to do that, to go back and participate in the impeachment trials. When we had a free evening, she flew back. We did an event in Council Bluffs with 4 hours notice to a huge packed crowd, fired folks up. We did teletown halls as well, but none of it is quite as good as having her on the ground. So I would have loved to have had her here. Love to have had another week with Amy on the ground, but feel good about what we were able to do with the cards we were dealt, and looking forward to going on to New Hampshire when hopefully we'll be able to have her actually on the ground the whole time.
Justin, as we've been reporting all night, if a candidate doesn't get 15% or more in other precincts, but it's usually 15% in some of these precincts, then there's a second alignment and some of those supporters can go to another candidate. Is it true that the Biden campaign approached your campaign and tried to cut a deal essentially to say, if you guys don't cut 15%, we'd love to have your supporters?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're referring to a New York Times story that talked about a couple of old friends, one from the Biden campaign, one from ours, that met up and had a conversation about that. I don't think it was anything of a serious nature. It was kind of laughed off by us. And so we've not encouraged or told our people to do anything if we're not viable, because we plan to be viable all over the state. And then after that, we'll let our folks do what they may. But I think that we're going to be viable. At least the numbers that I've been getting back in the war room have shown that we've been consistent and strong in lots of places, like I said earlier that I thought maybe swing or might be tough for us. So we're feeling really good about things right now.
Justin, if you guys don't place in the top 4, does the campaign end here in Iowa?
No, absolutely not. We're on to New Hampshire tonight. After the speech, we've got events throughout the week in New Hampshire. I think we've got 3 tomorrow. We've got the town hall, and then the debate on Friday. And we feel great. I mean, I want to just get Amy in front of people, and that's what we're going to have the opportunity to do next week in New Hampshire. It feels like, at least if some of these late polls are right, it's going to be kind of a jobbled group of candidates, kind of all mixed in together at the top, and we'll go off to New Hampshire and continue to figure out who's actually leading this thing.
Justin Bowen for the Amy Klobuchar campaign. Justin, we thank you for your time. We appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break, guys. We'll be back right after this.
When politicians send their thoughts and prayers with no action, we say no
You have no idea what it feels to get back home and not having your son here.
Just focus on what I have to do for everybody, every other kid in this country.
Imagine getting in a plane crash, surviving, and getting on the same plane every day where the one issue that caused it isn't fixed.
After Parkland. Go to afterparklandmovie.com by February 3rd to reserve your tickets now.
And we certainly do say good morning, America.
Hit it, people.
A lot of smiles around here this morning.
We can feel it in here, people. We can feel it. Incredible.
We're going to celebrate.
We got it all. A big morning in Times Square.
So much excitement.
Makes you feel good, though. Yeah, that's how I feel every morning.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good. Don't want to miss that.
This is going to be good.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
It's a #1 true crime podcast.
There was a murder in Central Ohio. The man who committed that crime once sat on death row, but now he's on the run. His name is Lester Eubanks.
Now, listen as U.S. Marshals give stunning access in the manhunt to catch a fugitive.
Those 9 lives are running out, and we're going to catch up with Lester.
Follow the clues. Can you help U.S. Marshals catch this killer?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen free now on Apple Podcasts.
And in New Hampshire, if you give me the same chance that Iowa did tonight, I will be that president for America.
Barack Obama in 2008 here at the Iowa caucuses. Alex Castellanos, you were on the other side. What did you think of that candidate in that moment when that happened?
I was scared of Barack Obama all the way along because I thought that election was going to be about the future. And I told Mitt Romney, look, I think in a general election, it's going to be the 2 candidates who represent the future, you and Barack Obama. I was wrong about half of that. But America always wants to look forward. America always wants to see what's over the horizon. And if the Democrats just talk about, hey, I can beat Donald Trump, you got to offer a little more than that. But I think we're actually seeing some of these Democrats doing it. They are putting a little vision out there of, you know, equal opportunity, equalize income inequality and things like that.
Stephanie, in 2008, Obama did have the fire. He showed that he was the fighter. And the candidate is always the soul of the campaign. And when you have a fighter, it motivates people. I think it's fair to say Senator Elizabeth Warren has shown the fire, at least over the last year so far.
Yeah, it's fire, but it's also inspiration. And I think the speech that you just showed on Iowa caucus night in 2008, that was one of the most cited speeches that Barack Obama ever gave because of that inspiration of the kind of country that we could build together. I think Elizabeth Warren has both fire and inspiration also. I think her supporters are strongly behind her. And I think she talks about the same progressive values that Bernie Sanders does. But I think that she, in terms of whether or not she can unseat Donald Trump, she comes across as less risky for some people than Bernie Sanders. I think there's also a lot of appeal for people in that she's a woman and that Iowa, you know, could make history again. It's a similar argument that Pete Buttigieg is making about making history. But I think she certainly has the fire to take it to Trump. We've seen that before, and I think that she knows how to organize and she knows how to inspire. Those are three invaluable things.
Speaking of Elizabeth Warren, let's go to her campaign right now. Stephanie Ramos is there for us, and Stephanie, talk to me about what her supporters are saying tonight, because she was organized in the state, but she also at one point was leading the Iowa caucuses. She was leading all the polls, and then she sort of came down over the last few weeks and months.
Exactly, Tom, and we've spoken to a number of her supporters that say they have listened to her, they have heard her this entire time and her message of unity. And this is why Elizabeth Warren, she isn't wasting any time. She is on the ground right now. Her and her team, they know they've lost some ground because of the impeachment proceedings. She landed in Iowa just a few hours ago and went straight to a caucus site. That's where she is right now. We have an embed that is there and tells us that Warren addressed her supporters, addressed the crowd, really, the voters that are about to make this decision, telling them, quote, I am here because I know how to fight and I know how to win. And most of all, we need someone who is going to inspire people, who is going to inspire Democrats and independents and Republicans. And that's how she spent this past weekend as well, really pushing that message of unity. But when she was in D.C., her co-chairs really stepped it up, her family as well, her husband, her son, her daughter, and what our brilliant embeds here on the ground call her surrogate. That's her dog, who was seen posing with a lot of her supporters because she actually stopped taking selfies this past weekend in order to have more time on her schedule to get out and about. But this is her message. She's also brought up her family a lot from Oklahoma, where a majority are Republican. She says they can all agree on those key issues: universal child care and canceling student loan debt, taxes on big corporations like Amazon, stressing if she can bring her family together, she can bring the nation together on those key issues, Tom.
Stephanie Ramos for us tonight. Stephanie, thank you. We want to go to a precinct right now. Devin Dwyer is inside a suburb of Des Moines, one of the 1,600 precincts all across the Hawkeye State. And Devin, I know there's some action there. They just had the first alignment vote. Walk us through what's happening.
Yeah, Tom, this is one of the largest precincts in the Des Moines area, just outside. This is in the suburbs. We're about 20 minutes north of Des Moines. This is precinct 14. There are more than 300 people here today. Take a look behind me right now. They have just moved to their first positions tonight in quite a large crowd right here in front. This is the Bernie Sanders group you're seeing. Big representation tonight from Pete Buttigieg in the back over there. The far corner in the back is Joe Biden. In fact, a lot of supporters tonight here, Tom, for Joe Biden. We've met a number of former Republicans who are caucusing here in this suburb for the first time. And follow me this way. There's actually, in this first alignment, some supporters here for Mike Bloomberg, a small group. But these groups right over here, Gabbard and Bloomberg, in the next few minutes will have to realign with some of the other candidates. So very exciting atmosphere right now, Tom. So check back with us.
Devin, I want to ask you, because it's hard to tell from the shot. Can you tell who's on top right now?
Yeah, in this first alignment, Tom, it looks like the Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg crowds are rivaling each other here. Huge showings. I guesstimate maybe about 100 each. Pretty impressive. The viability number here is 51, so that was the threshold. It does look like people like Joe Biden, Amy Klobuchar in the back, and Elizabeth Warren will make that threshold number here. But as I pointed out, it's these smaller groups over here: Gabbard, Bennett, Bloomberg, Yang. Those are the groups that we'll watch disperse in the next few minutes. And a lot of people here were excited to see this play out, undecided even at the last minute. I met a number of folks here for Andrew Yang. They had made up their minds who their second choice will be. So we'll see if, in fact, they gravitate to the Bernie crowd here, as some have surmised, or one of them told me they may go home. So we'll see that as well, Tom.
Devin, it's great to watch that. We can see the energy in the room right now and how all of that campaign and strategy is working just behind you. Rick Klein is our political director for ABC. And Rick, this is why Iowa is so awesome, especially if you're a political nerd like we are. It's because they have certain rules. Only a few states do it this way. And this year, Iowa changed. And we actually have a graphic we want to show now on the screen of basically how this works and what Devin was talking about, the first alignment and second alignment. Walk us through that.
Well, it's important to know the caucuses are still going on at most locations right now. We're not seeing any numbers now because it hasn't happened yet. That first alignment just is taking place, as Devin talked about, and they vote with their feet. They go to their corner of the room and they get counted. And if they don't reach viability, those people that are supporting Tulsi Gabbard, Mike Bloomberg, they are going to be as attractive as J-Lo and Shakira to the folks in those other groups, because they are going to want to bring them over and they're going to entice them with all kinds of offers of, hey, do you want to join us next year at our caucus planning meetings? You could be part of our leadership team. Maybe you'll be a state convention delegate if you come with us. They'll offer what they can. That second alignment is the one that counts. That locks things in. That then translates down through the state party into delegates. They have a complicated formula that puts it all down. Ultimately, it's about those 41 delegates. But there could be a difference between that first and second alignment. And all the entrance polls we're talking about right now tonight, that's about what people said on the way in. We don't know what happens once they get in there. The speeches happen. There could be shifting, and there could be a different result, kind of a consensus choice in addition to the popular vote choice.
And talk about that number 41 delegates, because it sounds like a lot, but there's 1,991 that the winner of the Democratic nomination needs to get to, and it's not necessarily all 41 tonight.
Yeah, and even in California, that's got about 10 times as many delegates, and they vote about a month from now. So look, every campaign's going to spin what they want. These guys know it. They'd spin. You know, if you get the most votes, you're going to be happy with that. It is a race for delegates. It's really both. I mean, you want to walk away with more delegates, but you want to walk away really with momentum. You want to be able to say, look at what we were able to accomplish in Iowa. You want to give a speech tonight that says the people of Iowa have delivered me and shown that I can do this thing. On to New Hampshire, on to Nevada and South Carolina and the rest. That's the most valuable commodity you can get out of Iowa.
We have some entrance poll data that we just gotten in, and Rick, I know you and I were just talking about it during the break, and there was one or two stats that stood out to you. Talk to us about it, because I want to get the panel's take on it.
Yeah, so Joe Biden is really lagging among a couple of different groups. One is when people are asked what issue, how important is it that a candidate is closest to you on the issues. Among those voters, Joe Biden's actually in the single digits. People aren't voting on the issues for Joe Biden. That's Bernie Sanders. That's Elizabeth Warren. That's maybe Mayor Pete. It's definitely not Joe Biden. And critically here, voters under 45. I'm not talking about voters under 30. Voters under 45, his support, again, single digits. That's not just millennials. That's Gen Xers as well, who are saying no to Joe Biden, at least on that first alignment. Biden is not their guy. And there's an enormous age gap that's generated in tonight, maybe a record age gap. Voters over 65, they love Biden. They're comfortable with Biden. Younger voters, that's not happening.
Stephanie and Mike, talk to me, though, because somebody who's watching this is going to be totally confused. The voters go in, they're saying electability is most important, and then they're saying there's no issue we align with Joe Biden, and Joe Biden's whole argument was that I can beat Donald Trump.
Well, I think he's getting a share of that electability vote. We just don't know how big of share yet. And I think for Warren supporters or even Bernie supporters, there is a piece of electability in there. They might also agree with them on issues, but they might probably think that they're electable. So we have to see who shows up at these caucuses and what the second alignment means. You know, I don't think Joe Biden was planning on getting the under 45 vote. Let's just make sure the people that he was planning on actually come out and caucus for him. I think that's the big question.
And that's a challenge, right? When your voters are older, when they're elderly, trying to get them out on caucus night.
It is. The weather's pretty good here tonight. Could be worse.
A balmy, 30 degrees?
30, yeah.
And we have the graphic right here. Mike, if you want to take a look at this right here. So this is the breakdown so far from our entrance poll on the age voters here that Rick was mentioning. So you got, you do the math here. It's more than 90%, right? Yeah. 45 plus.
Look, this isn't a surprise, but the Iowa caucus electorate skews pretty old. Yeah. So in some ways, this is decent news for Vice President Biden.
Right. That's his base right there.
Except it really depends on who comes out, and that's where organizations matter. Bernie and Elizabeth have those organizations. Pete has a pretty good organization, so it really depends on in what precincts they're turning out. They've all calculated where they need to run their turnout numbers, and we don't know the answers to those questions yet.
But a lot voters go with the candidate they know. That's where these races start. Their journeys, right? And at the beginning of this race, Joe Biden was the parking lot. I can park safely there. But the voters begin to have some doubts the more they see him. They're hoping a sexier ride comes by. And sure enough, Bernie comes by, and he's built a Warren, the same thing, a lot of passion, intensity, and strength. Now Klobuchar. Can Joe Biden keep him in that parking lot with the argument, I'm the most electable, no issue support, when he has trouble, maybe tonight, even winning Iowa? That's going to be the electability argument. Doesn't travel well if you lose.
Somebody we haven't talked about a lot tonight, Mike Bloomberg. We just saw in Devin's precinct that there was actually some caucusing going for him. I don't know how that alignment would work. He's not really spending a lot of time here, though I did see a Bloomberg ad on TV. Devin Dwyer has looked at the Bloomberg strategy. Here's a closer look.
While his competitors barnstorm Iowa, billionaire candidate Michael Bloomberg is sitting out the caucuses entirely. charting his own path in the race for 2020.
Thank you for having us in your city.
The media mogul is taking an untested approach to his campaign, skipping the first 4 primary contests. Instead, he's visited every Super Tuesday state weeks before those voters head to the polls, zeroing in on delegate-rich targets like California and Texas.
I'm going to go and deal with all the other states, and nobody is going to the other states except 2 people, myself and Donald Trump.
Outside of Iowa, Bloomberg's campaign bankroll is swelling.
He put his money where his heart is, helping to create a movement.
He's already spent more than $200 million on ads, $10 million of that on this one 60-second spot during last night's Super Bowl.
I heard Mike Bloomberg speak. He's been in this fight for so long.
I'm spending a lot of money, but my investment is to keep Donald Trump from being a president. Want me to spend less to get rid of Donald Trump? I don't think so.
The former New York City mayor is self-funding his 2020 bid, but without the help of donations, he's disqualified from participating in the primary debates. But Bloomberg says he doesn't think he's missing an opportunity to reach voters.
I suppose it's good theater, and they're not really debates. There's pre-canned sound bites. Everybody wants to say something that doesn't get them in trouble or does start a controversy that's been pre-scripted.
The former Republican turned independent, now Democrat, is also honing in on swing states Trump won 4 years ago. If Bloomberg's big gamble is a bust, he's pledged his vast resources to boost whoever does win the Democratic nomination.
Thank you. Please be seated.
And joining us now is Bloomberg campaign spokesperson Sabrina Singh. So, Sabrina, thank you so much for joining us tonight on Caucus Night. We know your candidate is not here, but he is out working. He spent more than $300 million so far of his fortune, and he's still under double digits. Has it been worth it so far?
Hey, Tom. Well, thanks for having me. As you know, Mike only got into the race late in November. So the fact that we are competing even above, we are breaking into the top 3 in the latest Reuters poll that just came out. I think yesterday we were trailing just behind Elizabeth Warren. I think it is working. And I think, we've actually already qualified for one of the debates in a January Fox poll. Sorry, not qualified yet. We have one qualifying poll to go towards the debate in Nevada. And so we're excited. We think our ads are working. We know that people consume their news at different platforms, whether it's TV, digital, radio. And so we want to be everywhere that we can. And we're committed to defeating Donald Trump. And, as the Iowa caucus results are coming in tonight, I think one thing that you're going to see here is people want someone that can take on Donald Trump and have the infrastructure in the battleground states, the ones that Donald Trump has been going to since last year, that will win in November. And that is Mike Bloomberg. That is why we have invested so much in our staff and growing our team out in these battleground states so we can really compete and be viable against Donald Trump in November.
Sabrina, where is Mike Bloomberg watching tonight? And is he hoping that Senator Bernie Sanders wins tonight?
Well, I don't know. I don't know who he's hoping for to win tonight. I can tell you that he is in California right now, and that he is campaigning and meeting with as many voters as he can while in the state. But I'm not sure that we have our bet set on anyone tonight. I think it's anyone's game, as the polls are showing us, and we look forward to seeing who will come out the victor when the results come in.
Sabrina, this Super Tuesday strategy, a lot of people have attacked Michael Bloomberg for essentially trying to buy the nomination. Pretty much every single candidate, every top-tier candidate has gone after Michael Bloomberg. What did you guys see in the data? What did you guys see that led you to believe this Super Tuesday strategy will work and skipping out on big states like Iowa and New Hampshire will eventually pay off at the end?
Well, I have to say I completely reject the premise that we're trying to buy anything or anyone. Voters are much smarter than that. They will make their decision on their own time. So, I think it's insulting to say that that this election is being bought by anyone. Mike is out there in the Super Tuesday states and not in the early states competing because he got in so late. I mean, he got in at the end of November. He got in when we couldn't build, a staff operation in the 4 early states. So what we had to do is look to the Super Tuesday states and beyond, where there are a larger share of the delegates. And so we invested all of our resources in the ground to making sure that we have the best in-state teams. And I think that will really deliver us results, not just on Super Tuesday, but beyond that as well.
Sabrina Singh for the Bloomberg campaign. Sabrina, thank you so much for your time tonight. We're going to be right back after this quick break. Stay with us. You're watching ABC News Live.
When politicians send their thoughts and prayers with no action, we say no more.
You have no idea what it feels to get back home and not having your son here.
Just focus on what I have to do for everybody, every other kid in this country.
Imagine getting in a plane crash, surviving, and getting on the same plane every day where the one issue that caused it isn't fixed.
After Parkland. Go to afterparklandmovie.com by February 3rd to reserve your tickets now.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
The Americans here on the ground and the Iraqis, 18,000 tons. Patatas. Ismail? David. Over ground zero from Hurricane Michael. You can see just home after home. David, nice to meet you. This was your view.
My favorite view. Thank you very much.
We certainly do say good morning, America. A lot of smiles around here this morning.
We can feel it in here, people. We can feel it. Incredible. Big morning in Times Square.
We're going to celebrate.
You don't want to miss that.
This is going to be good.
And you're looking live right now at Democracy in Action. This is a suburb of Des Moines, one of the 1,600 precincts across the Hawkeye State right now. And there's some wheeling and dealing going on right now. There are two candidates right now, at least in this precinct, who are doing pretty well, according to our Devin Dwyer. And now they're trying to work for the second alignment to get people who did not meet the threshold, the supporters, to come over to their side. You see some cheering in there. We're going to check back in with Devin in a second, but I want to go to Nate Silver right now. Our polls guru, a man who knows politics, a man who knows where these races go, a man who's been watching the Iowa caucuses closely up until now, and we were speaking just during the break, and Nate, you said there's really no headline at this point. It is a very close race.
No, look, we're used to elections like election night where you get, Florida comes in early and Kentucky and Indiana. Here you just kind of have to wait. I think following anecdotal accounts of precincts here and there, which may not be representative of the whole state, are not very helpful from all the pre-election polling we have, from the entrance polling. It would seem like you have four plausible winners. The early reports we're getting, by the way, are about first preference, not where you go after you can realign in a certain precinct. So I wish I had like a better headline for you, but the headline is we're going to get real data soon. We're going to know a lot more in an hour. It's close enough. It might take more than an hour to know who wins. So just patience is what I would urge.
Nate, you were critical of some news organizations for calling front runners in Iowa because there were a lot of front runners at different times. Senator Elizabeth Warren, Mayor Pete at one point, Biden and Sanders going head to head. Did you see any campaigns that essentially from the data were making mistakes that maybe didn't take advantage when they were on top?
I mean, I think it's pretty easy to second guess. In some ways, the fact that Buttigieg and to some extent Klobuchar were big presences in Iowa affected the whole race. When Warren kind of emerged as a co-frontrunner with Biden in the fall, then it was Buttigieg over Medicare for All who caused big problems for her, and that's all a very Iowa-centric story. So even if Mayor Pete finished, say, in fourth place tonight, although early indications are he might do better than that, he'll still have had a big effect on the campaign, and the fact that you have Iowa go first produces a very different campaign than if you'd had South Carolina go first, or Nevada go first, or California or New York go first.
And Nate, the way that the calendar works right now, South Carolina comes after Nevada. Does Nevada the play that Nevada is now there, who does that help? And will that shake up the race more than maybe other states?
I think Nevada is the most interesting state of the first four. It's the most representative state in terms of having, for example, a pretty decent Hispanic population. It has a lot of union voters. It's a fair fight for the progressives and the moderates, and for candidates who do better among white voters and among non-white voters. And so there is a case where let's say Joe Biden doesn't finish that well tonight. And let's say, I mean, he's probably not going to win New Hampshire if he doesn't win here, Biden. Nevada is a state where he can say, I'm kind of pulling basically the Hillary path from 2016 and showing in these more diverse states that I can still win. So, you know, Nevada's a weird caucus. It doesn't usually get as much media attention, but to me, that's the fairest fight among the first four. And in that sense, the most important or interesting, at least. I mean, Iowa's always really important. But Nevada's the most competitive and interesting, I think.
All right, Nate Silver, we're going to check back with you a little later. Stephanie and Mike, I want to talk about Mayor Pete because it's obviously early data just coming in from the entrance polls, but it showed that Mayor Pete did have a following here. He did have a showing, and he was catching fire early on in this race. What was it about Mayor Pete? Was it his message, his organizing? Was it a little bit of both?
I think it's a little bit of both, and he definitely caught fire over the past couple of days. His crowd sizes were growing. He had real momentum and energy in the room, which really matters. And I think he has an argument that nobody else can make. He's about generational change. He doesn't want the same old playbook where we're running these old, tired candidates, and when we do that, we always lose. And he's not that. He's something different. And owning that really helped him.
You know, Mike, I mean, you work for Senator Booker, and I'm sure there were points where you're like, how is this guy, this mayor from South Bend, beating us?
So he's new, and to Alex's point, looking towards the future, he's Midwestern. South Bend, Indiana isn't that far from, you know, it's a 4.5 hour drive. He put in some time in 2018. He put in time now this cycle. So, yes, were there days that I wondered that? Sure. He also has been very well resourced here. He's been on TV very early. To your point, when Senator Warren wasn't on TV, Mayor Pete was covering the airwaves, and that was part of his ascension in this.
And for a long time, he didn't have a full-time job. So he was spending a lot of time here and really invested in this state. I think he knows that he needs to do well here. He doesn't have to win, but he needs to surprise people.
Alex, an impressive resume. He has an impressive resume. Not only that, he had an impressive message, and from the get-go, he had this little dig. He said there's so many senators marinating in Washington to show that he was a new face of the party.
He was trying to stride both the Biden, more moderate lane, mayor, military record, who speaks openly about his faith, but also get over there on the other side and pick up some of those voters on the left as well. This is an exceptional candidate. I mean, the guy speaks 8 languages. You hear him speak and you go, wow, I haven't heard that kind of intellect since Barack Obama. But a lot of voters I've talked to over the last couple of days say, you know, I don't feel like I've really gotten to know him. He may be smart, but is he just saying stuff I want to hear? Now, he does seem to be moving these last few days. But imagine this guy on a debate stage against Donald Trump. Well, you know, he could be the calm to Donald Trump's storm.
Yeah, it seemed like he was a target in some of these debates. When I think about Mayor Pete, he's also somebody who got a little aggressive, Rick Klein, towards the end. He said Bernie was too polarizing, Biden was a risk. But overall, this Democratic primary so far hasn't gotten really ugly. I'd say the climax maybe was when Senator Sanders and Elizabeth Warren had that moment caught on a hot mic during the debate, but it hasn't really gotten ugly.
The gloves stayed on.
Yeah.
And I think a bunch of campaigns that I talked to took lessons from the early debate skirmishes when Kamala Harris went right after Joe Biden. Julian Castro did something similar, and it didn't seem to work.
Right.
And it seemed like it hurt the candidate who was delivering the punch. And it may be that in the age of Trump, these Democrats are so focused on beating the guy that they don't like the Democrat-on-Democrat warfare. There wasn't a single ad through this entirety of the primary up to date where a Democrat went after another Democrat, an actual campaign ad. There were some outside ads, some super PACs and the like, but actual candidates going.
There were so few that anytime they came out, there was a story about it.
Yeah, it was a big deal. And the fact that Mayor Pete just used Biden's name and used Sanders' name, that became a story in itself. I'm curious as to whether that tone or tenor changes, particularly if Bernie Sanders wins. There's a lot of establishment Democrats who feel like he does not represent a winning path to the White House, and it may be that there's a whole lot of oppo that's been sitting on the sidelines maybe for 4 years. Hillary Clinton knew this a lot and didn't unload on him either. That suddenly comes into play after Iowa, depending on the results.
Yeah. ABC NBC's Rachel Scott is the ABC News reporter who has spent the most time on the ground here in the Hawkeye State. She's at the Amy Klobuchar watch party tonight. And Rachel, I know you're probably prepared for me to ask you about Senator Klobuchar, but I want to ask you about your observations because you have been here for almost a year. What trends did you notice, especially in these last 2-3 weeks?
Well, Tom, I am always amazed by the fact of how much voters here are thinking about the issue of electability. When I was crisscrossing the state this weekend, I had one voter remind me that Iowa sets the tone, and they take this very seriously. This voter came up to me. He said that, listen, President Trump won 93 counties here in Iowa. Hillary Clinton only won 6. So when they're looking at who in this pack maybe has the best chance of beating President Trump, some of these voters are trying to find a moderate candidate that they think can take on the president. And so someone like Senator Amy Klobuchar may appeal to some of them. She constantly touts on the campaign trail and on the stump how she has won 42 counties that the president won in 2018 in her home state of Minnesota. But that issue strikes at the core of this race here. And whoever moves ahead here tonight is going to have the momentum going forward. The next contest is only in 8 short days. We move on to New Hampshire. Senator Amy Klobuchar's campaign says regardless of her finish here tonight, they are hopping on a plane tonight and heading straight there. But listen, she's one of the senators in this race that has had to split her time. She's had to pull double duty, flying back and forth between Washington and the campaign trail, still trying to pick up momentum, but she hasn't quite broken into that front-runner pack. Tom.
Rachel, I'm going to give you a lightning round of questions right now. In your estimation, from being on the ground here and covering it so much, who looked, and you can give me 2 campaigns if you want, who had the best organization?
Well, when it comes to organization, right, here on the ground, it's a little split. You have to look at Senator Amy Klobuchar, right? She has visited all 99 counties. She has spent the most time here out of the pack. She's visited the most cities. But her ground game, as far as her staff on the ground, is a little bit more lean. Someone like Mayor Pete Buttigieg has really invested heavily in the state. He has gone all in, and it's part of the reason why he has gained a lot of momentum here, Tom.
And who had the most energy, you think, the most excitement as far as the electricity?
Well, if you take a look at it this weekend, Senator Bernie Sanders had the largest show of support in this state that we have seen in this election cycle. He brought out thousands to his caucus concerts tonight. And again, but for him, the challenge is going to be making sure that young people get out tonight and caucus. We know that young people have a little bit of a harder time showing up on nights like this in particular, Tom.
All right, Rachel Scott first. Rachel, we thank you for that. You know, Stephanie, I'm reminded after talking to Rachel about a point that Kellyanne Conway made after the election, and you may or may not agree with it, but she said people thought it was about electability. It was actually about electricity. Do you think it's about electricity this time around for Democrats as well? Do they want to be motivated, or do they want somebody who can beat Donald Trump?
You know, well, if we just look at the data, it's wanting to beat Donald Trump. But this is the real first test of that. We have to see not just what Democrats say in a poll, but how they act and how they show up on election nights across the country. You know, I think tonight or this election cycle is very different than 2016 in terms of electability on the Democratic side or electricity. It really, we have Trump sitting in the White House, and you know, I'm not going to spend our precious time going through the grievances, but it really has defined the Democratic Party and organized in how to run against him. If you look at the 2018 midterm elections, it was around the issues that Trump was rolling back or impacting, what he was trying to do to the Affordable Care Act. It was putting Democrats forward who were electable, running people who really fit the districts that they were running in. And those lessons, you know, for a lot of Democrats pull forward to 2020. And who is the candidate, not just on the issues, but who is the candidate who has the strength to unseat Donald Trump and who can appeal to, you know, we're sitting here in Iowa. 31 counties flipped from President Obama to Donald Trump. Some of those counties hadn't voted Republican in 50, 60 years.
Right.
There's a reason. And it wasn't just electability, it was the chemistry, the electricity, the feeling that people had about certain candidates.
That's got to shock you, though, because you can't possibly think of two candidates that are polar opposites besides Senator Barack Obama and Donald Trump.
Right.
The only exception being they're both master communicators.
Well, there's master communicators, and they were change candidates and had a way of speaking through politics, not because of politics. And in one county here, there was a plus 40 swing that went from Obama to Trump.
Alex, I know you want to get in here.
Well, it's going to be almost impossible, I think, for any Democrat to create that level of intensity of electricity that Donald Trump creates for Donald Trump and against Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He polarizes like crazy. I'm not sure that's a winning hand for a Democrat. If Trump is fire, Democrats can elect water. If they put up, do you want another version, our version of Trump?
No,
you can't set fire on fire.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's going to work.
Let's come back to this because we actually have, speaking of action, Alex, we got some action right here just outside of Des Moines. Devin Dwyer is at one of these precincts right now. And Devin, walk us through what's happening right now because it looks like they're going through the second alignment.
Yeah, Tom, it's controlled chaos here right now. And this caucus now has been going on for 90 minutes. This is one of the longer caucuses in this county. Just talked to somebody, said this is as long as he's ever caucused, his 5th caucus. But right now, the horse trading is going on. Take a look across the room. We just learned that 6 candidates here, including Joe Biden, were not viable in this precinct. Biden, Yang, Klobuchar, Gabbard, and Bloomberg, and Styer, I guess that's 7, are up for grabs. And right now, the viable campaigns, Pete Buttigieg, Bernie Sanders, Warren, they're feasting on those free agents. So there's a bit of horse trading going on in the backside of the room right now. There's some cheering. There's some intense pitches underway. We do know that some of the Biden supporters were hoping to broker some sort of an alliance with the Klobuchar team to become viable here. I don't know if that's happening. We'll have to wait until the dust settles. They're given a time window to complete that. But you can see now a lot of the Bernie Sanders supporters have started to leave. They met the viability threshold with 75 supporters here in the 14th precinct in Ankeny. The big winner here, Tom, on the first pass, a raw vote, was Pete Buttigieg over here. Pete Buttigieg had 92 supporters on the first alignment in this fast-growing, young, diverse Des Moines suburb up here. So pretty impressive showing. They had those organizers that Rachel was talking about out here in full force. We were here early. They were the first ones here with the signage. Their captain was wrangling those teams. But take a look at what's going on across the room right now. The Elizabeth Warren team going in big on those Joe Biden supporters to see if he can make something out of this very competitive precinct at this hour. This is far from over, Tom, so we'll have to check back when these final results come in.
Devin, fascinating. We want to kind of keep your camera there because we want to watch the action that's going there. Mike, I got to ask you to break this down for us. We're in a suburb of Des Moines, and Joe Biden's not viable. I get it. It's just one precinct. There's a lot of precincts out there, more than 1,600. But that's it's got to be troubling for him.
So this is very interesting. Ankeny is a suburb of Des Moines, pretty affluent area. The suburbs, to me, are really the story of the night. They were the story in 2018 when we saw college-educated women turn a lot of places in Iowa blue, including Ankeny. It was a former Republican stronghold. So we'll see tonight what happens around Des Moines. And there's an argument that I think Senator Klobuchar has there, Senator Warren has there. It's very interesting to see Mayor Pete pick off one of these precincts potentially if his argument of kind of looking towards the future, a return to normalcy is effective in these suburban areas.
Rick Klein, what happens? It's obviously really early in the night. It was just one precinct, and we'll see where it all ends. But what happens if Joe Biden has a really bad night? Mayor Pete has a good night, and Sanders obviously has a good night. And maybe Elizabeth Warren. The race just gets longer.
Well, it's going to be more than one precinct. We've got reporters at some others, and you're right. They're anecdotal, one by one. They may actually get viable if people reallocate in that second alignment, but it is a sign of the organization that we've been talking to. I think, look, if this is a clear win for Bernie Sanders, that's a different night than a muddled, kind of clumped 3 or 4 candidates together. I think that makes Iowa maybe less important in determining a nomination if everyone's really close. I think the order of finish is going to be critical here. I think the difference between Biden, a second or a third, but very close, versus a distant fourth is an enormously different race. You're just positioning everyone differently, and it's It's about New Hampshire 8 days from now and what the order of finish is there, but also this whole first 4-state period. Joe Biden is counting on South Carolina to be an absolute firewall. He thinks he can play well in Nevada a week earlier. If he is not able to penetrate even the top 2 or 3 in the first 2 states, you're going to see those numbers change.
And Rick, don't forget, it's not only New Hampshire. There's the debate, the ABC News debate right before.
You think I forgot that, Tom? You think I forgot that?
Right,
yes.
Right before, which if you do have a bad night here, you're going to have to answer questions about that.
Sure. And look, this is going to change the tone and tenor of the debate. As I said earlier, people are going to go on the attack. If you feel like you didn't get that message through, you're kind of running out of time. It's going to get very late, very early for these candidates. And having that first debate on Friday night here on ABC News, right after the first voting happens, it's going to be a big moment.
We've seen some other data that Mayor Pete has done pretty well in some other precincts, but it's a very, very early night. With that, I want to go to Reggie Love. You may remember that name. He worked with President Obama for a long time. And so, Reggie, my question to you is first, what was it about Mayor Pete that made you want to work for him?
Tom, thanks for having me today. Look, I think that it's a very critical and pivotal moment for the country. And when I sort of look at where we've been over the last 2 years, I really felt that we needed someone that could not only inspire people to be a part of the process, but also to convince moderates and to convince future former Republicans that there's a middle ground and that together as a unified country we could turn the page and do something that we haven't done since we elected Barack Obama in 2008.
One of the knocks, and it's been no secret, your candidate has a problem with minority voters. What have you personally done to help him with that, and what has the campaign done? Because if you guys do have a good night tonight, you go into New Hampshire, but then Nevada and South Carolina right after that.
Look, I've seen the stories and the narrative that somehow people believe that Pete Buttigieg has not been able to connect with African American voters. But I mean, if you look here in Iowa, like of the limited amount of African Americans that are here, he's earned most of their support. When you look at all the work that he's done in South Bend, he's easily had a couple dozen African American elected officials from South Bend come to Iowa to canvass for him. And look, and I think in South Carolina, the people have said in South Carolina it's hard for him to win. African American voters won't vote for him, but I think that's a little bit of it's a misnomer, mainly because he hasn't spent as much time in South Carolina the way he spent in Iowa and New Hampshire. Mainly because if he doesn't perform well here in Iowa, where I am tonight, what happens in South Carolina is not as important for him. But I've been to South Carolina for Mayor Pete. I've spoken with voters, and they're interested in hearing his message. They are not closed off to the idea that he's someone that they would potentially support. They just haven't been able to get the time to spend with him.
Okay, Reggie Love for the Mayor Pete Buttigieg campaign. Reggie, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break. We're back with our powerhouse political team right after this break. Stay with us.
When politicians send their thoughts and prayers with no action, we say no more.
You have no idea what it feels to get back home and not having your son here.
Just focus on what I have to do for everybody, every other kid in this country.
Imagine getting in a plane crash, surviving, and getting on the same plane every day where the one issue that caused it isn't fixed.
After Parkland. Go to afterparklandmovie.com by February 3rd to reserve your tickets now.
Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime. 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
ABC, next Friday night, live, the first debate after Iowa and the last debate right before New Hampshire votes. The time is now and the stakes are high. Which Democrats will take to the stage? Who will emerge? And who will face this man in the 2020 election? The ABC debate, next Friday at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 5 Pacific on ABC and ABC News Live. And find up-to-the-minute coverage on Apple News on your iPhone. ABC News honored winner of 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards, including the most prestigious honor, Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news choice.
Breaking news, context, analysis.
With today's extraordinary news cycle,
now is the perfect time for ABC News Live.
A streaming news game changer. The time is now for ABC News Live. Get it, streaming everywhere.
Iowa has set something in motion. The forward momentum is clearly established, and I am absolutely convinced I will be your next president. Thank you very much.
An amazing clip from 1980, and if you were looking closely, you probably also saw another president right there behind him, and Jeb Bush, the governor of Florida, who had a rough go when he ran for president, but an amazing moment nonetheless. With that, I do want to bring in Matthew Dowd, our chief political analyst, who wasn't working with the Bushes back then, but did work with them later on. Matt, I don't know if you've been watching and looking at some of the data that's been coming in from some of those entrance polls we've been looking at, but there seems to be a storyline forming. It is very early. Sanders looks to be in a strong position, but we're seeing some Des Moines precincts, suburban precincts of Des Moines, even in Des Moines right around where we are, where Joe Biden is not doing well. He's not even being viable at this point. What's your take so far on some of this early data?
Well, I always counsel everybody on election night to ignore a lot of the anecdotal stuff until later on the evening when the anecdote actually reflects what's really true in the data and what happens in voting, and be very leery of what you hear on social media in the moment of this. I think what we're seeing is this race is likely to go for a while, and a distinct winner we may not know for a long period of time, and it looks like it's very split up, that there doesn't seem to be one dominant player as of right now as we look at this. What I also think it may reflect is it seems to be, as of right now, there seems to be a surge in Pete Buttigieg's support in a lot of these places that many people didn't see coming at that level. They thought he was one of the more serious candidates, but the surge seems to have hurt, actually, Joe Biden in some of these places and helped Pete Buttigieg in this. So we'll know a lot more as time goes on. This race could actually, Iowa could actually provide no one with real momentum when we're finished with this and we move on to the next thing, which is our debate on Friday and then the primary in New Hampshire. So we have a lot of time left, but it looks like this could be a 3- or 4-way split.
Matt, talk to me about Senator Sanders for a second, because he did have a built-in foundation here, but he also didn't give up. He kept campaigning. He is organized down here. He spent money on the air here, and so far, and then we'll see how it all plays out, but a lot of the polls had him on top. How much credit do you give to him, and how much do you think it was him personally, his message, and his organization?
Well, I think Bernie Sanders is the only candidate in this race that's been running since 2015, and so he's basically been running in this campaign for the last 5 years. He had an organization in Iowa. He has an organization in New Hampshire. He's got an organization in Nevada. He's got an organization in a lot of these states. He has demonstrated a great capacity to raise small dollar amounts of money that build to the millions and millions of dollars. And so I think Bernie, regardless of what happens tonight, Bernie is going to go on, and he's going to do well in New Hampshire. He's going to be in this race for a lengthy period of time as we go forward. It's his message, which is very succinct and very direct, but it's an organization. He's been running for 5 years, longer than anybody else.
Matt, on the screen now, we're going to put the breakdown of some of the Bernie supporters and their age. And no giant headline here, but the youth vote definitely is in the Sanders camp right there. When you look at this, 17 to 29, 50%, then 30 to 44, 31%. You have 81% right there under the age of 44. That's pretty incredible. And it's interesting, Matt, because when I hear a lot of political analysts, and I'm not talking about you, but when I hear a lot of political analysts talk about Bernie, they say he's going to do great in Iowa, he's going to do great in New Hampshire, but nobody ever thinks he's going to go all the way. I remember hearing the same things about Donald Trump when I covered his campaign 4 years ago. People said, oh, he'll do okay here, he'll do okay there. There's no way he'll be the nominee. I remember you weren't exactly in that camp either. You thought he could win the nomination. But with Sanders, is there a chance, does he have a path if he does well in Iowa and he does well in New Hampshire?
Yeah, as you remember, Tom, I said in August of 2015 that I thought Donald Trump was going to be the Republican nominee just because of his capacity, how he was campaigning, and his connection with the voters. I said it early on in that race. I think Bernie Sanders could be the Democratic nominee. If he comes out of Iowa, and we'll see what happens, as we say, at the end of this evening, and he's won Iowa, even if by a small amount, he goes to New Hampshire, let's say he wins New Hampshire, he goes to Nevada, he wins New Hampshire, and wins Nevada. If that happens, he's won 3 of the first 4 races. He probably doesn't win South Carolina, but he's gotten some serious momentum going into Super Tuesday when a lot of huge states and many progressive states like California and other states are on the ballot. Yes, there's a path for Bernie Sanders to be the Democratic nominee in this. I don't predict that he will be at this point because I think it's too disruptive right now. I wouldn't predict anybody on this because I think we have 4 or 5 or 6 viable candidates at this point, which is unusual. But I do think there is a path for Bernie Sanders to be the Democratic nominee for president.
Matt Dowd, Chief Political Analyst. All right, Matt, we thank you for that. Let's go to the Sanders campaign. With that, Whit Johnson is covering Senator Sanders for us tonight. And Whit, we know you're hearing from Sanders supporters, and there's a lot of momentum and happiness, if you will, euphoria so far at this point.
Tom, that's right. And we're actually getting some new information as they've opened the doors here at Sanders headquarters. You can see the people pouring in behind me here. But just a short time ago, I spoke with a member of the leadership team of Sanders' campaign here in Iowa. He says that they're really liking what they're seeing coming out of those satellite locations. Says they're feeling really good. And specifically, one location in Des Moines that they really had their eye on. They like the results that they're getting. They say Sanders showed really well there. And to be clear, these satellite locations, this is something new in Iowa this time that did not exist 4 years ago. They've added these locations where people could go who may have had other conflicts or were out of the area. And these ones that they were looking at today, they caucused earlier in the day because the people who were going had issues or needs in the evening. Some of them were working class and had to go to a job or maybe had children or something like that. So they're very pleased with what they're seeing there. I also wanted to go back to, we've been talking about these, about the early entrance polls and the preliminary results there, because there are a couple specific things that I really want to point out here. 67% of caucus goers identify themselves as liberal, according to those entrance polls, and 60% support a single government-run health insurance plan. Those numbers, of course, are something that Bernie Sanders' campaign will definitely cling to and enjoy as they're watching these early numbers come in. And I want to mention one other thing. You were talking about trends here in Iowa a short time ago. One of the trends that we've been seeing are the relentless attack ads against Bernie Sanders coming from both sides of the aisle. A Democratic super PAC spent $700,000 attacking Bernie Sanders and his electability. We also saw a conservative group running ads here as well. President Trump, during that Super Bowl interview, called him a communist. John Kerry, a surrogate for Joe Biden, seemed to question whether or not he's even a Democrat. So we've been seeing this coming from all sides of the aisle, and Bernie Sanders himself has used that as a bit of a rallying cry, saying that this is an example of the political establishment getting nervous about his campaign and the current momentum that he's seeing right now. Tom?
Whit Johnson for us. Whit, thank you. Stephanie Cutter, with that, I want to go to you. Not to say that you are the establishment of the Democratic Party, but you have worked with a lot of the establishment players, fair to say. Does Senator Sanders' nomination, does that terrify the establishment, or will they rally around him?
Well, I don't speak for the establishment. However, you know, I think that most people in this race, I think everybody in this race has said that they will be for whoever the nominee is. And I think that that will largely be true across the party. I think the desire to beat Donald Trump is so strong that there will be a coalescing of whoever comes out of this race. I can't say that that will be 100% across the board. I don't know yet. It's way too early to tell. Depends how this race ends up. You know, we were talking about how the glove stayed on in the primary process so far. That may not be true a month from now, particularly as this race narrows. So we need to see where we end up, and hopefully the party will unify and get behind whoever comes out of it.
Yeah, Alex, you wanted to jump in on that. I see you had some thoughts.
I think Bernie Sanders had the most remarkable moment in this entire race so far, and that is when Ocasio-Cortez and the squad endorsed Bernie Sanders. Remember, at that point, Bernie was behind Elizabeth Warren. It was
right after the heart attack,
and the heart attack, he was socialist emeritus, right? He'd had his impact already on the race. Everybody in the Democratic Party was, some form of Medicare for all. And then Bernie was rejuvenated. Bernie got the one thing he didn't have, which was a future. Oh, he became the Pied Piper to Ocasio-Cortez and this new, young, hot generation of young, hungry Democrats in the party. You see it there in those numbers. Young voters, he's on fire. Plus 65, he's 5, 8, 10%, nothing. So he's got a future. What that means going forward is, how do you shut down the youth in your own party? How do you stand against that? It's going to be tough for the establishment to stop him.
Alex, you mentioned the heart attack, and Rick Klein, it's so interesting. I remember 4 years ago, I was covering a candidate. He had a cold. The campaign put out a memo or an email saying that they were going to miss the event because the candidate was a little sick, and people in the campaign went ballistic because they never wanted to show weakness. Bernie Sanders had a heart attack, and he's been able to blow by that. What's different about it? Is it the era of Trump? Do things not matter anymore? Is it the attention span? Is it Twitter? What do you think it is?
I think the heart attack happened at maybe the best moment it could have for him, because he was already down. Elizabeth Warren was rising, and it seemed like that was the end of Sanders. And they crafted a comeback. To Alex's point, that rally with Ocasio-Cortez, he shows it. He starts to demonstrate to voters that he's strong. He doesn't seem as old as he has, I think, because he's always looked old. He kind of looked like that when he was 45. Now that he's 78, and he was able to craft a really unlikely comeback. I think most of the Democrats I talked to wrote him off maybe from the beginning, and certainly from that moment, and it allowed him to skate through. And if he wins the Iowa caucuses, a lot of them will look back. Did they underestimate his appeal and his perseverance all through the summer and the fall?
With that, I want to bring in Yvette Simpson right now, because she does have a pulse of the progressive part of the party for the Democrats. And Yvette, my question to you is, what is it about Bernie? Is it his message? Because he's elderly. He's not the face of the new wave of Democrats. Is it his message and his energy that keeps progressives standing by his side?
I think right now you have a whole generation of young people who don't trust the establishment. They know what they're going to get with Bernie Sanders. Like he said, he wrote the damn bill. He's been talking about this stuff consistently year after year, and you have folks who really want somebody who's going to get things done. And I think they trust Bernie Sanders to be consistent on the issues that matter, and that he's going to show up no matter what kind of pressure he gets. And I think that shows where the party is going, right? If you're a mainstream establishment candidate and you're saying, oh, we can't do this, we can't do that, we can't give you health care, we can't give you free education, young people don't want to see that. They want a fighter. They want someone who's going to go out there and get their health care and get their tuition for free. And I think he's been able to rally that. He also, Bernie comes out in a rally and he's really got a lot of energy. He's yelling, he's getting the crowd riled up, and he also has an amazing group of surrogates around him. Not just AOC and the squad, but he's got a lot of great people. Nina Turner, for instance, has been an amazing surrogate for him, out there everywhere getting crowds riled up. So I think that combination has been great for Bernie and the young people within our party.
Yvette, talk to me about Mayor Pete. Could the progressive wing of the party support Mayor Pete if he does well, if he does well in Iowa, does well in New Hampshire, lives to see another day and takes it into Super Tuesday?
I think whoever the nominee is, when we come out of convention, we will all rally together behind that person. As I've said, if that's, Joe Biden, if that's Amy Klobuchar, I've joked and said if that's Mickey Mouse, whoever that person is, we're going to get together and we're going to kick Trump's butt, because we know what's at stake now. And so if that's Pete Buttigieg, that's great. I think one of the challenges that Pete has had, which is really interesting, he's the youngest candidate, but he does not have the support of young people. He was so progressive when he first came out. He saw an opportunity as Joe Biden was starting to flail and decided to move more to the middle, more to the right. And he lost the trust of young progressives because he looked like he was selling out. And that's one of the things that is really, really key with Bernie Sanders supporters, with younger and progressive supporters. They want to know that you're going to be there when times get tough, and that when you get in the office, you're not going to sell out. You're going to deliver on the promises that you made. And so I think if Pete Buttigieg is our nominee, he's going to have to do a lot of work to rebuild trust with the progressive left and with younger voters to show that he's actually going to stick with them when he becomes president or when times get tough.
All right, Yvette Simpson, great points. And with that, Stephanie, did too many of the Democrats, or maybe it was the calculation was correct, did too many of the Democrats think that Joe Biden wasn't viable? And she just mentioned Mayor Pete sort of changed his message a little bit. Bloomberg's entering the race.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know for sure, but clearly it's because of Joe Biden. Did too many Democrats overestimate that? Did they count Joe Biden out too early, you think?
Of the people running?
Yeah.
I think that the reason Mayor Pete got into this race had nothing to do with Joe Biden. As I was saying before, generational change is the primary driver of his message. Mike Bloomberg, there were reports months ago that he stayed out of the race because he didn't want to go up against Joe Biden. And then all of a sudden he's getting in. so he smelled something in the water that made him feel like he could make a good run at it. Like everybody makes their own decision. Iowa is the first contest. It is not the last contest. And, we're hearing anecdotal evidence that Joe Biden is not making viability. We have some reports confirmed in some precincts. This is the beginning. I do think that the party at large, the party has no control over what voters do. And right now, this is really up to voters. If Joe Biden doesn't do well here in Iowa, and that will not translate well for him in New Hampshire, he's going to have a money problem pretty quickly. And he keeps talking about a South Carolina firewall, and he, has great support in South Carolina that is very, very deep. However, that's more than 3 weeks away. 3 weeks is a long time in primary.
So run a national campaign.
Run a national campaign.
If your campaign burns down before you get to the firewall,
the firewall is not going to be there for you.
That's a good point, Alex.
Momentum begets momentum. So this is a very, very fluid race. But what happens in Iowa will impact what happens from here on out.
We have been watching one precinct in a Des Moines suburb. Devin Dwyer's there with some of the results. Devin, walk us through what you just witnessed.
Hey, Tom. Yeah, we're just wrapping up here. We're up, reminder, in Ankeny, Iowa. This is about 25 minutes north of Des Moines. And as you can see behind me, they're just getting ready to close up shop and announce the final results. And here tonight, Pete Buttigieg was the big winner. As the commentators have been saying, obviously this is anecdotal. This is one precinct in a very large state. But this is one of the more populous suburbs of Des Moines. This is an influential purple county, Polk County, the most populous in all of the state. Tonight, Buttigieg, like I said, was the winner. He picked up 57 participants here tonight in the second realignment. He drew from Joe Biden, Amy Klobuchar. Almost all of their supporters flocked to Pete Buttigieg. Some of Andrew Yang's supporters went to Bernie Sanders, who, of course, had a strong showing here with 83 supporters. And Elizabeth Warren surprised a lot of people in this county that I've talked to today. Weren't so confident that she would do very well up here in this purple part of the state. A lot of Republicans and former Republicans here tonight, but she ended up with a support count of 100. 4 people left this caucus. They went home. They weren't happy with the choices, but pretty impressive showing for Pete Buttigieg tonight. We'll see if this is sort of part of that tale that you've been talking about, some of the early data coming in, whether he ends up having a better than expected night across the rest of the state. Tom.
And just a great scene there behind you. Voters getting together. They bring their children. No one's wrestling each other. It was all done peacefully.
So
now they're cleaning up the gym.
More than 2 hours as well on a Monday night. It was pretty crazy.
All right, Devin Dwyer for us. Devin, great job there. We appreciate that. Now, Rick, Devin mentioned they're wrapping up there. They're wrapping up all across the state. We don't have data yet on votes, but we think we're going to get it pretty soon, hopefully.
Yeah, I've been talking to some of the campaigns on texting and the state party, and it looks like they've held some results that they're holding back because they're quality controlling it. Because they're doing things differently this year, they're using an app. We're here in the 21st century, right? Yeah. They want to make sure it's exactly right. So I'm expecting data to start flowing in pretty close to now, after the top of the hour, what the campaigns have been told that the expectation is there. Though I'll tell you one tidbit. I've been talking to people in rival campaigns who were convinced that Bernie Sanders, if his internal data, the information he got from the caucus sites was very good for him, was going to declare victory early on. Come out and say, I won the Iowa caucuses. His people regret not doing that 4 years ago. Hillary Clinton winning by those 2/10 of a point, it let her shape the night. The fact that he hasn't done that yet, these other campaigns are saying, well, maybe this shows that this is a lot closer than the Bernie people thought.
We're gonna talk about that after the next fast break, but Mike, I want to go to you. That Mayor Pete was the second choice for a lot of these voters from different campaigns. A great sign for him, at least in that precinct.
It's a great sign, and let's see if it carries to the other suburban precincts here in Des Moines. If it does, he's in a very good spot to finish in, maybe not first, but second or third, and that fundamentally changes this race moving forward.
Because, Stephanie, I mean, even if maybe you're not the first choice, but if you're the second choice, it could be better.
Oh, I think that if Pete Buttigieg finishes in the top 3 and it's a close race altogether, I think that propels him to go forward. Absolutely. You know, we were talking earlier, you want to surprise people in Iowa. If you have a surprise here and you're beating your expectations, that is all you need coming out of Iowa. You are one of those tickets coming out.
All right, let's go to the Mayor Pete campaign right now. Marcus Moore, our national correspondent, is there for us covering everything. Marcus, walk us through the night so far. I noticed a change in energy. We see there's people now finally lining up behind you. What do we know about Mayor Pete and where he's watching tonight?
Yeah, definitely high energy here, Tom, at the Bell Center at Drake University, and we know that Pete Buttigieg is at a local hotel here in Des Moines, along with his husband and his mother and mother-in-law, and they are watching the results as they come in, and so far the numbers appear to be good for the Buttigieg campaign and their team, as we see people beginning to file into the headquarters here, where they will watch the results come in, and they expect to hear from the former South Bend, Indiana mayor about his next steps after what they hope will be a good night. And as we've talked about all night tonight, this really is in many ways a make or break moment or night for the Buttigieg campaign. This is a man who just a year ago was relatively unknown on the national stage and now is one of the contenders, and as we have seen with these early numbers, appears to be doing well. His campaign, our embed team, has been in close contact with them tonight and throughout this effort to secure the nomination, and they have been very cautious about their optimism, certainly hoping for a strong finish, but keeping their expectations relatively low, if you will. And so the fact that if there's a chance for them to exceed those expectations, that will be great for them as they try to seize on the momentum and carry that beyond Iowa and into New Hampshire and those early states. So, Tom, we have certainly seen the energy pick up here. A lot of people excited tonight, and I was at their launch, their Canvas launch meeting this morning, and where the former mayor showed up there to amp up the crowd. They are very excited about tonight, and they were eager about getting out into the neighborhoods here in Iowa to continue that push and rise above the challenges he's faced along the way so far.
You were right. It could be make or break for him tonight. He's definitely trying to stay across, as we say hello to someone right there from our wonderful staff. It's all right. Anyways, back to our coverage. We're going to go now to Eva Pilgrim. She is at the Joe Biden headquarters right now at the watch party for Joe Biden. Eva, talk to us about the mood there and the energy, because I'm interested. A lot of the anecdotal stuff that we're hearing so far, it's still a very early night, but we've seen a couple precincts where Joe Biden wasn't viable. And that's not the end of the road for him, but what's the sense you're getting?
Well, I mean, you can see behind me, there are people here. It's not overly rowdy, but most of the Joe Biden events that I've been to haven't been overly rowdy. So this is sort of par for the course for his supporters as they come to his events. We've seen a lot of the campaign staff walking around. You see a lot of kind of teeth sucking, like as they watch things come in. And there's a bit of anxiety in the air here, but it's still early in the night. One of the things I wanted to point out to you, when you going to these Biden events, I noticed some interesting things. First, we were on a couple of college campuses in the last week, and at each of those campuses that we went to, there were really not that many college students or younger people that came to see him speak. Most of the crowd was older, significantly older, and at a couple of events where there were college students behind him, I spoke to those students, and a lot of those students told me that they were still undecided. Now, at some events, we would see whole families, mothers, grandmothers, grandchildren with their great-grandchildren, and you would talk to them. And the thing that a lot of them would say, you would see the older half of the family supporting Joe Biden and the younger half in their 30s or 40s with children of their own saying that they were leaning more towards Pete Buttigieg, really showing this kind of generational divide amongst these institutional-type Democrats.
Eva, you know, you were with Biden and with the other candidates that were here in Iowa while in the impeachment trial was going on and the senators weren't able to be here. Was Joe Biden somebody who took advantage of that? Did he add more events to his calendar? Did he try to seize the moment that not everyone was in town in Iowa campaigning on the ground?
He definitely was trying to seize the moment. He had so many campaign stops in the last week, 23 in 9 days, I believe it was. He was crisscrossing the state. There's some key points about this last bus tour. He spent a lot of the time out east, the majority of the time out east with those voters. So I'll be interested to see how those caucus sites perform for him tonight. And he also spent a lot of time that I was with him in rural communities. So that's another area that we should look to see how he performs in. But you have to keep in mind, while Joe Biden was crisscrossing the state of Iowa, so was Pete Buttigieg. And those two are both vying for those moderate Democratic voters. Tom?
Yeah, as we look at the map, Sioux, Woodbury, those counties, see how he did in the far west and far east parts of the state. All right, Eva Pilgrim, we thank you for that. Joining us right now is Sochi Hinojosa. She's a DNC communications director. So how's it going tonight? How's it been so far?
It's going well. There's a lot of excitement right now. We have seen a great turnout so far in the caucuses. We are currently doing a quality control check when it comes to our data, and we hope to have results out very, very soon.
So explain that to our voters out there, because not everybody is so savvy with the election data and the way votes are counted, especially in the caucus system, which is so complicated.
Absolutely. So what you normally see in a caucus is some of the smaller precincts and in rural areas start to come in. We have an app that we have this caucus. We actually had it last caucus as well, in order to help caucuses tabulate, to do the math. I am not very good at math, and I'm sure there are many precinct chairs that aren't either. So they are able to put the first alignment, the final alignment, and it does calculate state delegate equivalents as well.
They wanted to be so transparent in Iowa. And what was the reason? Was it because of what happened 4 years ago?
Well, 4 years ago, what happens every 4 years is we take a look at the process and we see what worked and what didn't work. And what we saw is that people wanted more transparency in the process, whether it was reporting the first alignment, whether it's making caucuses more accessible. Now we have a paper trail for the first time. Some people might not be able to believe it, but in case there is a recount or anything like that, now we do have a paper trail. And you can now leave after the first alignment, which is huge for working families right now, because if you want to go home and make dinner for your family, you just show up, you caucus. If your preference is viable, then you can go ahead and leave. So that is the beauty of the caucuses here. We're trying to make it easier for everyone.
I think 2008 was the last record-breaking turnout here in Iowa. There was some talk that this may be another record tonight. Is there any indication there was a huge turnout?
I'm not sure yet. I'm seeing some great numbers at caucuses on Twitter, and as people are posting, people in the media are in a lot of these caucuses as well. We did see an uptick on iwillvote.com in order to check your precinct location and your caucus location. We saw about 130,000 unique hits over the last 24 hours, which is really big for our party. So we know that people are engaged. We know that people really want to beat Donald Trump, and this is an amazing organizing opportunity for the Iowa Democratic Party.
Why is Michael Bloomberg going to be able to qualify for the next debate?
Well, first of all, Michael Bloomberg hasn't qualified for the next debate. What we did is that when the Nevada debate, which is in a few weeks from now, you'll have two contests, two states that have already voted. And so we're taking into account the votes in those states instead of having a donor threshold. We also have people, you can qualify by meeting a threshold of 10% in the polls. By mid-February, after two contests, you need to be in the double digits or you're not going to be our nominee. So we've been very transparent about the process, and we'll see who qualifies.
But so you think Michael Bloomberg is not going to be at the debate?
We don't know, but he currently hasn't qualified.
All right. What is the Bloomberg effect so far, do you think, on this race? Are you excited that he's entered the race?
I think that will be up to the voters. We'll see how he does. I have yet to see someone who hasn't competed in the first four early states and gone on to do Super Tuesday and try to compete there. But we'll see what happens. I think that the voters right now, there's a lot of enthusiasm to beat Trump, and I think that whoever our nominee is going to be in a strong position to win.
Okay, Sochi Hinojosa from
from the DNC Communications here. Sochi, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much for having me.
I know it's going to be a long night for you. Hopefully not too long. Any estimates on when you think we'll get a winner, or no idea?
I never want to estimate that. I'm just going to have a lot of caffeine for the rest of the night.
All right, that's some good advice. Maybe some good advice for our panel as well. It could be a late night, but the headline out of that conversation was transparency. They want to make sure they know who the clear winner is, and they have the paper trail, and they're going to have 3 sets of numbers.
Yeah, so the Iowa Democratic Party and the DNC went to great lengths this cycle to make this more accessible, more transparent. And I think we're going to see that reflected in turnout, which is also a great sign for the general election here in Iowa. Iowa has been a swing state. President Obama won it. Trump won it by 9. So I think the turnout tonight is a story that we'll be talking about in the days to come. What does that do to the general election map? And, you know, we could have a very late night here. It's happened before. We'll get some caffeine in a little bit.
And Stephanie, Sanders has been very clear about this. He says if the turnout is high, we'll win. If the turnout is low, we won't win. Not incredibly scientific, but he said that it's going to be good for him. It was good for then Senator Obama in 2008. A big turnout night. Why would that be good for Sanders?
Because you're bringing new people into the process, and there's excitement and energy driving them. And I think we all have discussed that the energy and the excitement is behind Sanders right now. So the bigger the turnout, the younger the turnout. Younger voters are more sporadic voters. Some of them are probably first-time voters. And if they're coming out for Sanders.
Okay.
One other thing about Sanders, he's not an old candidate. In politics, if you think your voters are young, you're young. And Bernie is change. He's revolutionary. So he gets that young vote. It's like Ronald Reagan. He thought America was ever young. Bernie is kind of that, has a little bit of that too.
All right, when we come back, we're going to go back 4 years ago to the Democratic Iowa caucuses and something interesting that happened at the end of the night. We'll be right back right after this break.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
Neighborhoods are underwater.
24/7 streaming news source, ABC News.
Here goes.
Imagine breaking news, live events as they happen, streaming live, non-stop, straight to you. Imagine instant, incredible access to the most compelling live video.
That's a grenade.
Original, on the edge, breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, all the most innovative storytellers, all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want, free. And imagine the most celebrated, epic live events and moments, all playing out right before your eyes.
See those flames behind me?
Go there now.
Put this fire out right now.
With ABC News Live. Think of it as your live streaming adrenaline rush.
Just look at all of the smoke here.
Real, raw,
Welcome
live.
to the Columbus Zoo.
No matter where the next step takes us, we're taking it.
It's frightening.
And go deeper inside the groundbreaking exclusives from the campaign trail only ABC News gets. Behind the scenes, exclusive access.
Take you inside for an extraordinary tour here at ABC News Live. This is it.
It's time to go there, be there, experience it, live on the scene. Maybe that's why, in just 1 year, ABC News Live is already America's #1 live streaming news. And imagine this, it's free. Watch ABC News Live right now and anytime, streaming on Roku, Hulu, Facebook, and abcnews.com.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
This has been an incredible honor to campaign across Iowa with so many of you to make the case for the kind of future we want for the Democratic Party and for the United States of America.
Hillary Clinton just 4 years ago, Alex Castellanos, and Rick, you can correct me on this, at this point in the night, it wasn't clear who the winner was.
No, we didn't know yet.
But Alex, it's a campaign, it's a war, and she declared she was a winner, and she wanted to go on to New Hampshire with that big momentum.
And these campaigns now are also media savvy, right? They understand that winning is one thing, but if the tree falls in the forest and no voters are there to hear it, it just didn't happen. So what do? You got to win the communications battle that starts tonight for the next 5 days. You got to win that battle until you get to New Hampshire. Hey, we won. Look at our crowd. You want to shape that story? That's what all these campaigns are working on right now.
Stephanie, talk to me. Take me inside those strategy rooms on election nights. What are you telling the candidate? At what point do you tell them, let's go out there, let's declare victory? We think we have this, or do you wait until you have the raw numbers and you know for sure?
Well, you need enough to make sure it's not too risky, because there is a risk going out there to say you won and then the next day for that victory to be pulled from you. That didn't happen with Hillary Clinton, but it was
razor thin.
So close. And it was a key strategic decision on her part to go out and declare victory so that she would get that full media cycle going into New Hampshire. But if she hadn't won, that would have been a big blow, not just to her, but also to her campaign and their credibility. So that's the kind of discussion that you're having. Are we sure enough that we can go out and declare victory? And you just need that relative sense of certainty to be able to go do that.
On a jump ball, sometimes you win it if it's that close.
Yeah.
If you say you won it,
absolutely.
You won it. So we'll have to work.
It worked out well for her. And it's certainly something in the campaigns that I've been involved with. You want to be the first to go out there and declare victory.
Mike, 3 numbers reported tonight. First alignment, realignment, total state delegate equivalence.
Right.
And that state delegate equivalence number is what we've traditionally taken. I think it's what the AP takes to call this.
And that really, for our viewers, that's really what's going to matter at the end of the day. If you're in second or third and you have one of these great second alignment numbers, great. But it's the delegate number that's really going to win the night.
It is.
For tonight. Yeah.
Well,
this is a delegate game.
Yeah.
You know, it's whoever gets the requisite number of delegates to become the nominee. And there are only 41 delegates being awarded.
Right.
And we have to keep that in perspective. However, what Mike was saying is that there's first alignment, second alignment, and then delegate allotment. And if you are that one of those people who are surprising people by your numbers in the first or second alignment, you've got a ticket out of here. You might not have the delegate count, but you've got a ticket out of here, and you live to run another day.
And we've seen that in 2004 with John Edwards. That helped him. I mean, that was huge. And even last time around, I remember Senator Rubio. He came in 3rd place, and that was good for him going into New Hampshire. Ted Cruz winning that night. Rick, you were talking to me because you said, and this is just from conversations you've had, that some people think Sanders may come out. If he feels very confident, if it's a big night for him, he may come out early and say, hey, this was our night, and deliver a victory speech if it shows that the data is going that way.
The memories of last cycle are strong, and this campaign has never stopped fighting the 2016 election. They regret that decision. They think it may have cost them momentum. Throughout that campaign, it gave Hillary Clinton a critical early victory. And the theory goes like this, that they think they're going to get more people because of the enthusiasm in college towns and younger people around the state. They think they can draw the bigger crowds. And if they can prove that early on, that they would come out and say, don't look at anything else. Now, the other campaigns say, wait a second, that's not how the game is played. We want to make sure that you guys all focus on what actually counts here. But the theory of the case has been that they would come out early if they had the numbers. Now, it's complicated by the fact that it's taking longer than expected to see any actual vote data. We understand that the state party has gotten a lot of this information, but they are being extra careful, extra cautious. We talked about 4 years ago, Alex and others remember in 2012 when Mitt Romney was declared the victor of the Iowa caucuses, and it turned out Rick Santorum actually won by like 8 votes or something. It was incredibly close. Santorum was robbed entirely of any momentum he might have gotten out of that.
And then New Hampshire was right after that as well. So question for you. Tonight, do we think it'll be a lot of data, a lot of votes that come out since they are double checking this? They want to make sure they get it right. So do we think we'll get a big percentage of the vote coming in?
The signal from the campaigns is that, yes, that they're expecting that. Now, they were expecting that maybe maybe 15 minutes ago. So we'll have to see. There's a big screen behind us that says it's coming soon. It's kind of teasing us in the background. Like, let's see them already.
It's the worst kind of preview because nothing plays. It just says results coming soon. But as soon as we do have those results, we're going to bring them to you. Rick, I want to talk about some of the entrance polls because it's been clear, at least in Iowa, the most important issue for voters tonight.
Yeah, healthcare. It's healthcare. And, you know, we've seen it on the ground. Our reporters who've been covering it see how people react to it. It's also, interestingly, been among the biggest policy disagreements that the candidates have had. This idea of, do you build on Obamacare?
It's really shaped the race, to be fair.
It has. And it's become a proxy fight between the progressive and the moderate wings of the party. Do you want to build on Obamacare, or do you want to create Medicare for all? And, of course, Bernie Sanders on one side of that, Joe Biden on the other, Elizabeth Warren, Pete Buttigieg, maybe somewhere in between on that spectrum. And it's become a defining issue. And it matters to people, particularly with Obamacare under attack and particularly with the Obama legacy under increasing question by Democrats. Exactly what you do about health care moving forward has become a critical question that Democrats want an answer to.
Right. So we said, Alex, that the health care is the number one issue. The number one issue probably is Donald Trump. When you're crafting speeches and you're crafting messages, how much do you make it about health care and how much do you make it about Donald Trump in an environment like this?
I don't think this election really for any Democrat is primarily about the issues. It is the electability. Who can beat Donald Trump? He is just, a once-in-a-generation opponent that comes along like this, who's that hot and polarizing. So you use issues. Yes, you've got to present yourself as a credible candidate for president who explains how you're going to run the country, how you're going to lead us. You have to have something positive to lead and inspire people. But at the end of the day, there isn't a Democratic candidate who doesn't mention Donald Trump in their ads.
Yeah, Mike,
who doesn't say how I'm going to beat him.
When you were working for Senator Booker, what did you guys find that really took off with voters? Was it the issues, or was it the tough talk against Trump?
So I think that's right about kind of Trump fires us up and it's going to be all about him. But this is a group here. This is kind of the activist core of the Iowa Democratic Party that's turning out today. They sink their teeth into policy, and they ask a lot of hard questions. You're seeing candidates take 6, 7, 8 questions at every event. So you've got to be prepared to talk policy. Medicare for all was a huge issue here. Folks think about Iowa as a rural state, a farm state. We're also a financial services and insurance state, and that played a big role here when Medicare for all. When we were debating that. It's very interesting to see these entrance poll numbers. What was it, 61, 62% of folks siding with that. That was a little bit higher than I would have thought.
Are they siding with Medicare for all, though, or are they siding for a government role in health care? And I think if you look universally across the field, there is agreement about a government role in health care. Every single one of those candidates is for a government option, a public option. And and there are degrees with what that means, you know, a public option all the way up to getting rid of the entire system and going with Medicare for all. Replace private health insurance with a single government plan.
So this came from one of the entrance polls we have here, and this is kind of what Stephanie has been talking about here. Replacing private health insurance with a single government plan, 57 support, 38 oppose.
So it is a very popular idea. What worries me about replacing private health insurance with a single government plan is that when the rubber hits the road and people realize exactly what that means for them and that they will be losing their health care and losing their doctor and everything else, that support will drop. And I will also guarantee you, just having been in these campaigns, and this is not an indication of where I stand on Medicare for all. I worked for the guy who created Medicare for all, Ted Kennedy, who then went on and abandoned it and went on and helped create the Affordable Care Act. I guarantee you that this will be a #1 oppo ad on Democrats by Donald Trump and his gang.
Well, that was going to be my point, because even for voters, because we don't only hear it from Republicans, we heard it from some Democrats. They want to take away your health care. And when it comes down to one sentence, Alex, the attack can come down to one sentence, it's much more effective.
Much more effective, and you have a big union contingency, of course, in the Democratic Party. A lot of them have very good private health care plans. They kind of they negotiated for, they want to keep, and you want to do what? You want to send my health care plan to Washington and let them see if they can? So yes, that's going to be a big one. But, you know, there's a reason we have, like, these debates ABC is having in New Hampshire soon. it's because it's not to talk about issues. The candidates could send in position papers on issues. We put them there to stand up against each other, to test them, to see how they do under stress. It's like the Roman Colosseum. Here's some lions and gladiators. Let's see how you test up. Why? Because we never know what a president's going to face. And against Donald Trump, I still think the most important thing is which of these candidates can go toe-to-toe with this guy. And I'm going to be looking for that in the results tonight.
Okay, one person who's been making that argument is Joe Biden, the former vice president. Joining us now live is the Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton. He's a surrogate for the Biden campaign. He has endorsed Joe Biden. And Congressman Moulton, thank you for joining us tonight. I see you're there at the watch party. What's the mood in the room? Because there's been some anecdotal reporting. It's unclear what the night's going to look like for Joe Biden. You still confident he's going to have a big night?
Oh, look, you know, the anecdotal reporting is all over the place. It's still pretty early. But one thing that Joe Biden knows is that this is a long game, and he is clearly taking a 50-state strategy. What I'm hearing from voters on the ground, and I was out knocking doors today, is that there are two things that are most important. One is we've got to have a nominee that can go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump. And number two, we've got to have someone who can actually bring this country together, bring the party together to win, and then bring the country together once he or she is the next president. There's no question in my mind that the person who's best at both of those jobs is Vice President Joe Biden.
Congressman, I'm interested, when you were going door knocking door to door in Iowa today, were there a lot of undecided voters, or had people already made up their minds?
You know, I have to say I was surprised by the number of people who were undecided. I think one thing that's important to keep in mind here is that, you know, there are a lot of people who will show up and vote in the general election who don't necessarily come out and stand 3 hours in a gymnasium to caucus. So you get these results tonight, and they mean something, and of course we'll talk about them for the next few days. But the reality is that when you actually look at the polling and when you talk to people on the ground about what they're looking for, Joe Biden's looking very, very strong.
You know, Congressman Moulton, Joe Biden said something interesting today. He said it was sort of ironic what's happened with the impeachment process, that Donald Trump asked for this favor from the president of Ukraine to look into the Bidens, and all the report, not all the reporting, but a lot of the reporting has now focused on Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. And it's a question he doesn't like to ask. Has the impeachment hurt Joe Biden?
Oh, I don't think it's hurt him at all, because I think it's very clear that Joe Biden didn't do anything wrong. But look, Trump is going after Joe Biden because Trump is afraid of Joe Biden. And, you know, if someone else ends up being the nominee, then that will be Trump's target. But I think the good news is that Trump is throwing everything he's got at Joe Biden, because clearly he's the one he doesn't want to face in the general election, and it's really not sticking. So Biden is being tested. He's being tested before any of the other Democratic candidates about what it means to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump. That's literally playing out right now, and Joe Biden's looking pretty good.
If you're a Democratic voter, you can't say you didn't have choices this time around. What was the one reason you chose Joe Biden?
Because I know he can win. And I think that's what's most important for Democrats right now. You know, look, there are a lot of other reasons. I care a lot about the job of the president as commander-in-chief. You know, as a four-tour Marine veteran, that matters a lot to me. I sit on the House Armed Services Committee, and I know that there's nobody in the field right now better prepared to go sit in that seat, in the Situation Room, in the Oval Office, as the commander-in-chief of the United States Armed Forces than Vice President Joe Biden. So there are a lot of reasons I'm supporting him. He's a unifier, not a divider. He's someone who's been a progressive champion and actually put ideas into action for years in the Senate. He's brought people together across the aisle and within the Democratic Party, and he's someone who has the best preparation. I mean, 8 years as vice president to be the president of the United States. But the most important thing is that Joe Biden can win. And for Democrats across the country, myself included, we have got to beat Donald Trump. I know Vice President Biden can do that.
Congressman Moulton, we thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Good luck tonight. Stephanie, is electability enough to get you elected, to get you to win the nomination? Or do you need something else? Do you need a secret sauce to win the nomination? Because there are a lot of candidates.
Yeah. I mean, No, electability on its own is not enough. And I think Congressman Moulton caught himself after he put everything on electability and said there's a lot of other reasons that I'm for Joe Biden. And there are lots of reasons to be for Joe Biden and all these candidates. You know, you have to demonstrate some authenticity. You know, you are who you are. You do what you say you're going to do. You have to talk about the future. And this is not about the past, it's about the future, and lay out a vision to get us there. All of that goes into electability. So it's not a singular issue. It's the character of the person. It's the whole of the person. And that's, you know, I think you saw a lot of talk about electability in the closing days of this caucus, where Bernie Sanders was talking about electability, because that was the key question that people had on him. Is he electable? His argument for electability is a lot different than Joe Biden's. Elizabeth Warren used electability in her closing argument. I think if she had done that a little bit earlier, she would be in a different spot right now.
And also on Warren, because you also have a thought, when she was doing so well in the beginning, you thought she should have been more aggressive.
I think she should
have
gone on
more media,
more on air, and made that electability argument in her ads a lot earlier. Because I think when you're looking at Elizabeth Warren versus Bernie Sanders, you know, they come from the same. They're cut from the same cloth in many ways, not totally, and certainly they have different life experiences that have brought them to where they are. But I think a question on Warren, was she electable, given some of the stances she was taking? And I'm not making a judgment one way or the other, but that was a key question that hung out there. And I think if she had answered that earlier, her campaign would have been significantly strengthened. I do think she's electable, but after the back and forth on Medicare for All and some other challenges that she faced several months ago, she could have answered that.
Yvette Simpson, I know you want to get on this conversation about electability. You heard Congressman Moulton saying that was one of the key issues for him on why he wanted to support Joe Biden.
You know, I've been saying for a long time that electability is based in kind of tradition. It's like a construct that's based in traditional notions. Traditionally, we favor white men, older white men, men who have been in politics for a long time when we say someone is electable. And what we know is a person who is electable is someone who gets elected. What we know now today is that people who get elected are people who can rally grassroots supporters, who are able to get people excited. You think about the election of Barack Obama, who, you know, was not considered electable, an African-American man with a funny name, and he was supposed to be less electable than, say, a Hillary Clinton. What we know is that that is not the same, you know, it's not the same construct. Who is the person who is electable? The person who can gather the most votes, who can get the most energy. And so I think it's just, you know, we have to get away from that. And I think Joe Biden is in a lot of trouble if he continues to say he's electable and he loses contest after contest. You know, he has to do very, very well tonight. He has to do well in New Hampshire in order to be trusted by the voters of South Carolina, who need to know that you can win if they're going to support you. And so I think we need to move away from these traditional ideas about who is electable and who is not. When a white male loses, we don't say he lost because he wasn't electable. You know, we find another reason. And so I think this party has to evolve to a place where we're really looking at a person who is electable as somebody who can get the support of a lot of people. And that looks very different today than maybe it looked 30 or 40 years ago.
Yvette, that's a fascinating point. I want to go to Matt Dowd on that point, because, Matt, if your whole argument is you're electable and you don't win elections, it's pretty tough to move forward from that point.
Well, I'm going to agree totally with something that Yvette said, is electability is defined by winning elections. And so if you start off and it's a moving target. Barack Obama was not the most electable candidate when the race went to Iowa. He was not the most electable person on the ballot. He won Iowa. He then went a series of other races, and he became the most electable candidate because he went through that. And one of the things we neglect to understand is if whoever starts winning then gets the nomination, they're given basically a platform among the American public of credibility and electability automatically by having the nomination of a major party. And so I think this moves. I think we talk about it a lot, but I think what in the end happens is if you start winning, whether it's Bernie Sanders, Pete Buttigieg, Joe Biden, start winning a certain number of caucuses and primaries, by the time you get to March, the person that has won the most is going to be considered by the voters the most electable candidate.
So you just got to win. It's easy. It's an easy formula. All right, Matt Dowd, thank you so much for that. Is Tom Styer still speaking? We heard from the control room he was still speaking. He's the candidate who has spent the most in Iowa so far, spent the most money in Iowa. He seems to have spent the most everywhere. Anywhere you go, you watch it, you can see a Tom Styer ad. We still have him. Let's hear what he's telling his supporters tonight in Iowa.
This is a campaign that in Iowa and outside Iowa appeals to a diverse group of Americans. And we know that's going to be true, and we know whoever is going to be the Democratic nominee is going to have to appeal to the diversity in America and in the Democratic Party. And we know this campaign can do that. And so if we're going to beat Mr. Trump, the first thing we're going to have to do is inspire people in America across the spectrum to show up in November of 2020 and win. So tonight is going to be the start of this, and we're going to go on from here to New Hampshire, and we're going to go on from New Hampshire to Nevada and South Carolina, and we're going to show that, in fact, we are the campaign that's diverse. And let me say, there's a real reason we're doing this. You know, I'm doing this to break this corporate stranglehold. I've spent over a decade fighting these corporations. I believe that's the fight that has to be made, and that's the fight that we will make, and that I think we need to make for America. I also know that we're either going to deal with our climate crisis on an emergency basis, or we're going to be in a terrible position as a country and a globe. So we're going to do that. There's a real reason for this campaign to exist. We're going to do that, and I think people are going to rally around that because it's the truth. And the other thing that I know is true, and I think we're going to hear it tomorrow night in the State of the Union address, Mr. Trump is going to explain basically how he's going to run for president tomorrow night. And he's going to say he's running on the economy. And he's going to say that Democrats are a bunch of socialists who will destroy the economy. We can't be trusted, and therefore you're going to have to vote for him. And let me say, I am the person who can fight him on the economy and beat him. So I will say this about this campaign. This is the start. This will be the foundation. No matter what happens tonight, this is the foundation. We will keep going, and we will build from here. And I believe we're in the best position of any Democratic campaign to get the nomination and to beat Trump in November of 2020. So thank you guys so much. Let's go see how it turns out. Thank you.
There to Tom Styer. He spent the most money in Iowa, billionaire Tom Styer, self-funding his campaign and sticking in this race so far. Stephanie Cutter, it is 9:30 here in Iowa, 10:30 out east. We have 0 precincts reporting out of the 1,600. What's going on?
I don't think we know, but it's getting late. So I think people are starting to think that something's going on. So.
Mike, they changed the process a little bit here. What's your take? I know you have a lot of friends who were working in politics in Des Moines, and up until a couple months ago, you were too as well. So
it was a few weeks ago.
Yeah, a few weeks ago. But what's your take on tonight?
So it's really important to remember this is a party-run process. At the nearly 1,700 precincts, these are run by volunteers. So it's the party's doing the right thing. Get all the results in, do some QC on it, make sure everything's right, because we're not just talking about the winner here. Who's in 4th, who's in 5th, how this all shakes out matters, and I bet you we're going to find some margins that are pretty small.
Some small margins in this thing. It makes a difference
And there'll be some arguments
Amy
over those
Klobuchar is 4th or 5th tonight, or who knows, even better. We don't know.
Yeah. And we did hear from Sochi that they are doing some quality controls to ensure that.
And there's this issue of the app, and I have heard that the app may have made things a little more confusing. We'll find out at the end of the night, but I heard the app may have made things a little more confusing for some volunteers.
Look, I think let's find out at the end of the night.
Yeah.
I've seen the app. It's a pretty simple app.
Technology making things more complicated, that could never happen.
Happens every now and then. No, we'll see. Guys, we do have some fascinating data that just came in right now from ABC News, from our polling site. We want to show it to you right now because we've been talking about electability and about Joe Biden, and this was pretty surprising when we first got this number in. This was the question here, the priority for the Democratic nominee can beat Donald Trump. And look at that right there. Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg, Mayor Pete, neck and neck. As we've been saying all night, Joe Biden's entire argument was that he's the one who can take it to Donald Trump. It's peppered all throughout his speeches. It's what his surrogates can say. We just heard Congressman Moulton say the same point. Stephanie, when you see these numbers here, what do you take away from this?
Well, I take away that Pete crossed a threshold and did some work to answer that question. And you know, this is a mayor from a relatively small city who came to Iowa and made an argument and went to lots of those counties that flipped from from Obama to Trump, rather, and rural counties, appealed to independents and moderates to say that I can pull this party together, I can pull this country together, and clearly it resonated with people. And we were talking earlier that electability means something different to every voter, but if you think somebody is electable, it means you probably like them for lots of other reasons too, and I think that's probably part of the appeal that Pete has been making.
And he's in Joe Biden's lane. Pete Buttigieg is directly in Joe Biden's lane there. It's not like, well, I'm like Bernie Sanders. I'm one of these progressive who really wants more radical change. I think that's what will win. No, this is somebody who's competing directly with Biden, so that's not a good number for Biden.
Mike, you're our Iowa guru, though. Mayor Pete, you can't say he got this from the media coverage. It wasn't earned media because Mayor Pete wasn't being talked about as much as some of the other candidates in the final weeks. This is just from hard work, grassroots, and getting his message out there, you think?
To Stephanie's point, I mean, he came here, he made the case. He traveled everywhere. He was here early. He was here often. They have a very impressive organization on the ground, and it's a message that does well in the suburbs. It does well in the cities. It does well on college campuses. He has a lot of strengths to this. So, no, I won't put it all on the media attention during this, but, he is in a very strong position right now if voters are viewing him in that lens through electability.
We said it all night, Rick Klein. Senator Amy Klobuchar was the one who spent the most time here, but we just saw that number, that stat with Pete Buttigieg, basically tied with Joe Biden on electability. And Pete Buttigieg, you look there, he did put in the time, too, the number of events, his days in Iowa, and he's somebody else who put a lot of his eggs in the basket of Iowa.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that was the play from the beginning, and you knew it, that this is being used to kind of light a spark. And look, to some extent, I think we have to acknowledge that as this night goes on, whoever the winner is gets a little bit less of a bump if it lingers and it looks like it's kind of a tied situation. We don't have any firm information on what's delaying this count right now. I'm trying to talk to some sources, text with them to find out what's going on, but there are growing signs that this is a bigger issue than just quality control. We've been told for more than an hour that the numbers are going to start flowing in, and they are not in. And we should say that they were trying out a lot of different things with this new process. The Caucus app was something they were rolling out new. They will have a paper trail. It's definitely better to get it right than to get it out fast. But there's something odd going on with the fact that we are this late into the evening. Just for context, 4 years ago, we had 95% of the vote in at this time.
Wait, repeat that point, because that's
important. At the
same
time in the night, we had north of 90% of the vote in. Now, it was an easier contest. There were really only two candidates. There was a lot less going on with alignments because you only had the two candidates. So that's a big factor. But this is odd to have nothing.
We have
out.
zero.
We have zero coming out from the Iowa Democratic Party. No numbers at all. And again, this is a party-run operation, as we've been saying. So the numbers have to come from them. The caucuses have concluded probably everywhere. We don't know for sure, but lots of places. And there are lots of independent people that can tell you the results of individual ones. But the actual information has to come from the Democratic Party, and we got zilch.
There's one group that's not happy, the Bernie Bros. Whit Johnson is at the Senator Sanders event right now. And Whit, I understand that the crowd's getting a little rowdy there behind you.
That's right, Tom. The crowd is growing. They're getting very excited. They're feeling the momentum, feeling the burn, so to speak, here as they're getting ready, waiting for the senator to come and speak. And they are hoping for some kind of victory speech. We've been talking about that momentum. I want to give you a little bit of color that we're getting from the campaign. Bernie Sanders himself is actually in a hotel room, surrounded by family. He's with his wife, Jane. He has one of his children and 2 grandkids with him. So it's a family affair. He's getting reports on what's coming in from the precincts. And I want to go back to that conversation that you were having earlier, talking about this idea from other campaigns concerned about whether Bernie Sanders could come out early and declare some kind of victory, even before the official results come out. I can tell you I've personally asked campaign staffers about that repeatedly tonight. Other producers have been asking him about that. And on the record, all they're saying is they're going to wait for the official results. But I can tell you this. The wounds from 4 years ago, 2016, are still fresh, and they're well aware of what happened. Hillary Clinton beating Bernie Sanders here by 0.2%. They also know that this time around, there may be opportunities to declare victories in different ways. And if there is a victory to declare, they're definitely going to be looking for one. And one other thing I can tell you that we're hearing from the campaign is they're watching these results come in. They're also paying close attention to Congressional District 4. That's Republican Congressman Steve King's district. It's a rural area. There are dairy farms there. They're watching it closely because they believe that the story that Bernie Sanders' pitch of Medicare for all, the working class, is really something that resonates with that group. And they think that if they can get a lead in that rural area, that could create some separation from the rest of the pack, Tom.
You know what? It's an interesting point because that is the part of the state that swung from Obama to Donald Trump. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays out there. But thanks for all that reporting. Stephanie, I want to get your take on some of the stuff that Whit was talking about. It might be spin. It might be the truth. But the Sanders campaign says they are going to wait. Your take on that?
That they are going to wait before
they know they announce any type of victory. They're waiting for all the numbers. We talked about a strategy of if it's close, coming in early, like we saw Hillary Clinton do 4 years ago.
Well, we had some results at that point. I think it's a little early for them to come out and declare victory when there are 0 results being reported.
But they said they're going to wait till the end. Essentially, is what Whit was saying.
Well, you know, I think that means they're probably confident that they're going to win.
Alex?
Now, a lot of these results, I mean, if it takes this long, they may all come in at once. You know, at this point, something's going on behind the curtain, and we can't see it. We're getting all kinds of anecdotal reports from friends on Twitter that Klobuchar's doing well here, Biden's doing well there, but we may get one big dump of data.
Stephanie, take us into those rooms real quick when this is happening. I mean, when you're getting, we hope we're getting close. We have no idea, actually. But when you are getting close, everyone's sort of screaming at each other, talking to each other. Take us into those rooms.
Well, I don't know if they're screaming at each other. You know, I think if you have a campaign with a good ground organization, you know what your vote is. And that's all been called into you by your folks on the ground. But if you don't, and you're relying on reporting of the Democratic Party, you probably are freaking out a little bit and wondering why there's no information flow. What's happening in the Iowa Democratic Party, Mike, you're probably better to answer that and put it in context.
It's important to remember, it's 9:45 Iowa time right now. This is a very close race between 5 candidates. They got to get this right and do the right thing here. So I think it's a leap to say that they're, you know, something behind the curtain maybe. No, let's talk in a few hours, if that's still the case. But they're just making sure that they're getting this right and getting all the data in, which I do suspect we'll get a big data dump at one point. So that may play into kind of campaign strategy right now of how they're going to announce.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is this is going to make it much harder for the Russians to steal the election this way. Just kidding.
Unless they've already
We're not for that.
Stephanie, talk to me because you've worked there, you've been in those rooms. Is it decided who the staffer is that tells the candidate you've won? And talk to me about that process and the hierarchy. How does that work? Because I'm sure that person really wants to tell them. And also the flip side,
that person has to also tell them if they lose too. And you know.
It's usually a chief strategist, campaign manager.
Yeah. There's usually little discussion about it, more of just a general anointment.
You get the consultant to do that. That's why you hire them.
To do the bad news.
Not
the good news.
All right. Guys, we have Juju Chang here. I'm very excited because Juju has spent some time reporting here in Iowa. And Juju, you know, when we got these entrance polls, so many of the voters were undecided. They were undecided. They hadn't made up their mind tonight. They maybe made up their mind 3 days ago. You had a chance today to spend some time with an undecided voter. What did you learn?
We learned so much, actually. We actually mounted a GoPro on this undecided voter and listened in real time as he was caucusing inside this precinct, 55, which is just a couple blocks from here. And we're getting a little bit of a glimpse behind the curtain. I want to share what I'm learning in real time so that you guys can comment on it. We are learning from the precinct captain. He says that the delay is coming from the fact that there's been this surge of new voters in their precinct. He said there's 266 new voters in about 1,080 people who showed up. So they're having to verify those new voters. That's slowing them down, he says. But I will give you the delegate count that he's given us, which is Vice President Joe Biden did not make the first alignment. He did not make the threshold, and we watched it happen in real time. Now, this is just one precinct, as we like to say, and as our friend Matt Dowd warned us, do not use anecdotal information. Right. There are 1,600 precincts. But what we saw was an enthusiasm gap for the Biden camp. You walked in, you could see a huge cluster of Warren people, well-organized, well-uniformed, wearing signs. Same thing with the Buttigieg people, and the same thing with the Sanders people. And what ended up happening was Biden's camp did not make the first threshold. In the end, in the second alignment, Biden's people had about the same as Andrew Yang's people and Amy's people. And you could see in the second alignment, Amy's people and Andrew Yang's people sort of dispersed. Technically, in the second alignment, if you're Biden's camp, you should be able to say, hey, come to us, help us reach the threshold. But that didn't happen. They simply dispersed because you were supposed to have 163 people representing to qualify. And I did a nose count. There were about 50 people there for Biden, and they dispersed. At the end of the day, the delegate for this one precinct is 4 delegates for Warren, 5 each for Bernie and Pete. Now, we saw something similar where Devin Dwyer was in Caucus, right? Also in Polk County. These are, as you know, sort of more urban districts, and we could see different things happen in the rural districts. But it's a fascinating watch. I mean, it's confusing.
You're saying the Biden group just they deferred? They didn't align with anybody? They decided not to?
They aligned.
Oh, they did end up moving. Okay.
And then in the second alignment, you could literally see in real time the Sanders camp grew a little bit, but you could see a surge in the Buttigieg camp and a big surge in the Warren camp. I could see people wearing green Amy T-shirts walking over to the Warren camp, you know, and then you could see some people realign. And then at the end of the day, it was 3 camps. And it was fascinating to see it unfold.
What about your voter? I know your voter voted for Hillary Clinton last time around. What did he do today?
Today, he went Warren. And we could listen in real time on this GoPro that was mounted. And, you know, the Amy people came over and said, hey, help us meet the threshold. That didn't happen. He talked to, you know, Warren people. He talked to Bernie people. And at the end of the day, he walked over to Warren's camp.
Did he tell you what it was? And here's some of the video right now of how you guys did this. And this story is going to run on Nightline?
This goes on Nightline later tonight. Okay. And he is a guy who's caucused for 20 years. And he was one of those, you can see the sign, ask me questions, because he's trying to, you know, tell people how to go. But at the end of the day, he went with electability. That was his crucial notion. I said, you're not a Sanders person. And he said, no, you know, I like the Democratic candidate to be a Democrat, which is something of a talking point among those folks. But you could see him, there he is, caucusing literally in real time. And ultimately, he went with Warren.
And why? And for electability, Biden wasn't his guy?
He was not a Biden guy. Listen, he said he liked each of the candidates for different reasons, but it was less issue-based and more who's going to beat Donald Trump. And I went to a Biden rally yesterday. You know, I went to a Klobuchar rally in the evening, and the applause lines were not so much issue-based. The big applause lines were, I'm going to beat Donald Trump.
All right. Juju Chang, fascinating report. We look forward to the whole story on Nightline. Thanks so much. I think we're going to talk to you later because you interviewed Amy Klobuchar as well. We want to hear about that, the bus ride. Yeah. All right, Juju, thank you for that. But, guys, I want to talk about some of the stuff that Juju just mentioned. And, Mike, we talked about organization from the get-go of this broadcast, and we heard it again over here at this precinct.
Yep, that's exactly what just happened, what folks were seeing and what she described. A well-trained precinct captain ready to take in the non-viable campaigns. So this is a process that starts months ago, where you recruit these people, you find these supporters, then you start testing them to see if they're really up to the task in a very busy room to be persuasive to bring folks over. And it sounds like, in this case, that's what happened.
Stephanie, that sounds like the tough part of a campaign, but you have to invest in it. And so what is that? Is that strategy? Is it discipline? Is it a little bit of everything to make sure you have those people in place?
All of the above, and training. Mike mentioned a well-trained precinct captain. That doesn't happen overnight. On the Obama campaign in 2008, that training started in the summer, and the organizing started in the summer. So they had a very good idea of what was going to happen in the caucus room all over the state before the caucus even happened, and had people in those rooms able to manage it and pull those people over from non-viable campaigns. Whenever anybody ever asks advice about how to run a campaign in Iowa, my number one thing is invest in the ground game. The ground game matters here more than any other state in the country.
And how aggressive and how early do you have to be in hiring people?
Well, there are, you want people with experience who have done it before. And thankfully, Iowa is a very involved state, so there are lots of them. But I do think for Joe Biden, who got in late, there was a little bit of a talent gap, and people that were available for him. They were already aligned with other campaigns. I mean, he should have hired you, Mike.
Yeah.
Something else to think about, too, though, is it also takes a little bit of passion. It's hard to build an organizational machine for a product that people don't want to buy. They do. And I tell candidates, look, if you build a church without Jesus, you just have a warehouse. You've got to have some passion that's going to bring people in and make the machine viable.
These are volunteer organizers who are giving their weekends and work nights and any available time they have to make phone calls, talk to their friends, organize their neighborhoods, go to their churches and organize, talk to their kids, friends' parents, any connection that you have, and you're continually building those circles bigger and bigger. We called them neighborhood team leaders. Every campaign calls them something different, but that's, for somebody who wants to give their time, their personal time, there needs to be some energy and excitement. There needs to be some passion for why you're doing that. And being against Trump is not enough.
And that's got to be the hard part, at least when you're organizing, because I would think the sexy part is the communication battles. You're out there on the front lines every day, and you're winning or you're losing through TV interviews and press interviews. But this we're talking about now. I mean, this should have been done a year ago.
Oh, this is like the
maybe the most important step. Yeah.
The fundamentals of any campaign here in Iowa.
And this was done a year ago. And what a very unique thing in this race, because of the amount of high-quality candidates, organizers would knock doors, get on the phones, and they talk to an Iowan and they say, well, that person's in my top 5. It's very hard to then turn that person into a neighborhood team leader, precinct captain, if you're just in the top 5, right? And with everything breaking late, it's hard to develop those leaders. So while it's important to win over those persuasion folks at the end, you need to have that infrastructure in place. And I think there were some campaigns that were able to do that very early because they had that surge in the summer. Even though that may have gone down, I'm thinking of Senator Warren right now. When she had that surge, she was able to bring in a lot of precinct captains, get folks involved.
But let's also remember at the beginning of the campaign, Warren, who was very successful in fundraising, online fundraising, low dollar, was criticized for her high burn rate. Right. She was spending too much money. And she was putting all that money here on the ground. And it was a good investment.
Yeah, it may have paid off. When we talk about organizing late and getting in late, is that going to hurt Michael Bloomberg in these other states? Can he still find quality campaign people, or is it a different game?
He is finding quality campaign people. He's paying a lot of money for them. But I think also when you move through these states, like in California, California is less of a ground game. Yeah. Isn't today the day that early voting starts in California? So that's more of a communication game, finding a way to connect with people.
Where you can spend, right.
Digital advertising, direct mail is much much canvassing as you do in high populated areas, but it's a different game than it is here in Iowa. So in every state you have to approach in that way. It's a different formula to get you over the finish line. So, you know, what Bloomberg is trying to do has not been successfully done so far. But I will say that this is not like any other year, and Mike Bloomberg, with the amount of money he has to spend, is not like any other candidate.
All right. And that's what we don't know is Barack Obama went into states like North Carolina where he barely spent anything and found ready-built, self-built organizations because people said, I love this guy. You can spend a lot of money in a state, but if you don't have something people really that inspires them, that lifts their eyes over the horizon and says, oh, that's my future, I see that now. If you don't have that, you can have all the money and organization in the world. Won't help.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. On the other end of this break, we hope to have some information. Again, 0 precincts reporting so far. Just behind me, I'm looking at the sign there. The results still coming soon. We will have some new reporting on this because we just got a statement from the DNC, I think, or from the Iowa Democratic Party. On top of that, we're going to have Rick Klein back on the other end of this to getting to the bottom of where some of these results are, if any. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back.
When politicians send their thoughts and prayers with no action, we say no more.
You have no idea what it feels to get back home and not having your son here.
Just focus on what I have to do for everybody, every other kid in this country.
Imagine getting in a plane crash, surviving, and getting on the same plane every day where the one issue that caused it isn't fixed.
After Parkland. Go to afterparklandmovie.com by February 3rd to reserve your tickets now.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
The Americans here on the ground and the Iraqis, 18,000 tons. Patatas. Ismail? David.
Over ground zero from Hurricane Michael.
You can see just home after home. David, nice to meet you. This was your view.
My favorite view.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
ABC, next Friday night, live, the first debate after Iowa and the last debate right before New Hampshire votes. The time is now and the stakes are high. Which Democrats will take to the stage? Who will emerge? And who will face this man in the 2020 election? The ABC debate, next Friday at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 5 Pacific on ABC and ABC News Live. And find up-to-the-minute coverage on Apple News on your iPhone.
Covered up. What time is it here? Back to ABC News Live. You are watching our continuous coverage of the Iowa caucuses. Your voice, your vote 2020. It is 10 o'clock local here in Des Moines, 11 o'clock out east, and we still have 0 precincts reporting. We've just gotten a statement in from the Iowa Democratic Party. I'm going to read you this statement. We're going to have our political director, Rick Klein, break it down for us on the other end of this. Here's what it reads. The integrity of the results is paramount. We have experienced a delay in the results due to quality checks and the fact that the IDP is reporting out 3 data sets for the first time. That's the Iowa Democratic Party. What we know right now is that around 25% of precincts have reported, and early data indicates turnout is on pace for 2016. That's from the Iowa Democratic Party Communications Director, Mandy McClure. So sort of 2 pieces of interesting information here, Rick. The first, it's on pace for 2016, which it wasn't a record turnout.
Right. That tells me it's not a record. That's right.
But do we know how many in 2016? What the numbers were? Were they more than 200,000?
Is this the pop quiz?
Okay.
Is this Stump Rick? You know, I got
Usually it's hard to stump you.
We'll get you those numbers. They didn't get close to the number that
big research. Get us that number.
We'll get you that number. It was a big year, but you remember there were only 2 candidates in the ballot, and remember that Donald Trump is the guy that they're running against, and so they remember that there's a lot of Democrats in the state who are very excited about all of this candidates. We heard about this record field that the Democrats had. So 2016 level excitement, that's fine for the Democrats, but that is not going to light people's seats on fire about the future of Iowa as a potential battleground state. But I think the more interesting piece of this information is this acknowledgement that there are significant problems here. We've been told now for about 2 hours that numbers are about to roll in. Something is seriously off about this vote count. And I know that there are people that want to throw around a lot of irresponsible terms about rigged, around hacking. We don't know any of that at this stage. What we can say confidently is that there are massive technical issues that are delaying the vote count right now in Iowa. And it is 100% better for this to be right rather than to be fast. But this is going to be a massive black mark on this event if we significantly delay a winner because of technical issues, given the skepticism out there around the electoral process, given the focus on Iowa, given all of the changes that were put in and the reforms that were put in. This is going to be a real problem for the Democrats, and we're still waiting. Now, it's as you said, we're hours into this process. To not have anything in is astounding.
There is somewhat of a fail-safe with the paper ballots. Yes. There will be a paper trail tonight, but to count, if we're talking about hundreds of thousands of ballots, will take a long time. We don't know the extent of the technical difficulties, correct, and we don't know exactly what went wrong at this point.
That's right, and according to the statement, it would appear that one of the problems is that one of the choke point of information that is coming into headquarters. Remember, this is a party-run event. This is not the state of Iowa that's putting this on. That's a critical thing to know about caucuses. So it's whatever infrastructure you build. Now, they went out and they purchased software for an app. They built a new app from scratch. Intriguingly, Tom, they haven't told anyone who built the app because they were worried about potential hacking. They were worried that people would target it or that company would be targeted in some way. So they have shrouded this app in some degree of secrecy. There were scattered reports earlier in the day about problems that precinct chairs were having with the app. We checked around on that. We were told, don't worry about it. We got it under control. And we always have landline phones in the end. But let me tell you, if there's a massive failure, 1,600 precincts calling in at the same time, imagine the hold music you're gonna have if you're calling in a result on a landline from a rural part of the state, waiting to tell the party what just happened.
Mike, you're Iowa guru, and I know you've been cautioning us all night because you sort of know a little bit more about the logistics than we do because this is your home state. But explain something to me. If turnout is on pace for 2016, 4 years ago, I'm being told by big research, ABC News big research, we had 90% of the vote at this point. So what's going on? Do you think this technical glitch is a big deal?
So I trust what the party's saying. Now, kind of what's happening right now as they intake results is you have the temporary chairs or precinct chairs that have out at these precinct sites, taking in the results, running the actual caucus. They're going to be calling in to the Iowa Democratic Party those results right now. So yes, there could be some hold music, but there's a big phone bank happening somewhere in this building right now to do that intake. So hopefully we'll have some things soon.
Right. And there's a lot more data coming in than 4 years ago. Yep. 3 different metrics, more candidates.
Did they bite off more than they could chew? Is that what we're seeing tonight with putting out more results, or it wouldn't have affected it either way?
I don't know that it would have affected it, but one of the numbers, and I forget what it was earlier, 280 some new registrants at a caucus site. Right. That stuff starts to snowball. That means every one of those people had to wait in line to go fill out a voter registration form to either switch parties or become a new voter.
And explain, in Iowa you can do that on caucus day.
Yeah. So, that delays things maybe at that caucus site. Then you have a delay in a result getting in. It just kind of snowballs. So again, we're still relatively early here, still 10-ish Central Time, but we're going to need to see some numbers here pretty soon.
And actually, this is a good segue to our next segment because we've been talking a little bit about math, and you can't talk about math and not talk about Andrew Yang. So Zareen Shah is at the Andrew Yang's watch party tonight with the Yang Gang. Andrew Yang, one of the more exciting candidates. He had such a creative website, creative campaign. The way sort of he attacked the primary system and the way he wanted to bring voters into the fold. Zareen, walk us through what tonight's been like so far over there.
Yeah, Tom, he is a fascinating candidate. People just started trickling in just a little bit ago. Yang supporters, we spoke to a few of them. One person said that Yang was actually viable in their precinct. Others have said that he was not viable, and they ended up going towards Buttigieg, they said. They went towards Warren. Many others actually said, though, that they felt so strongly about Yang that when he was not viable in their precinct, they just left, which is really fascinating. Now, another name that we hear often in the field when we go to these Yang events is the name Bernie Sanders. A lot of Yang supporters also like Sanders quite a bit. And it's no secret that Yang actually supported Sanders in the last election. He's told me that he likes Sanders, and he mentioned Sanders in his speech. So I reminded him of this recently, and I asked him where he was signaling his supporters to go.
Naturally head to Bernie, and I don't think that they need me to say that they like Bernie for them to know that they like Bernie. I think that Bernie and I do have a lot of overlap in support. So it wouldn't be surprising to me if many of our supporters head that direction.
It certainly appears that Bernie is on Yang's mind. Just yesterday, I was with him at a canvas launch. He was standing on a chair, and then he jumped off, and he said, let's see Bernie do that, seemingly taking a jab at Bernie's age. So it's going to be interesting to see where the rest of his supporters go. Tom?
Yeah, Zorine, that's interesting. And Andrew Yang does have a somewhat of an interesting sense of humor. I think recently he also said, quote, Iowa sucks before the Iowa caucuses. I know he was joking, but maybe not the best joke to make. But I find it interesting because in politics, you usually don't surrender that early. And I don't know if he was surrendering, but at least he was pointing his supporters to another candidate. And I do find that really interesting. Clearly, a sort of a coalition, maybe informal, but definitely a coalition that we maybe see down the line. And if you're someone like Bernie Sanders, Andrew Yang can bring you some excitement. And he did have a decent-sized following, and we think he does across the country.
Yeah, I mean, look, he did not want to say the name Bernie Sanders when we kept asking over and over where he was signaling his support to. The sound that you just heard from Yang was after multiple questions about where he was signaling his supporters to go. And eventually, I think he just finally caved.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what you're supposed to do as reporters, right? Keep asking the questions. All right, Zorine, thank you so much. Great having you on the show tonight. Stand by, because we will go back to you. We also want to let our viewers at home know we're expecting to hear from Senator Klobuchar in less than 10 minutes. We will take that speech live as well. Marcus Moore has been covering Mayor Pete for us tonight. He's at the watch party there for Mayor Pete. We've seen some preliminary information from our entrance polls there, Marcus, that would show a good sign for Mayor Pete. Basically tied with Joe Biden on the issue of electability. And that's got to make the folks over there at the Mayor Pete watch party a little excited.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Tom. And that's what we've heard from his campaign, his team, that they are pleased with the early numbers that we've seen so far. And as we've been reporting, the actual precinct numbers have not yet been released. And as you see the room behind me fill up, it seems that people here are not as concerned about that delay. In fact, they are quite festive and quite optimistic. And that is what makes this, perhaps this wait a little bit more bearable for them. They're certainly very encouraged and started out the day optimistic about the prospects. They know that this needs to be a big night for Pete Buttigieg as he tries to gain that momentum moving into the early states of New Hampshire and beyond that. And their strategy, Tom, from the very beginning of this campaign has been to help him differentiate himself from the other candidates. They want him to be portrayed and be seen as the moderate voice, the moderate candidate on the Democratic side, and the man with the best chance of defeating Donald Trump in the election. And they have had teams on the ground here in Iowa for months as they've been trying to lay claim to this territory and really focusing on the communities, the counties that went to Obama and also Trump in past years. That's where they were focusing a lot of their energy. And one of the things that we've also talked about in this race race are the challenges that the Buttigieg campaign has faced in terms of trying to reach voters of color. That is something they said they've been well aware of and have tried to attack that. And today at the Canvass launch party, I met with a young woman, 24 years old. She's undocumented from Houston, Texas. And I asked her about whether or not she's concerned about the campaign's ability to reach voters of color in this election. And she said absolutely not. And that if someone like her, a 24-year-old Latina woman who's undocumented, can drive to Iowa from Houston to be a part of this campaign, that tells you everything you need to know about his message. But when you look at some of the early polling numbers, it's the exact opposite, and it really seemed like an uphill battle for them. But Tom, there's still here a lot of energy. We've seen this place filling up with people young and old, and many of them not only from here in Iowa, but across the country, who are here to support Pete Buttigieg, and who at the end of the day so far are quite pleased and encouraged by the results that we have been made aware of so far.
Marcus Moore for us tonight. Marcus, stand by for that. We do hear that excitement growing. An interesting take there with that young woman you spoke to. Rick Klein has an update now. We've been talking all night now about these the precincts reporting. So far, we have 0% reporting in right now. At this point, 4 years ago, we had 90%. I also want to tell our viewers we're waiting on Senator Klobuchar to speak. We're just moments away from that. But, Rick, you have a quick update about what's going on?
Yeah, we've heard from several campaigns that they've been invited to a briefing here in Iowa, in Des Moines, to get an update from the Iowa Democratic Party and the Democratic National Committee on exactly what the issues are. Are they related to the app? Are they related to some other way of vote tabulation? There are scattered reports that some of them are unconfirmed at this time about issues that individual precincts had in getting that information to the Iowa Democratic Party. Again, a very unfortunate situation for a party that invested a lot in trying to improve this process. We're ensuring us all that this would be a seamless and quick process. All we know so far is what they're told is that more than a quarter of precincts have reported the data. We have still seen none of that data. Absolutely none. That is not what any of the campaigns expected. It's certainly not what the party was expecting.
Rick, if we can read tea leaves tonight, if you'll read some with me here, that they're calling a meeting of the minds here at the convention center, that doesn't bode well with us getting information, the public getting information, or results coming in. Again, we want them to be right, not first, but that doesn't bode well for anything prompt.
My interpretation of that is that they want to tell the campaigns, the people that have stakes in this, what is going on so they can get a front end of that messaging before they put out any information publicly. That seems like the right course of action. And again, it's worth mentioning that this is a party-run event, different than a primary, so your stakeholders are these campaigns. They're doing right by trying to let them know as much as they can about this, and they are as frustrated as anyone else. They want to know. They want to get on with it. I'm actually surprised that we haven't heard more candidates take the stage as Amy Klobuchar is about to do. This is a lot of hours of television that's gone by with nothing else to talk about. It feels like an opportunity for someone to say, you know, look, I'm very proud of my supporters in Iowa, and let me go to New Hampshire.
Not only that,
I see Alex nodding to that one. Yeah,
you got to think also those crowds that have been gathering for hours now at these watch parties. Eva Pilgrim is at the Biden watch party tonight, and Eva, give us a sense of the room. But I also want to give you a heads up. We're waiting for Senator Klobuchar to start at any moment. We will take her live. But Eva, give us a sense of that room tonight right now.
Well, you can see it's much more crowded here now. People are starting to file in from the caucus sites that they were at previously. I've seen a lot of the precinct captains walking around with their T-shirts on that show that they are the captains. So we've chatted with them kind of about what they've seen at those precincts. And I think the delegate number is going to be interesting because we heard from one precinct captain who told me, you know, he was there and the Biden barely squeaked in, but somehow in the end the delegate count ended up even. The way they split the delegate count, so that seems pretty positive for them. And people seem pretty positive, just anxiously waiting to hear what's going to go on, Tom.
All right, Eva, we're gonna tap in now to Senator Klobuchar's event. She's taken the stage, I'm being told. Let's see what she has to say.
We won my precinct. So we're so excited about Amy because I tell you, you all know Amy is the person who can take us all the way and can be the next president of the United States. Do you agree with me?
All right, we're being told now. It seems like Senator Klobuchar is getting a long introduction, but it is election night, so they're allowed to do that. I do find those shirts really interesting. Stephanie Cutter, Amy Klobuchar will beat Donald Trump. Let's see if she takes the stage now, or if it's going to be another surrogate. As we closely watch through those Amy for America signs, hopefully those will come back down and we'll be able to see the candidate. May need to get our photographer an apple box or a riser to get up there. It sounds like she's taking the stage now from the chanting there, but we can't see her. Amy Klobuchar, not one of the tallest candidates, but we just saw her head. All right, so let's listen in here and see what Senator Klobuchar has to say. Again, she visited the state more than anyone else, 99 counties, invested so much time and resources. She had to do well tonight. It's unclear how she did because, again, 0 precincts reporting, but let's hear what the senator from Minnesota has to say.
Unbelievable. So you've probably heard we don't know the results. But I did not want to let another minute go by without thanking all of you. We know there's delays, but we know one thing. We are punching above our weight. My heart is full tonight. One, because I have my great chair here. Thank you, Andy McGuire. 2, because I have this fantastic staff that has stood with us all the time. And 3, because my husband and daughter are here with me tonight. And I want to thank them. I want to thank our tireless field organizers, the unstoppable volunteers who would never give up. And we are feeling so good tonight. And I cannot wait. Somehow, some way, I'm going to get on a plane tonight to New Hampshire. And we are bringing this ticket to New Hampshire. So even in a crowded field of candidates, even during the well-earned impeachment hearing of Donald J. Trump, which kept me bolted to my Senate desk for the last 2 weeks, we kept fighting. And you kept fighting for me. We have started in a blizzard, and a lot of people didn't predict I'd finish that speech. That's what they were like, how could she do it? Then in the summer, they kept saying, is she going to make it through the summer? And then debate after debate after debate, and all I can say is we are here and we are strong. And with that same grit that got us through that blizzard, we are now ready to head to New Hampshire. And my friends here in Iowa, you know we have beaten the odds every step of the way. We have done it on the merits, we have done it with ideas, and we have done it with hard work. Because, thank you. We know in our hearts that in a democracy, it is not about the loudest voice or the biggest bank account. It is about the best idea, and it is about the person that can turn those ideas into action. We know that our party can't win big by trying to outdivide the divider in chief. We know that we win by bringing people with us instead of shutting them out. Donald Trump's worst nightmare is that the people in the middle, the people who have had enough of the name-calling and the mudslinging, have a candidate to vote for in November. Donald Trump's worst nightmare is that our fired-up Democrats will march to victory alongside a big coalition of independents and moderate Republicans that see this election just as we do. That this election is, yes, an economic check, but it also is a patriotic check. It is a decency check. It is a simple idea. It's a simple idea that the heart of America is so much bigger than the heart of this guy in the White House. Our country cannot take another 4 years of Donald Trump. Our collective sense of decency can't take another 4 years. The rule of law can't withstand another 4 years of a president that thinks he's above it. Our democracy cannot tolerate another 4 years of a president who wants to bulldoze right through it. The American dream cannot take another 4 years of a president who thinks he can choose who gets it. His playbook is not hard to understand. It is really 3 words: divide and demoralize. Well, I have a playbook that's 3 words: unite and lead. That is how I have passed over 100 bills as the lead Democrat in the United States Senate in the middle of that gridlock. And that is how I have won elections in the reddest of red congressional districts, in the bluest of blue congressional districts. The president, though...
Okay, we've just been listening to Senator Klobuchar, who, even though there's 0 precincts reporting, he's got a ticket to New Hampshire. At least she's purchased that ticket. Stephanie Cutter, at this point, that doesn't really mean anything yet, since we don't know any of the results so far, and this was such an important state for her. We do know this, and I want you to break all this down for us. We're going to hear from Senator Warren very soon, and former Vice President Biden. It sounds like the campaigns, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, are trying to maybe create their own narrative, or at least talk to their supporters tonight, because they've been there for several hours.
Talk to their supporters, as Senator Klobuchar did, thank them. And I think that she's probably clear that she's not going to be the winner of the Iowa caucus, but coming out early and declaring a version of her victory gives her some lift to go into New Hampshire. She was going there one way or the other. She made clear she's trying to do it on her terms.
Alex, it's what do we say here? It's 10:23 here, 11:23 on the East Coast. You got to make sure, if people are watching tonight across the country, watching us, watching cable news, watching the networks, that you at least get a message out. Is that why we're seeing the candidates come out now?
Absolutely. And your campaign can get this out on social media, take bites of this, the old classic preemptive victory speech. No candidate today got more votes than I did, they can all say right now for a few seconds. And so, yeah, and news stories in the morning. Okay, if we don't have an answer, they can at least play a bite from the speech he's been giving all around the state so far. Good move, first one out to do it.
Mike, well, actually second. Tom Styer was first. But Mike, talk to us. You have a little bit more information of what may be going wrong with the process tonight?
So it sounds like some results aren't getting through the app right now. So what we spoke about earlier, precinct chairs have to call in these results, and
they have to call them in if the app doesn't work, or was it you sort of
you
have to
had
do
an option
both steps?
either way.
Okay,
had an option either way. So you're talking about 1,600, nearly 1,700 phone calls that you're getting 3 sets of numbers, and somebody needs to answer that call and walk the person through and do a little quality control on that. So those calls will keep coming in, but it looks like turnout is, the party said 170,000, which is on track with 2016. So I think the party will be relatively pleased with seeing turnout like that at this point.
Okay. 2016, but not 2008. Rick Klein, let's cut through the spin there. Not that Mike was spinning us at all. Not that Mike was spinning us at all. But they can't be happy with that number. If they thought they might have record turnout tonight, and it's clearly not record turnout.
This night is shaping up to be a massive reality check for Democrats about their enthusiasm. If it is down from the record level of 2008, given Donald Trump, and with the caucus process itself, with the focus on Iowa. When you have people that are questioning whether it was wise for the Democrats to spend as much time and money and effort here, remind people that it's already thinned the field. You had a whole crop of people like Senator Booker who tried to catch on and didn't, that Iowa already had a winnowing effect. This is undermining, I think, a lot of the Democrats' optimism going into the year. It is an inauspicious start, to say the least. And I continue to think, and we're told now that the campaigns are being briefed now on exactly what the issue is. To my mind, it is bigger than an app issue or just a reporting issue. If they have a quarter of the data, why we're seeing none of it? That says to me, and I think it's stoking a lot of suspicion, that they don't trust something. They're worried that even what's gotten through may not be trustworthy.
Well, that, as we see on the corners of our screen here, this is the Warren event on the bottom and the Joe Biden event on top. The candidates are coming out.
Yeah, the campaigns are getting the message.
Which usually, when you go to these events, the candidate comes out, speaks, everyone leaves. Yeah. It's night's over. So that tells me it may be a very late night.
I think I would read from this that they're being signaled that we're not anywhere close. And now at this point, get on TV before it gets to be a ridiculous hour and define your narrative going forward and move on and get out.
Okay, there's limited amount of time before the debate and before New Hampshire. How do you spin, or do you just kind of sort of play the waiting game to see what happens if this was a good night or bad night for you? You can't say anything. You just kind of push on.
I think whoever the winning campaign is going to have a story to tell. And it may not be the top story, unfortunately, or may not be the only story. It's going to be paired with another story. But the hope is that when the dust settles from this, people are going to parse through the results, look at the exit polls, and say, "Wow, something impressive happened here." Strip away everything else with the reporting issues and apps and everything else. Somebody got more votes than other people.
But Stephanie Cutter, if the headline tomorrow morning when people wake up is no winner, it could be something good for candidates who didn't do well tonight.
Absolutely. I do think we're going to wake up tomorrow when there's going to be a winner.
Some of us have to stay up.
Some of us have to, right.
Yeah, I think
But I want to address the turnout issue.
Yeah.
They said it's on track to be 2016. Right. 2016 wasn't a bad turnout year. But we're comparing this to 2008, right? Which was a record turnout year. And this is not 2008. 2008 was extraordinary in so many ways, with a candidate like Barack Obama, and it was Hillary Clinton, and Hillary's first time running.
Yeah.
So the energy behind those two candidates, they were superstar candidates, was incomparable to any other year. This year, there are great candidates running, but none of them inspire that kind of energy. So,
are Democrats going to need that, Stephanie? Are they going to need record turnout to beat a Donald Trump?
Right. I mean, so two things. One,
especially in a state that
it
flipped.
says that Trump is the thing that's really driving people out. And number two, is that energy high enough to be able to go against Trump in 2020.
We have a quick update now from the Iowa Democratic Party, Rick, or is it the DNC?
This is a big one. It's from the Iowa Democratic Party, where they are saying, quote, "We found inconsistencies in the reporting of 3 sets of results. In addition to the text systems being used to tabulate results, we're using photos of results and a paper trail to validate that all results match and ensure that we have confidence and accuracy in the numbers we report. This is simply a reporting issue. The app did not go down. This is not a hack or an intrusion. The underlying data, the paper trail, is sound. It will simply take time to further report the results."
So is this a confirmation that they're going to be using these paper ballots that we have over here?
Well, I think before they get to paper ballots, it's going to be that they, inside the individual precincts, they will know the number. They know the count. Someone there knows it. The question is how you get that information to headquarters in a secure way. And I think exactly the point that the phones are being overloaded. They're being asked to take screenshots, take pictures of it, text them in. Imagine what that is like. I mean, putting together 1,600 screenshots into an Excel spreadsheet of some sort with a...
And don't forget Paris. There's also Paris. I think that had results out of Paris, the satellite. Mike, so is this essentially 2 fail-safes? They have the paper trail, now they're going to have the photos?
Correct.
And the phone calls.
And the phone calls. And the card that you're holding there will not arrive back at the Iowa Democratic Party for some time.
Yeah.
They won't have those tonight to count.
Okay.
And I don't know that you can trust a precinct chair going through and counting all of those and reporting back. So as far as an audit of the results or a recount, this is in place to do that in the coming days when that information arrives back at the party.
An incredibly close race.
Correct.
But I think to your point, Tom, I think that's exactly right. If there's a mess, the winners don't win as big and the losers don't lose as bad. Because imagine the Super Bowl and wait, we didn't find out what happened at the end. We find out later. Interest is down, and this is not a good thing for Democrats, I think, here today.
Well, it's still early. It's first contest in the system. We are going to hear from Senator Sanders, I'm being told, in less than 2 minutes. His grandkids. Oh, but preempting that is former Vice President Joe Biden right now, his wife, Dr. Jill Biden. Let's listen to see what Joe Biden has to say with no results in so far.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a long night, but I'm feeling good. I want to thank you all our supporters, and all those incredible people who hold public office in this state that endorsed us, and all the endorsers from all across the country, my colleagues in the Senate, in the House, and from the Vice Presidency, all of you, and all the people from Delaware, California, all the people came from all over to campaign here. I want to tell you. And most of all, I want to thank the Iowans that are here. The Iowa Democratic Party is working to get this result, get them straight. And I want to make sure they're very careful in their deliberations. And indications are, from our indications, it's going to be close. We're going to walk out of here with our share of delegates. We don't know exactly what it is yet, but we feel good about where we are. And look, so it's on to New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, and well beyond. We're in this for the long haul. And I want us to remember, not just tonight, but throughout this campaign, thank you. This isn't just another election. This is well beyond our party. This is about ending an era of, ending an era, God willing, of a president who, this is bigger than any of us. It really is. We cannot allow Donald Trump to be reelected to the United States presidency again. I'm ready to give him a new nickname. The former President Trump, Chris. The former President Trump. And folks, as I said, it's bigger than any candidate, bigger than any party. And folks, I said from the outset, Jill and I both said, we're in a battle for the soul of the nation. And that's not hyperbole. We really believe that, and I think it's been demonstrated every single hour he remains as President of the United States. Folks, each and every one of us knows that deep in our bones that everything this nation stands for is at stake. And I really mean it. 4 more years of Donald Trump will fundamentally alter the character of this nation. And character is on the ballot. That's what this is. Everything that makes America is at stake, and literally our democracy is at stake, in my view, our view. I say our view because you've been doing as hard as I have. Folks, and folks, I love her too, man. Well, I tell you what, and the other reason we're running, we're gonna make sure it happens, is we've got to rebuild the backbone of this country. The working class, the middle class, they've been getting laid out badly by this administration. The middle class is being hurt very badly. But look, you know what? We have to unify this country as well. Everybody understands that CEOs and Wall Street bankers didn't build America. Ordinary, hardworking people led by unions built America. Unions. And folks, we need a president who's not only ready to fight, but is also ready to heal this country. We can't hold grudges. We've got to be able to go out and unify the country, because the president is supposed to heal as well as fight. And that's exactly what I plan on doing, we plan on doing, all of us in this hall plan on doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go all over this country, every part of the Democratic Party, and unite it. Men, women, gay, straight, everyone, black, brown, a whole universe of people out there. Because folks, there's nothing we've ever failed at when
We've just been listening to former Vice President Joe Biden, and we are following breaking news tonight here out of Iowa. Caucus chaos right now. You unofficially have 5 winners, all of them who say they're going to New Hampshire tonight, all of them about to speak. We've seen Senator Amy Klobuchar speak. We just saw Vice President Joe Biden. We understand Senator Elizabeth Warren is speaking right now. But we can't stop, and we cannot say how significant this moment is right now, because we hope to have a winner for you tonight. Because of a technical glitch, it seems that it's unclear, actually, when we're actually going to have the results from the Iowa caucuses. At this late hour, we still have 0% precincts reporting. We understand 25% might be out there, but we haven't been given that data just quite yet. We know that there's going to be a meeting between the campaigns and the Iowa Democratic Party that is putting on the Iowa caucus to get to the bottom of the problem, but it's still unclear at this point when we will have results. Senator Elizabeth Warren speaking right now. Let's tune into that.
Iowa. Thank you so much. So listen, it is too close to call, so I'm just going to tell you what I do know. You won! baby daughter of a janitor, I am so grateful to be up on this stage tonight. Tonight, as a party, we are one step closer to defeating the most corrupt president in American history. Tomorrow, Donald Trump will make a speech about the State of the Union, but I have a message for every American. Our union is stronger than Donald Trump. And in less than a year, our union will be stronger than ever when that one man is replaced by one very persistent woman. And I see America from very different viewpoints, and we have since we were born. Trump grew up in New York City in a 23-room, 9-bathroom mansion. I grew up out in Oklahoma in a 2-bedroom house with 1 bathroom and a converted garage where my 3 brothers slept. By the time he was 3, Donald Trump was getting a $200,000 allowance every year from his dad's real estate empire. In total, he got nearly $500 million from his dad. Me, I took on small jobs to make money, babysitting, waitressing, sewing dresses for my aunts. Donald Trump claimed bone spurs to avoid the draft. All 3 of my older brothers signed up for military service, and the oldest spent 5.5 years off and on in combat in Vietnam. Before he became a reality TV host, Donald Trump spent most of his career running one company after another into bankruptcy, stiffing small businesses, ripping off workers, and scamming students. I spent most of my career studying why families go broke and fighting to make it easier for them to get back on their feet. Before I was even elected to office, I built an entire federal agency to stop big banks and financial institutions from cheating people. I tell you this. I love it. But I tell you this because a person's values matter. A president's values matter. And the only thing Donald Trump values is Donald Trump. He believes that government is just one more thing to exploit, a tool to enrich himself and his corrupt buddies at everyone else's expense. I believe government should work for everyone. We don't know all the results tonight, but tonight has already showed that Americans have a deep hunger for big structural change to make our economy and our democracy work for everyone. Tonight showed that our path to victory is to fight hard for the changes Americans are demanding, changes that Democrats, Independents, and Republicans are demanding. Tonight showed that our agenda isn't just a progressive agenda. It isn't just a Democratic agenda. It's an American agenda. Throughout our history, when moments of crisis have called on us to meet big challenges, Americans have answered the call. Even when the doubters and critics say that our dreams are too big and the fights are too hard, we persist. In the 1700s, when people said we could never overthrow a king and form a new republic, farmers and merchants came together and fought side by side until we won our independence. In the 1800s, people said that slavery would endure forever and African Americans would never see liberation. But abolitionists, enslaved and formerly enslaved people, formed an underground railroad, and more than 2 million people waged a war to defeat the tyranny of slavery. And in the 1900s, people said we could never rescue our economy from the depths of the Great Depression or defeat fascism. But we forged a new deal. We mobilized to defeat fascism. We expanded unions. We built a middle class, and we marched for civil rights. Americans do big things. That's who we are. We don't settle. We don't back down. We meet big problems with even bigger solutions. So I'm here tonight because I believe that big dreams are still possible in America. Tonight, you showed that when you imagine an America that lives up to its ideals, you can set in motion the process of making it a reality. All it takes is some hard work and better connections. And here in Iowa, that's what happened. You came together, you organized, you showed that we are united in our conviction that hope defeats fear, that courage overcomes.
Okay, we've been listening to Senator Elizabeth Warren there with no precincts reporting in, no data yet, no votes at all, no results. The candidates are trying to take charge. Here's Senator Bernie Sanders.
To advance justice.
And let me begin by stating that I have a strong feeling that at some point the results will be announced. And when those results are announced, I have a good feeling we're going to be doing very, very well here in Iowa. And the message that Iowa has sent to the nation, it's a message shared by the American people, is that we want a government that represents all of us, not just wealthy campaign contributors and the 1%. Tonight, in this enormously consequential 2020 election, the first state in the country has voted, and today marks the beginning of the end for Donald Trump. The most dangerous president in modern American history. You know, no matter what our political views may be, the people of America understand we cannot continue to have a president who is a pathological liar, who is corrupt, who does not understand our Constitution, and is trying to divide our people up based on the color of their skin, based on their religion, their sexual orientation, or where they were born. And all of that hatred, all of that divisiveness is going to end when together we are in the White House. We are going to win this election because the people of the United States are sick and tired of a massive level of income and wealth inequality. They don't want tax breaks for billionaires and cuts to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. The American people understand that if you work 40 hours a week, you should not live in poverty, and that we've got to raise that minimum wage to at least $15 an hour. The American people understand that health care is a human right, not a privilege. And that our administration is going to take on the greed and corruption of the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical industry. And whether they like it or not, we will pass a Medicare for all single-payer program. The American people understand that in the year 2020, all of our people, regardless of income, are entitled to get a higher education. And that is why, together, we will make public colleges and universities tuition-free, and why we will cancel all student debt in America. And we're going to do that through a modest tax on Wall Street speculation. 11 years ago, we bailed out the crooks on Wall Street. Now it is their time to help the middle class. And unlike the President of the United States, the American people understand that climate change is not a hoax, but is an existential threat to our country and the entire world. They understand that the time is now for us to take on the fossil fuel industry, to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energies. And as President of the United States, because this is a global issue, not just an American issue, we are going to speak to the people in China and Russia and countries all over this world and say, maybe, just maybe, instead of spending $1.8 trillion a year on weapons of destruction designed to kill each other, maybe we should pool our resources and fight our common enemy, which is climate change. And the people of America know the time is long overdue for major reforms to a broken and racist criminal justice system. We're going to invest in our young people, in jobs and education, not more jails and incarceration. And the American people also understand that our immigration system is broken, and together we will pass comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. And the American people know that gun safety legislation will be written by the American people, not the NRA. And the American people most certainly know that it is women who must control their own bodies, not politicians. So, brothers and sisters, yes, Together we will defeat Donald Trump, but we're going to do more than that. Our message to Wall Street and the insurance companies and the drug companies and the fossil fuel industry and the military-industrial complex and the prison-industrial complex, our message to them is change is coming. Together with the strongest grassroots movement this country has ever seen, where we have knocked on hundreds of thousands of doors here in Iowa, we're doing it in New Hampshire. So let me conclude by thanking our great staff, our volunteers here in Iowa. And now it is on to New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina.
All right, we've been listening to Senator Bernie Sanders delivering what sounds like a victory speech and channeling another famous Democrat who we heard from also from Vermont, who we heard from earlier tonight, Howard Dean, of course. But it sounds like Bernie Sanders has just given a victory speech. But just before that, we heard Senator Elizabeth Warren give a victory speech and Joe Biden before that. We are covering a breaking news event here at the Iowa caucuses. It's not the one we thought we were going to cover. It is one that's completely different. There are 0 precincts reporting so far. We have no voter information. It is getting late, and all the campaigns have made it very clear, at least the top campaigns, they're all heading to New Hampshire anyway. They've spoken to their supporters, they've thanked their supporters, and they essentially have given victory speeches. Rick Klein, our political director, is joining me now, along with our powerhouse political panel. There are a lot of storylines that have developed in the last hour, Rick, and the new one is from the Biden campaign, because now they're getting their lawyer involved, and they're saying they want everything examined and looked at closely.
So all of the campaigns have been told of the issues as the Iowa Democratic Party understands them, and the Biden campaign has sent a letter from the general counsel saying, we understand that you're working on this, but we want an opportunity to review these results and understand exactly what you're doing with the process before you release anything publicly. I read that as a very major signal that either A, this is going to be delayed for a long time. I think that's one piece of it, and that there's going to be a predicate to not trust the results maybe ever out of this. Now, we know we have a paper trail. That's a new reform that I'm sure the Democratic Party is very glad to have at this time. But with all of this talk of people being hung up on when they try to call a precinct numbers in, or having to text in screenshots from remote corners of the state, that is a chaotic scene. It is a nightmare scenario for Democrats. It is a terrible start to the nominating process, the nominating system. And now you have one of the leading candidates saying, we're not so sure that we're going to trust the numbers that the Iowa Democratic Party puts out, even as no numbers at all have been put out. So all of these campaigns are pulling up roots, but the story here in Iowa, I think, has only begun.
Yeah, it's definitely Cutter. If the headline is, actually, I should rephrase that. If the winner is Iowa disaster, that is the headline coming out tonight. There are no winners. There are no losers either,
right.
And that could bode well for certain people, maybe even Joe Biden.
Well, the other thing that they're saying is, in addition to they want to get to the bottom of the reporting problems and casting doubt on the results, is that all of the early reporting is coming from major population centers like Des Moines, and they're not covering
where a lot of the reporters are, a lot of the media teams, right?
And they were never counting on those precincts as their total count and their final count. Anyway, so it shouldn't be a surprise that they weren't winning there. But media are not reporting,
rural
counties
out
where
west.
he was spending most of his time. So the narrative, they're trying to change the narrative that from Joe Biden is losing. They're trying to buy themselves some time until some of those precincts come in.
But Mike, Hillary Clinton did do well in those suburbs around Des Moines as well. So I don't know if I entirely believe that as well. I understand what you're saying. But
also a two-person race.
Right, two-person race. Totally fair. But Mike, you're from here. You're the Iowa guru for us.
Really happy to be tonight, by the way.
Your take tonight.
So I think the campaigns are doing the right thing. They're moving on to New Hampshire. They're getting on TV when folks are watching. They can get emails out and fundraise off of this. The party's now got to take the time and do this right. This is about momentum coming out of this, and that's very important for these campaigns. It's also about delegates. And this could be, while it is small, there's 41, which is relatively small here, we got to make sure that we get all of this right.
And Alex, it's all about strategy, and already we've seen some campaigns come out with sort of a spin on tonight. If it's a four-way race, and we want to remind our viewers of the four-way race, we have Joe Biden, you have Senator Sanders, Senator Warren, and Mayor Pete. That was the conventional wisdom. That's what the polls were showing us. But if you were on the bottom end of that, and if you were on the top end, if you were, say, a Mayor Pete and a Senator Sanders, and you did well, like you had a breakout night like Mayor Pete, and we don't know, but say you did, you're going to lose all the headlines, all the mo.
You lose all the headlines. You lose the momentum. That's why you came to Iowa in the first place, right? That's going to give you that initial momentum going into New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina.
Get your donors excited.
And now you've got volunteers that have come here and worked their hearts out, and they delivered, for Buttigieg or a Sanders. Guess what? They don't get that victory. It does take some air out of these campaigns, I think. And Biden just won the lottery. I mean, if Joe Biden, we don't know yet, of course, we haven't seen the numbers, that's the whole problem. But if some of the anecdotal evidence is that, he was underperforming tonight, the guillotine didn't drop on Joe Biden tonight. He gets to say, what caucus? We can't trust any of these numbers. That's what his campaign looks like they're doing, and it's the smart thing to do. I'm not sure it's the right thing to do, but he's going to say, hey, let's play on the Super Bowl over again in New Hampshire.
Stephanie, what does this do to the race, do you think?
I think it preserves it exactly where it is going into Iowa. We have no results.
The starting line just moved to New Hampshire.
The starting line just moved to New Hampshire. I think the party is smart to get the results right. You don't want to revise these numbers in 2 weeks. They've got to get this right. Even though it's not a big number of delegates, it is the first contest. Get it right. Presumably, we'll get these results before New Hampshire.
But there will be some bleeding, though. Don't you think maybe the contributors are going to look at Biden and go, enough, at a certain level?
Yeah, and I want to bring in Yvette Simpson for this part of the conversation, because if you are a Sanders supporter, and Yvette, we know you're tapped into the progressive wing of the party. If you are a Sanders supporter, and Sanders just delivered what sounded like a victory speech, I think he thought he was going to win tonight. All points were sort of going that way. You got to be upset that there's no headline saying Senator Sanders is the winner, and there's no winner at all.
Yeah, if I'm anybody at this point, I'm going to say I'm the winner, right? And that's what a lot of folks are doing. I think it's kind of interesting, though, that Joe Biden is the one, particularly because he's the establishment candidate who's kind of challenging the system. You would expect that from an anti-establishment candidate and not from somebody who is kind of pro-establishment. But at the end of the day, he's the one that would have had the most to lose from having a bad day today. So, you heard Bernie Sanders saying, we're going to New Hampshire, we'll wait for the results. You're hearing Elizabeth Warren say, hey, we won the night, we're going to New Hampshire, but we'll wait for the results. And Biden is saying, oh, wait, I can't trust the results, no matter what they say. And I think it is a sad day today. I mean, we're getting off to a very, very horrible start as a party. With this. We don't need this. You had the DMR poll that wasn't able to be released too. And as you know, going into New Hampshire, as you guys were talking about before, you need that momentum. And so my hope is that the party here in Iowa goes about the process of making sure we get the results. And I think everybody, once the results are validated, needs to accept those results.
It's a great point, Yvette, because at the end of the day, what's most important here are voter confidence. And you're going to have voters, you mentioned that poll. You have voters here in Iowa, they didn't get that last poll. It's not the end of the world they didn't get the poll, but there was discrepancies. And now you have this catastrophe on the night of the caucuses. You go into New Hampshire, and the shadow of all of this is what happened in 2016 with the Russian hacking. So all of this is weighing on voters' minds. What do you think happens in New Hampshire? Does this affect the vote in New Hampshire in any way?
I think it does. When you think about the history of New Hampshire, ironically, if someone wins in Iowa, typically New Hampshire, just to be different, does a little bit different. You know, the person who wins in Iowa loses in New Hampshire. New Hampshire's probably like, what the heck do we do now? And as you all said, you've got to get the results, and you've got to get those results before New Hampshire, because I think it's very, very important to get off to that right start. And then New Hampshire, for some people, if you didn't do well in Iowa, you needed New Hampshire. So if you don't know if you did well in Iowa, and if you're like Amy Klobuchar, where you put all of your resources in Iowa with hopes that you would get a bump and then have the resources to then go to New Hampshire, you need these results so that you can get that money in so you can take it with you to New Hampshire. You know, you think about Pete Buttigieg, who put almost all of his eggs in the basket of Iowa. He needs that result so he can go back to people and say, we can win this thing. We need it in New Hampshire. And so you've got to get these results right so these candidates have what they need to get their folks revved up for New Hampshire.
Mike, Yvette, all great points. I want to build on that. Mike, if you're writing that fundraising letter tonight for, say, like a Mayor Pete, what are you putting in that letter to make sure people raise that money? Nobody can prove us wrong.
Right. Yeah. So he, well, I think if we think he did pretty well here, which may be the case, Iowa was his springboard this entire time, and that may still be the case. So while I'd be disappointed if I were him that there isn't an official result and maybe he did pretty well here, we don't know. It's kind of conjecture. Iowa may have served its purpose for Pete Buttigieg.
Rick Klein, what does this do to the race right now? I know you've been talking to your sources throughout the night, both in the DNC and the campaigns. What does this fundamentally do to the race? Will we just move on past Iowa and get into New Hampshire?
Well, I think if everyone's a winner, everyone's also a loser. Or maybe if no one's a winner, everyone's a loser. And I think Stephanie's right. We move the starting line essentially to New Hampshire. I would presume that we're going to have a winner in the next couple of days. That he's going to be overshadowed by the chaos surrounding all of this. Look, to me, if Joe Biden ends up finishing third or fourth tonight, this could give him a second opportunity to continue to make the case where this could have been a wipeout for him. I think Bernie Sanders, if he ends up winning belatedly, I think you'll have a lot of Sanders campaign people upset. It's a reminder of how divided this party really is. That now we're talking about questioning the results of the caucuses. It's likely to have a cluster of candidates right there at the top. Iowa was never going to end anything anyway, and I think now it is only going to further muddle the circumstances in the run-up to the next.
And we've already seen Republicans in the Trump campaign add to that muddling, throwing in suggestions on Twitter, throwing in one of the president's favorite line that the system is rigged when we don't have all the information of tonight. We don't know quite what happened yet. I want to check in with Whit Johnson. He's still at the Senator Sanders. Okay, we do not have Whit Johnson. Things are changing a lot tonight. Sometimes we get information and sometimes we don't. Okay, Rachel Scott, though. Rachel Scott is our ABC reporter who spent the most time in Iowa so far this year. And she's at the Amy Klobuchar watch party. You were able to hear Amy make her remarks. Seems she's out. Says she's got a ticket to New Hampshire. What's your take? Because you spent so much time in this state. Voters got to be upset that they're not going to have a winner tonight and maybe not even tomorrow morning.
Well, Tom, I certainly hope there is Wi-Fi on that plane to New Hampshire, because the senator could very well maybe be learning the results of what happened here tonight as she's flying to get ahead to the next contest. Right now behind me, they are literally breaking down the stage. Supporters are leaving. They have no idea how this panned out. And this is just another speed bump in what has been a roller coaster of a primary. One single candidate has not led consistently in this state. So voters have been on edge with who is performing, who is on top. And then this past weekend, the last Iowa poll from the Des Moines Register that was highly anticipated did not come through. There was an error with that, and so voters were still wondering what the state of the race was. And then tonight you have this only adding to the drama that is unfolding in this Democratic primary. But Senator Amy Klobuchar tonight made it clear there is no time to waste here, all right? She's already been through all 99 counties in this state. She has already spent the most time here, more than any other candidate, and she's leaving or not really knowing what is going to happen. She made it clear, though, that the tent is big as far as she is concerned for her campaign. She wants to invite folks from the other side. She said tonight that she is not a campaign of the extremes, and so there's a home for folks here if they want to resist that. And folks here tonight were wearing shirts that said Amy Klobuchar can beat Donald Trump. And again, that really goes to the heart of what she is selling here tonight. On the stage, stage as she was talking, it reminded me so much of what she said when she announced almost a year ago. I was there that day in blizzard whiteout conditions, and she made this sell that she is the one that can expand the party. She is the one that could take on President Trump. And she backed it up by saying her track record, her winning 42 counties that President Trump won in 2016. Well, she won those in 2018. So she really believes that she has the best case here when it comes to electability, as obviously so many candidates do here. But again, this is just another speed bump and a roller coaster of a Democratic primary that we are experiencing. And it looks like now we are going to be heading to New Hampshire, potentially still anticipating the results of what could set the tone of the race going forward, Tom.
Well, Rachel, some of us are going to New Hampshire. Some of us have to stay in Iowa to finish reporting the story. I don't know if that's going to be you, but you spent the most time here. But Rachel, thank you for that report. I want to go to Eva Pilgrim now. She was at at Vice President Biden's watch party tonight. And Eva, give me a sense of the room tonight, because this sort of turn of events may play into the favor of Joe Biden. It's still unclear because we have no reporting yet.
Yeah, Tom, I'll be one of the people who will be staying here in Iowa as we report this story out. You were laughing about that. You can see behind me, the room is cleared out. After Joe Biden took the stage and he gave his speech thanking the supporters, pretty much everyone's cleared out, and they're actually going to start breaking down these risers here shortly and kicking us out of here as well, because no one anticipated that this was going to go this long. You heard Rick talking about the letter that the general counsel for Biden's campaign sent to the Iowa Democratic Party, and I think the thing that really stood out to me was that line about before any official results are released, they would like the opportunity to respond.
We're sure this
that, to me, says that there's a possibility that we may not know these results even tomorrow. And there's no signal at this point at how quickly they will get those results out. Knowing that there were some irregularities in the reporting as this was happening, odds are they're going to want to make sure that these results are 100% accurate before they are able to release them. And the problem with that is it is a very busy news cycle this week. There is a lot happening. The question of momentum and how Joe Biden was doing tonight, we don't really truly know at this point, because we hadn't heard from those areas in the rural parts of the state where he had spent a lot of time in recent weeks. So does this play in his favor? We don't know, and we don't know how long it will be before we find out how he did here and how many delegates he's able to pick up. Tom?
Eva, what were supporters like? Were they content? Were they upset? Was it kind of like, oh, okay, well, it could have been worse? What was the feeling in that room?
People here were pretty positive, and they had a pretty positive experience. For the most part, at a lot of the places that they were coming from, there were a few people who said, the crowd wasn't as big as they wanted, but that they weren't really spending a lot of time in the Des Moines area. And so the focus of the campaign had been further out in the rural communities. I asked Joe Biden early into my time with his campaign, following his campaign, do you think the rural communities are the key to winning Iowa? And he joked and laughed at me and said all of Iowa matters for winning Iowa. But he was spending a lot of his time in those rural communities, and it will be very curious to see how he does in those areas when the results come in at some point, Tom.
All right, Eva Pilgrim covering the breaking news out of Iowa for us, and it sounds like she's going to be staying in Des Moines just a little bit longer. Eva, thank you. So what exactly happened tonight? We still don't know, but on the phone right now, joining us live here on ABC News Live, is Brett Nils. He's chairman of the Lynn County Democratic Party. Cedar Rapids is the biggest city in Lynn County. Brett, tell me what happened tonight, because I understand you had some problems and you sort of experienced what other people experienced throughout the state.
Yeah, it's been a matter of our caucuses are wrapped up, and unfortunately the app wasn't performing for a lot of people, and with that then the backup was to use the phone and call in the results. And I think just due to the large number of people who were having trouble, the phones seemed to be overwhelmed, because people have been on hold for an hour and a half trying to get their numbers in.
And Brett, so you were on the phone. Were you personally on the phone, or you got this information from people you were talking to?
People I'm talking to, what we do is, as the caucuses wrap up at our 86 different precincts, we have a centralized location where we'd have everybody bring in all their material, their presidential preference cards, their voter registration, the new registration forms, so we can kind of get a feel for how things are going out with each of the precincts and what their response is in terms of getting their numbers in, or getting the result in.
So, I mean, how disappointed are you tonight?
Yeah, it is pretty disappointing that things aren't going as smoothly as we had hoped, because all the work and time and effort we went into training people to run the caucus and know the new rules, that we were hoping that we'd have everything submitted and have an early night, actually.
What was the sell on the app? What was the information you were told? What was the reason for the app? It was supposed to make things easier tonight?
Yeah, we used the app back in 2016, I believe, to get the results in, and we thought if that was well organized, and due to the number of reporting cycles, I think they felt that the app would be more efficient in terms of giving people the initial count, the breakout numbers, and our delegate counts. So with multiple reporting, I think the feeling was that the app might be able to capture all that much more efficiently than actually calling in like we're doing.
And then what was your understanding? People had problems both downloading it and also using it?
Yes, I think that's the best way to put it, that in terms of getting the security involved with the app, it made it a little bit more complicated to just download it. It wasn't a matter of going to the App Store. It was requesting it through sending in your email and your phone number so that they could match it up with the phones that were then submitting the totals.
And, Brett, have you been talking to disappointed voters, angry campaigns? What are you telling them?
All I've been able to talk to so far is our people who are the temporary caucus chairs as they bring in their material. The way the new rules worked, the people at my caucus site were thrilled that we were done by 8:45, a little over an hour and a half in terms of the whole process. That went well, but the caucus chairs that are bringing the material in, they're disappointed that they're still on hold trying to get information into the
Wait,
IDP.
at this hour, they're still on hold, Brett? You're saying people are still
yes,
on hold at this hour? Oh, they are?
Well,
okay.
Yeah, we'll
do
just
you
get
have
the results in.
Okay, do you have any confidence we'll have any results tonight or tomorrow morning?
That I don't know, because I'm not sure how widespread this is throughout the state and how things are going in Des Moines in terms of getting everything compiled. But I was just kind of curious as to know what percentage have been reported.
Okay. Yeah, we're still trying to figure that out. Rick, we said they think they have 25% reporting.
That's what they told us initially, and I'd imagine at this point that the number has gone up pretty significantly. But the questions being raised by at least one campaign in the Biden campaign, I think, make it increasingly unlikely that we'd see anything this evening. I've got to think the state party, and they're not answering questions on this particularly, but I've got to think the state party is going to try to take their time a bit now, because there are big questions being raised about this.
But you heard Brett say some of his precincts were done at 9:15, and they're still on hold at this hour. So, Mike, how long do you think that process is? If they're still on hold, once they get somebody, once they get a human on the phone.
So I think you have a problem of being on hold for a long time, an hour. Now I'm hearing some 90 minutes on hold. People giving up and saying, I'll just do this tomorrow. I can't imagine that people are going to stay on the phone at midnight, 1 a.m.
And that wouldn't break any party rules or break any protocol. It would just delay the system.
Right.
Brett, are you still out there?
Yes, I am.
Brett, what would you say to people watching this tonight who sort of frustrated with the process and upset with what happened here in Iowa? Should Iowa still be the first in the nation caucus? Should Iowa still sort of hold that mantle that the process, the democratic process, starts in the Hawkeye State?
I think once the results get in, I think that'll be the deciding point. And I know that a lot of people put a lot of time and effort into making this work well with all the training that we did to run the caucuses. And unfortunately, it's just this reporting part. And I know that's frustrating to a lot of people not to know what's happening. But I think we'll hopefully get that right here soon.
All right, Brett Nils, the chair of the Lynn County Democrats. Brett, we appreciate you calling in and being so honest. We appreciate that. I want to go to Whit Johnson right now. He's been covering the Sanders campaign for us tonight. And Whit, I'm curious, were people frustrated? It was supposed to be a big night for Sanders. So many polls showed he could have a big night tonight, and yet we have no winners and no losers, and he's left the stage. He's on his way to New Hampshire.
Well, Tom, I can tell you there's still plenty of excitement in the room as some of Bernie Sanders' surrogates are speaking now, but definitely within the campaign itself, there is anxiety and there is frustration. They were... Sorry, forgive me. Sorry, I'm not,
no,
I'm not
it's
sure.
okay. What you're saying, the energy's still
Sorry, Tom, I
high
was
in that
hearing
room?
something else. Exactly. Forgive me for the little technical issue there. But yeah, the energy is still high, but absolutely frustration and anxiety within the campaign itself. They were expecting to have results. They liked what they were seeing early on. They liked what they were seeing at some of those satellite caucuses and some of the results there and what they were seeing in Congressional District 4. So they were hoping to be able to come out and have something to say beyond we have nothing to say. Still, Bernie Sanders himself came out, walked out before an enthusiastic, a passionate crowd. He was with his family, his wife Jane, one of his sons, and some of his grandkids. And he spoke to the crowd directly, and he expressed confidence. He said that when those results are announced, I have a good feeling that we're going to be doing very, very well. He also got a big roar from the crowd when he said the first state in the country has voted, and today marks the beginning of the end for Donald Trump. But it's important to emphasize the confidence from the Bernie Sanders campaign really comes in their mobilization, the ground game here. That's something that we saw firsthand today. We actually went to one of their canvassing events and met up with some of those volunteers who were going door to door and all the way up until the point when people were going to be going to those caucuses and we're going to get into those rooms and make a decision. Volunteers were knocking on doors, more than 500,000 door knocks in just about a month. We spoke with one woman who came here from New York. They're coming from all over the country, mobilizing here. And in fact, I saw some of the volunteers who were at that canvassing event in this room walking around. So they are confident in what they've done, but no question, frustration over the results. And by the way, these rule changes were supposed to help stop some of that. They were supposed to speed up the process, and yet here we are. We say it every 4 years that anything can happen in Iowa, and that's what's happening right now. Tom?
Yeah, right. No, you're right. They're definitely having the right attitude, but the frustration definitely is going to set in. Whit Johnson for us tonight. I want to go to Devin Dwyer. Devin was giving us the color and giving us the play-by-play at a precinct earlier tonight, one of the 1,600 all across Iowa. And Devin, you've been speaking to the precinct chairman, I think, right? The captain of the precincts or other people that were involved in the process. What were they telling you?
I'm Jacob. Yeah, Tom, I was up in Ankeny, Iowa, in the 14th precinct up there. They had things pretty much under control. The app worked, I was told, but they had to do a couple of passes on the worksheet that tabulated the data. They got some of the numbers confused. There were formulas there. So it's clear that the new rules added an element that challenged some of these precinct captains, even in spite of the training they had. And I just also heard a short time ago from another precinct captain up in the far northeast corner of Iowa in Alameda County, a place that we visited a few weeks ago. And Lori Egan, the Democratic Party chairwoman up there, tells our John Schlossberg that the app worked. She just wasn't confident that the data was actually submitted, so she hopped on the phone, and she's been sitting on hold these past few hours trying to reach someone to confirm whether the data did in fact go in. That sort of corroborates some of the confusion we hear that's playing out at this hour. But I'm here at Yang headquarters, Tom, and behind me it's open bar. And for the numbers candidate, the lack of numbers isn't really bothering anybody here. You saw Andrew Yang just a short time ago. He's headed up to New Hampshire. I think he's a candidate who will benefit from the fact that this data is going to be out there. We had been expecting a stronger performance in New Hampshire rather than in Iowa, so he'll be one of those candidates that will sort of have a clean slate going into that first primary race.
All right, Devin, we'll grab a drink for 5 of us because 5 of us up here need a drink right now. We appreciate your reporting. Mike, explain that to me. When you do the app, were you not supposed to get a confirmation?
So it's unclear. What Lori Egan, the chair in Alameda, is saying is that she submitted the numbers in the app. She didn't get a confirmation that it was submitted, and now they're on the phone. I've heard this from a few other folks that I'm texting with right now. So that you may have some folks, the app worked fine, they did everything, they're now on the phone lines trying to get through too, just to make sure.
So there's just doubt throughout the state, and that's what's clogging the lines.
Right.
Do you have any idea how many people they had staffed manning these phones, or was this not supposed to be, the phone bank wasn't supposed to be that large because of the app?
No, the phone bank's very large,
Okay.
and they had folks in the kind of boiler room all day long. My guess is there are close to 100 people up there potentially manning the phones right now. It's also late, and folks, I'm sure that they're all dedicated to making this all work, but they're prepared up there. I don't know that expecting this many phone calls, though.
Okay, one person we've been talking about all night, Mayor Pete Buttigieg. We understand he's about to speak at his watch party. Let's tune into that.
Thank you. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What a night. Because tonight, an improbable hope became an undeniable reality. So we don't know all the results. But we know by the time it's all said and done, Iowa, you have shocked the nation. Because by all indications, we are going on to New Hampshire victorious. You know, 1 year ago, it was in the deep freeze of an Iowa January where we began this unlikely journey to win the American presidency. We weren't well known, but we had a new idea. The idea that at this moment when Washington has never felt further from our everyday lives, a middle-class mayor from the American Midwest could carry the voices of the American people all the way to the American Capitol and make sure they're actually heard. We had the belief that in the face of exhaustion and cynicism and division, in spite of every trampled norm and every poisonous tweet, that a rising majority of Americans was hungry for action and ready for new answers. We could see an American majority yearning for leadership to rally us together behind bold ideas to make a difference in our lives. We saw that Americans were ready to come together, but our politics were not. And to seize this moment, we needed a new path forward, a path that welcomed people instead of pushing them away, brought them together instead of driving them apart, because this is our best and maybe our last shot. We knew that with this American majority, we are on the cusp of changing the game for ordinary Americans, but that we could not win or govern if we wrote people off who didn't agree with us 100% of the time. But that if we could come together, the future that we know is possible would start on January 21st, 2021. An awful lot of skeptics who said, not now, not this time. All this talk of belonging and of bridging divides is too naive, too risky. So tonight I say with a heart full of gratitude, Iowa, you have proved those skeptics wrong. And it was by your effort we brought together an extraordinary coalition of Americans, progressives, moderates, and that good number of what we like to call future former Republicans. And that's how we're going to win in November. Because it's about adding people to our cause, adding to our majority. That is how we will guarantee that on the day Donald Trump leaves office, we'll be ready to move America forward into the era that must come next. I want to thank every member of our campaign family, every organizer, every volunteer, every caucus goer who talked to a neighbor or a coworker, every staff member and every supporter who believed. And anyone who shares our vision can join the 750,000 grassroots supporters fueling our movement and chip in right now at PeteForAmerica.com. And while we're at it, I want to recognize a few other people who helped us get to this night. My mother, who not only helped raise me, but put her love of language to work answering letters sent to our campaign. My father, who left us just in the very early days of this journey, but whose own journey to this country made tonight possible in the first place. And to the love of my life, keeping my feet on the ground, how about a hand for the future First Gentleman of the United States?
Okay, we've just been listening to Mayor Pete Buttigieg, like others tonight, declaring victory with no winner All the candidates can do that. Alex Castellanos, I want to talk to you a little bit about the optics here, though. Mayor Pete, if he did have a big night, if he came in first or second, maybe even third, it would be a good night for him. But when you look at this campaign event, you have to be impressed by the optics and the way things are just blocked and structured tonight.
He's got the crowd behind him, unlike other candidates that we saw were blocked by campaign signs from their own campaign. He's talking to South Carolina in this shot, right? He's had a problem with black voters. And so what is on the front row right there behind him? Hey, I hear you. I want to speak to black voters too. Strong visual message tonight, but what a disappointment this evening must be for the Buttigieg campaign. If they performed well tonight, if Iowa delivered for them, now he's going into New Hampshire, a state he's not doing as well in, without the momentum that he's worked for a long time here. He may be the candidate hurt most this evening because the rocket may have fizzled on the pad tonight for Pete Buttigieg.
That said, Stephanie, he did give a powerful speech. He did declare victory, and he did say Iowa shocked the world. We were, saying that is somewhat ironic or sarcastic. We're not sure if he was making a joke there or not. Probably not, but he looks like somebody who is happy with tonight and feels confident.
I think he probably is happy with tonight. I think he knows exactly what the results are because he's got the ground game to tell him. And if he's coming in a close second, that is the surprise that he needed. That is the lift that will get him to the next several contests. And even though it's not happening tonight, hopefully it'll happen soon in the next couple of days, there's a week until New Hampshire. There's time for him to get leverage for that. It is not, it is good to get these results right. We should take the time to get the results right. And for somebody like Pete Buttigieg, who has surprising results tonight, to the extent that we know them, there is time for him to leverage that.
Mike, I mean, we know we don't have a winner tonight, but are you surprised after learning that someone like Mayor Pete could have had a very big night tonight when maybe a year ago people had never heard of this guy, didn't know what he was about? He was a mayor of a town, and now he may come out as somebody who will benefit from the Iowa caucuses?
Yes and no. Surprised because where they were a year ago, and I think the profile in a very, very busy field. Not surprised in that you could see throughout the course of this campaign that they had the organization in place, that his message was resonating here, kind of been on the incline for most of the way here. So I think you just heard a speech or part of a speech that sounds like a guy who feels pretty good about how tonight went for him.
Which is what you have to do. You have to do it. But have you ever been reading a book and about halfway through you stop and then you pick it up later and, gee, you've kind of just lost some of that oomph that you were really into it. That's what's may be happening to some of these campaigns tonight, especially Buttigieg.
Well, definitely to be continued. Mary Alice, you covered Bernie Sanders in the last go-around. You're a deputy political director, and we were talking earlier during one of the speeches. You think the Sanders campaign has to be at least a little bit frustrated because it could have been a monster night for them. They were upset 4 years ago. They didn't sound upset this time around, but they got to be.
After 2016, they were upset about the idea of the Iowa caucus happening again at all. They pushed for major reforms in the Democratic Party, huge rules changes they knew were going to be put in place this go around. So you can imagine that a lot of those supporters are saying this is evidence that this is a messy process and this shouldn't happen again. But that's ironic for a campaign that was supposed to do pretty well here. And there's a lot of structural advantages to someone like a Sanders campaign in a place like this, a place that benefits grassroots support, diehard supporters, and especially a place where it comes first before New Hampshire. Obviously, you guys have been talking a lot about how Bernie Sanders is supposed to do pretty well in New Hampshire, too. So he could have had a really big first two states. And if the numbers, like we were just talking about, take days, hours, days to come in, does that take some of the oomph out of a potential Sanders win, too?
How much do you think this changes the race as far as going into New Hampshire? We have a debate right before the primary on Friday night. Does this feed into the narratives? Does this feed into the storylines, or do the candidates move on?
I think for someone like Bernie Sanders, who is used to going against the Democratic Party, he says that he takes on the Democratic Party establishment. A really messy results night could help him. It could energize some of his voters that like the idea of being frustrated with the party. But it also could hurt all of these potential frontrunners. It could help someone like the former New York City mayor, Mayor Bloomberg, who's going to want to say that the system right now is a mess and I'm the one that can benefit and sort of clean up the delegates here on out.
I chose correctly. I'm making the right decisions.
And the big delegate-rich states are yet to come. Focus there.
Right. Excellent points. All right. If you guys are following us tonight, you may be hearing some loud banging. That is because there are sets being broken down. It is getting late into the night. But here at ABC News Live, we're not giving up. We are still going. We're going to keep being on it until we have a clear idea of when things are going to happen. On the phone right now is Tom Courtney. He's a Des Moines County chair. He's somebody who, well, he's not on the phone yet, but we understand he will be. He will be on the phone at some point. Marcus Moore has been at the Mayor Pete event all night for us tonight. And Marcus, talk to me about that crowd. It looked like they were definitely fired up.
Yeah, they are, Tom. Pete Buttigieg, as you can see, still on the stage here tonight in Des Moines. There are about 2,000 people here in this center on the campus of Drake University. That's according to the campaign, the organizers here. So quite a few people. We watched them trickle in here all night tonight. And I can tell you that, as you have already mentioned, the overall feeling here, the mood is one that this was a victorious night for Pete Buttigieg. Of course, they wanted a strong finish. The official results are not in yet, but the feeling here is that they have done quite well, and that's exactly what they needed in this make-or-break moment for them tonight. So there is a real sense that everyone I've interacted with here tonight and today here in Des Moines has been very excited and very optimistic about what would happen tonight. And you heard Mr. Buttigieg a short time ago saying, quote, that you have shocked the nation tonight. And that is the mood that we are feeling here, that one of accomplishment. But certainly we have gotten a sense that among some of the people in the audience here, including some of the precinct workers, that there is some frustration about how this process has played out and the fact that here we are, it's approaching midnight local time, and we still don't know who the winner is of the caucuses tonight. So we have heard some of those concerns, but I can tell you, Tom, again, that the overall emotion here is one of elation and excitement about the momentum that they are feeling right now. And as we've heard Pete Buttigieg talking tonight, his message has not only been one of unity, and that is something that has resonated with people, voters who I've spoken with today. The reason why they have supported Pete Buttigieg, because they feel like his message has been one of unity and not division. And when you were talking about the optics earlier, it was quite striking. The young lady who introduced him is a member of the Democratic Party from South Bend, Indiana. She introduced Pete Buttigieg, and it was very clear that she was talking to the people in this room that are mainly, the majority of them, white. But it was also very clear that she was talking to the black voters elsewhere who are watching what's unfolding here and who are also may be aware of the challenges that this team has faced, according to early polling, that he apparently has not done well in reaching black voters. It was clear that that is who they were talking to when they were introducing Pete Buttigieg tonight, the man of the hour here in Des Moines.
Marcus Moore for us tonight. Marcus, thanks so much for standing by all night for us. We appreciate that. I want to go now to Julian Castro, a former candidate for the Democratic nomination, now a supporter of Senator Elizabeth Warren. Julian, talk to me tonight. Did you get a chance to speak with Senator Warren? And is there a frustration with the campaign that there was no declared winner, no first, second, or third coming out of Iowa tonight?
Well, I mean, she's feeling good, and she had some great remarks here tonight, a very enthusiastic crowd. You know, we also know that this has been a total mess today. The fact that we still don't have reliable results, and it's about midnight Eastern, we can see for our own eyes that this caucus process is broken. This is not the way that we should do our democracy, not the way that we should start the nomination process for the President of the United States. Having said that, what we can glean so far is that Senator Warren, Mayor Buttigieg, and Senator Sanders are pretty clearly bunched up near the top. So a good night for Senator Warren, and she's excited to move forward. She has a campaign built to last. We can glean that because we have a network of organizers. We have a network of organizers, precinct campaigns that are reporting back their results. And so from what we can glean so far, we know that she's doing well. And she has a campaign that is built to last. Over 1,000 staffers in 31 states. She's visited almost 30 states in this campaign. So she's feeling good tonight.
How do you keep your young staffers motivated, people new to the process, maybe even new voters who see what happened tonight and just get frustrated and maybe start to listen to some of the people out there in the political world, including the president, who say the system is rigged, his campaign tonight, attacking the Iowa caucuses, attacking the process tonight? How do you keep Democratic voters focused going into New Hampshire? Because this is an important moment for Senator Warren.
Well, look, New Hampshire at least has a primary, and so it's a very different, straightforward system where people are going to go, they're going to cast a ballot. Those ballots are recorded in traditional fashion. So, you know, there's reason to have more confidence there. This process here in Iowa tonight was uniquely broken, and I do think, though, that we saw a lot of enthusiasm out there for Senator Warren. I believe that that's going to continue in New Hampshire and in Nevada, South Carolina. The last person that any of us should be listening to is Donald Trump. The only thing Donald Trump wants to do is create chaos in the Democratic Party. Senator Warren is delivering a message of hope over fear and courage over cynicism, and all of us coming together to create a better America, a brighter America. And the good news from Iowa is that people are responding to that.
Julian Castro for us tonight. Julian, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for talking to us here at ABC News Live. Mike, I got to come back to you on that because it was a pretty tough indictment on the Iowa caucus tonight. And you are our Iowa guru. You're from here. You work here. What's your sense tonight, man? It's a tough night.
So Secretary Castro has called out some problems that he sees in the caucus process since even before he left the race. And I think what we are seeing now is a very unfortunate situation. And nobody's happy about this at the party. Iowans are not happy about this, the thousands of volunteers that did this. This process, though, also works in a way, because retail politics plays such a key role here, that it gives candidates the opportunity and ability to go listen to real people. And I warn folks who want to get rid of the caucus tonight, because we don't have results yet, that when we look at states like Iowa and some of these other Midwest states that are primarily white, that we lost, that became Obama-Trump states, if we just quit coming here and campaigning here, we're not going to learn the lessons that we need to build a 50-state party and be able to compete moving forward.
And it's a truly unique system. Yes. I mean, it really is. Alex?
Iowa makes candidates better. It really does. It tests them here, and it eventually makes them better leaders, because I think they do learn to listen here. So there's no reason you can't count. All you need is something that can count what they do. Okay, that failed tonight, but as far as getting these candidates to the heartland of America, I think that's great for both parties. And there's nothing better, I think, than having real people stand up and say, that's somebody I will publicly embrace. I wish our general election required that.
I mean, it's a really controversial system. I mean, forget the reporting issues we're talking about tonight. You have the campaigns talk about the fact that they're asking their supporters to take a night off work. Yeah. A lot of working class folks work shifts. They work 2 jobs. Even if you don't work, you're asking for a babysitter so both parents can go to the caucus. This very well could be the final nail in the coffin, because we have heard campaigns for years talk about the fact that the caucus is fundamentally disenfranchising to some people. I hear you and all the things you're praising about the caucus system too, and I imagine that debate is going to unfold in the Democratic Party.
Stephanie Cutter, you're plugged into all aspects of the party. You've worked with other candidates, with elected leaders. What are you hearing tonight from fellow Democrats?
I'm hearing that there has long been talk about taking away the first in the nation status from Iowa, not because of the technical problems the party is having tonight, but because our party is an incredibly diverse party, regionally, demographically, age, gender, everything. In Iowa, there are wonderful people here who are invested in our democratic process, but it doesn't represent the rest of America. And so there was already pressure to rethink Iowa going first and maybe adding some additional states to it. But with the problems that we're having tonight and the skepticism of the results 4 years ago, I think there'll be lots of conversations about how to reform the system. I do think that the caucus system and the way Iowa tests candidates is an important part of the process. We shouldn't take that away, but we should just rethink its role in the overall process.
All right. One candidate we haven't heard from tonight, but when he has spoken, Andrew Yang, also taking the stage like his fellow candidates. Let's hear what he had to say tonight. Promise you guys it'll happen at some point. If you've been watching us this long, just stay with us. I promise it'll be worth it. All right. We're going to move on. We will come back to Andrew Yang at some point.
I was at an Andrew Yang event over the weekend, and one thing that really stuck out to me, he had people in the crowd raise their hand if they had voted for President Trump. No shaming at a Democratic event. He had the rest of the crowd applaud those voters and say that that is evidence that he is the kind of candidate that reaches across the aisle. Now, obviously, all the campaigns, all the candidates are trying to make that pitch, but I was really struck by that visual. It was powerful in the room to have a neighbor talk to each other like that. And I think it'll be a powerful sort of tactic of his going forward. He just says, he has said all along, and he has said tonight that he's not going anywhere regardless of these results.
Yeah, Mike, it's interesting. Andrew Yang did have one of the most cutting-edge campaigns. It was interesting. It was completely different. You think it's what people would want, maybe in the era of Trump, not Trump politics, but just in the era of where things really changed in the political world. Yet he didn't really catch fire here.
He didn't catch fire here. He seems, I think his message is more tailored for New Hampshire, and I think they're playing that way. The Yang campaign did a lot of things that Democrats can learn from moving forward, both in just campaign tactics, how they're engaging with voters, technology. So he's going to keep going, and we'll see what happens in New Hampshire with him, where I think he's a bit stronger.
Devin Dwyer's at the Andrew Yang event, and even though we didn't hear from Andrew Yang, we'll hear from Devin Dwyer, who was there. And Devin, tell us a little bit about what his message was coming out. We've been hearing victory speeches all night long from all the candidates.
Yeah, he stuck to his stump here, Tom, which is really, he's been a one-issue candidate in this in this whole campaign. The freedom dividend, UBI. People we talked to up at this caucus we've been talking about that I was at earlier tonight in Ankeny, Iowa, said they specifically were coming out as Republicans turning to Andrew Yang because of UBI. They found that very appealing. He does appeal to some of the party's moderate, independent, former Republicans. So as you've been talking about up in New Hampshire, he could find some success. This has been a lighthearted campaign, and I think we see that here tonight. A lot of young people are drawn in by his sense of humor. He doesn't take himself too seriously. He does invoke a good bit of humility, humanity into his campaign. One of his slogans is he believes in capitalism. He's a little bit different than Bernie Sanders. He talks about capitalism. He likes the markets. He bills himself as a fresher, younger version of Bernie Sanders, but somebody, again, who can appeal to Republicans. We saw some Warren supporters talking about Andrew Yang earlier today as well. So he has found some success. He's bringing something to the table that no other candidates in this race are talking about. But he's been sort of a one-issue guy, this UBI, the universal basic income, the freedom dividend, and he thinks that will take hold up there in New Hampshire, and he talked about that here tonight, Tom.
All right, Devin Dwyer for us tonight, reporting from the Andrew Yang event, and of course was at one of those precincts early today, walking us through the democratic process here in Iowa. Stephanie Cutter, as we close in over the next 15 minutes and wrap up our coverage, unless we get some breaking news and we get results coming in, your takeaway from tonight going forward?
My takeaway is that a couple of people had really strong campaigns here. Elizabeth Warren, Pete Buttigieg, Bernie Sanders. I think Klobuchar has run a great campaign. You know, she was very smartly first to go out, declare some sort of a victory, but use her speech really wisely to capture the moment and look ahead, speak to people in New Hampshire. I think that this race is going to live another day exactly of where it stands now until those results come out. When those results come out, people will leverage them the way they need to, and it may soften some bad news, but it will, be used to raise money, be used to organize, be used to propel the race forward.
Alex, talk to me. I mean, we have no winners and losers, but I know you have a strong opinion on who maybe was saved tonight and who was hurt.
If some of the anecdotal evidence was right, Joe Biden got a reprieve. Hey, he lives to fight another day. Good news for him. Pete Buttigieg maybe did better than he expected this evening, but didn't. It's like he paid for the meal but didn't get to eat it. He didn't get that momentum coming out of here. And then you have Bernie Sanders. This is twice now he's come up to the plate here in this state. Thought he did well. Oh my God, the establishment, did they blackball Bernie Sanders again? He's got a stronger argument. Now we go into New Hampshire with New Hampshire usually goes against Iowa, right? Yvette made the point exactly right. There's competition between these two first states. And New Hampshire, no, those guys in Iowa, they don't know what they're doing. We'll tell you. So we get George Bush, H.W. Bush in Iowa, and then you get Reagan in New Hampshire. New Hampshire's going to correct. Now New Hampshire can't correct Iowa. Now these candidates have to validate what they did here. Changes everything.
Mike, you're our local voice out here. A rough night for Iowans, especially in the Democratic Party. What's your takeaway?
So, yeah, I think folks would love to have results right now. Again, the thousands of volunteers who helped do this. I think the campaigns are obviously very frustrated. On to New Hampshire. Let's get these results right, and let's see this play out there.
Do you, from talking to your sources and from your coworkers and colleagues here, do you think we'll get results tonight or tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, before the debate on Friday?
It's unclear at this moment.
So that tells you that it could be pretty bad if it's unclear at this moment if we'll even get any type of reporting.
I don't know that we'll get anything tonight.
Okay. Mary Alice, if we look ahead at the calendar, we still have 2 more days of impeachment. We have the debate, ABC News on Friday night, and then we have the New Hampshire primary next Tuesday. Walk me through what you think happens and how this affects the race at all. And I'm wondering if this hurts the establishment candidates at all, or if it helps them in a way.
I think it helps the candidates that already had a national infrastructure built. Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, actually Joe Biden too, have staff around the country already. And if there's a muddled headline tomorrow in the next few days, if the headline is about the process and not about the candidates, those candidates that already have staff in these states and money coming in these other states are going to benefit. They didn't need the same boost from the headlines as someone like a Mayor Pete.
Yeah, Alex, what does the Trump campaign do with all this? I mean, we've already seen some of their tactics on social media, but what can they do with this information and this event that benefits them going down to November?
Overplay it, because that's what the president does. Trump is a theatrical figure. He's a larger-than-life figure and who commands our attention constantly. Any moment that we're not paying attention to Donald Trump, I think the president believes is a moment wasted by America. The Democrats need time to grow their candidates to that stature. This event, this week, was supposed to help that. Now there's another week where the Democrats are a little bit left in the dark. It's like the theater didn't happen this week. Okay, it'll happen next week, as Stephanie said. There's a price for that. Time is the only resource you can't make more of in a campaign.
Does New Hampshire become more important now? I mean, if you're a campaign, do you have to invest more resources? Do you have to be more focused on New Hampshire, or does it really not change the dynamics?
It depends on the campaign. If you are, if you think you've got the momentum coming out of Iowa when those results come out, then you need to figure out what your lift is from New Hampshire. It is a constant building process. Joe Biden talks about a firewall. South Carolina could be his firewall. I don't necessarily believe in firewalls because momentum begets momentum. Winning begets winning, and those results change. They're all signals of each other. So New Hampshire, people will run their races there, hopefully. any lessons that needed to be learned here, they'll learn them there. They're going to refine their message. They are going to speak to the people of New Hampshire. It is different than being in Iowa. And then look towards the next state. But every campaign will do it a little differently. If I were Vice President Biden's campaign, I would spend more time talking about the future than the past. Spend more time talking about who Joe Biden is and his bio, rather than talking about
the Obama administration, the 8 years,
or that he, is from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Remind voters.
And remind voters who he is, and as a person, what's inside, instead of talking about Donald Trump. I think Amy Klobuchar encapsulated her message perfectly in her speech. Bernie Sanders gave the same rip-roaring speech that he always gives. Everybody is calculating it a little differently. We'll see how it plays in New Hampshire.
All right, Mary Allison, to you. Michael Bloomberg, he wasn't here. He actually had some people caucusing for him, but his big play is Super Tuesday. We'll see him possibly at the Las Vegas debate. Does he benefit from tonight?
Probably. If there's not a solid headline, not a solid front runner in these first few states, then he can say, turn to me, look at me. There's going to be more than a third of the delegates in the entire process awarded on Super Tuesday, over 60% of the delegates awarded by the end of March. The process moves very fast now, and if you only win by winning delegates, yes, the storylines help, the headlines help, but delegates are the prize. And if Mayor Bloomberg is able to win delegates in those delegate-rich states, and he's able to do that even more so because the other candidates don't have a bunch of momentum out of these first few states, or the process looked messy, yeah, he could really benefit.
One last question. I think it's the last question, but we know the magic number for the Democratic nomination is 1991, 1,991 delegates. Do you see any kind of scenario where it gets so tight that would happen tonight?
Reporters can dream, Tom. Reporters can dream.
It's to be continued that it doesn't end here in Iowa and we come back to what happened on the first night of the voting?
It's hard to imagine that 41 delegates in Iowa makes that much of a difference. That's a teeny part of that total. But again, we get to this idea of rules changes. The Bernie Sanders team worked very hard to change the rules after 2016. One of the big rules they pushed for was that those super delegates would not be counted on the first vote. If we get to the point where we are talking about a process that is that close, we could have a whole conversation about whether those rules changes were the right move.
All right, Mary Alice, thank you so much. And a big thanks to all of our panel out here tonight. The headline, of course, out of Iowa, no winner, no results, and no timeline on when we'll get those answers. That's maybe the scariest part of tonight. Our political team will be monitoring this all night long. Stay with ABC News Live for any updates. We'll see you right back here tomorrow night for the State of the Union. That coverage begins at 8 p.m. We thank you so much for watching tonight. I'm Tom Yamas. Good night from Iowa.
The first state in the country has voted, and today marks the beginning of the end for Donald Trump.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a long night, but I'm feeling good.
You probably heard we don't know the results, but I did not want to let another minute go by without thanking all of you.
By the time it's all said and done, Iowa, you have shocked the nation.
This is what we have to turn around, Yang Gang. We have to actually make an economy that works for us.
We still don't know what the results are from tonight, but we came to Iowa for a reason, and that was to start.
It is too close to call, so I'm just going to tell you what I do know.
You won! And I'm going right from here to New Hampshire, where I will be one of the 7 candidates on the debate stage on Friday night in New Hampshire.
Somehow, some way, I'm going to get on a plane tonight to New Hampshire.
So it's on to New Hampshire.
When politicians send their thoughts and prayers with no action, we say no more.
You have no idea what it feels to get back home and not having your son here.
Just focus on what I have to do for everybody, every other kid in this country.
Imagine getting in a plane crash, surviving, and getting on the same plane every day where the one issue that caused it isn't fixed.
After Parkland. Go to afterparklandmovie.com by February 3rd to reserve your tickets now.
And we certainly do say good morning, America.
Hit it, people.
A lot of smiles around here this morning.
We can feel it in here, people. We can feel it.
Incredible.
Stop.
We got it all.
A big morning in Times Square.
So much excitement.
Makes you feel good, though.
Yeah.
That's how I feel every morning.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good.
Don't want to miss that.
This is going to be good.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
It's a #1 true crime podcast.
There was a murder in Central Ohio. The man who committed that crime once sat on death row, but now he's on the run. His name is Lester Eubanks.
Now, listen as U.S. Marshals give stunning access in the manhunt to catch a fugitive.
Those 9 lives are running out, and we're going to catch up with Lester.
Follow the clues. Can you help U.S. Marshals catch this killer?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen free now on Apple Podcasts.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
There's something about being a mother. Why is it so hard to defeat a mother? To make her surrender. I wrote a promise to my son, and it's one of the things I say. I will never surrender. I will never give up.
Lucy Diaz is searching for her son, Luis, who disappeared 6 years ago.
Pero yo lo que quiero ver donde esté blandito. Ahí está muy duro, Fidel. This is the way that, we search for the possibility of a grave, because once we hit underground, like usually 1.5 meters, 2 meters deep, we smell this bar, and then if it comes out it smells like like a dead body.
This is a skill you've developed now to be able to smell for dead bodies.
Yeah. And sometimes, not only the smell. Once I was hammering this, and I started to hear like a rattle underneath, because it was like not exactly breaking the bone, but it was making a noise because it was rubbing against the bone. And there was a body.
You think it's possible that right here underneath our feet, there's a mass grave?
Very likely. Here in Veracruz, it's extremely likely. Uy, esto huele.
The state of Veracruz is known as Mexico's graveyard, with more than 200 mass graves uncovered here.
I'm sitting here, I'm watching you guys, mothers, do this work, but you got a bunch of cops over here standing around just watching you.
Yeah.
Why aren't they doing this? Isn't it the job of the police to investigate crimes and find bodies?
It is. It is. But this is Mexico. Don't forget. Keep that in mind. All your questions can be answered with that. This is Mexico.
Mexico is a country at war with itself. Violence has reached record levels this year.
This has been the deadliest year in Mexico in more than 2 decades.
Drug cartels waging open gun battles in the streets.
Authorities say a heavily armed drug cartel ambushed the military.
At least 3 women and 6 children were killed during an ambush in northern Mexico.
Tourist destinations degenerating into chaos.
Inside that cooler, we're told there is a human head.
As a result of this carnage, there are now, by conservative estimates, at least 40,000 missing people in Mexico. In the face of a government that is overwhelmed, under-resourced, and riddled with corruption, the task of searching often falls to the most committed, thousands of mothers all over this country. Lucy Diaz was leading a comfortable life as a college professor and mother of 3, married to a successful businessman. Everything changed one night in June of 2013.
I don't even know what happened to him. At this point, 5.5 years, and I have no idea of his whereabouts or what happened. I know that he was kidnapped, but so far, that's all I know.
At the time, her 29-year-old son, Luis, was working as a popular DJ in the city of Veracruz. He was a staple at weddings and local parties.
And he was so passionate about his music, and then something like this happened. I just wish I could, give him my life.
One night, Lucy got a nervous call from her son's girlfriend saying she hadn't heard from him in a couple of days. Lucy called one of her son's employees who promised her that Luis was simply busy at a gig.
And then on Monday, I said there's something wrong because he knows I get crazy whenever I cannot get in touch with him. The next day, I waited all day. But then, like around 8 o'clock, I knew.